Mated by Fate, The Queen's Curse Series, Book 1. Summary: Eve isn't your average she-wolf. She's an bum-kicking, potty-mouthed, head warrior. She has no plans of finding her mate. She's already found the love of her life, and no demands from her alpha father will change her mind. That plan goes out the window when her father forces her attendance to the mateless ball, where her mate lies in wait, and enemies launch an attack to wipe out her pack. Taken prisoner, Eve is broken by her captors, to be molded into the perfect forced mate for another. But it is soon discovered Eve is an oddity of the supernatural world and will prove to be key in this battle between good and evil. That's if she will accept the unwanted mates that keep getting in her way to claim the different pieces of her. Warning: Rated M, recommended 18+, multiple mates or reverse harem, explicit everything, violence, S**X, torture, rape, murder, infanticide, foul language, etc. Hell fu *King. No. I growled at him, glancing back at my mate, who I could see was gearing himself to pounce over the bar. I took a step away from the bar, then took another, as my mate's muscles bunched. Sit, stay, I ordered desperately, but the Hulk wasn't listening and was on the move. My flight instincts kicked in, and ignoring my father's concerned shouts, I turned and raced for Reese. Sorry, not today, Fido, I hollered over my shoulder to my mate. Fu *K, my luck. Fu *K. Fuyuk. Character list. This little guide has been put together so you can keep track of who is who. Because let's face it, there are a lot of characters to keep track of in this book. Akasus, Dark Fae, brother of Mikida, fated mate to Eve. Adele, the Dragon King. Hamish, assistant, secret true mate to him. Asmodeus, referred to as the being in the orange ring in this book. Balestine, leader of the Dark Circle of Witches, works with the Vampire King. Calbot, Dark Fae with a second face, befriends Eve. Caleb, Eve's brother who passed away in the first book. Carino, head warlock, runs the shadow circle that reigns over both dark and light circles, fated to Eve. Darius, also known as Hulk, Eve's alpha werewolf mate. Devlin, the Lycan King, fated to Eve. Divina, Hamish, the Dragon King's wife and chosen mate. Eve, the main character, head warrior, daughter of the alpha pair of Lightning Ridge Pack, daughter of Cyrus, granddaughter of Ezekiel, originally thought to be a werewolf, but is a chimera containing the genes of all races, potty mouth, kick-ass, cheesecake fiend. Ezekiel, the Vampire King who wants to take over the world, aka the bad guy. Fangboy, Cyrus's brother, son of Ezekiel, vampire, killed in the first book. Garrett, Dragon Prince, who was meant to take the throne, brother to Hamish, fated to Eve. Grant, alpha werewolf or a neighboring pack, family friend to Eve. Hamish, false Dragon King, brother to Garrett, fated mate of Adele, chosen mate of Divina. Cassie, Eve's sister-in-law, fated mate of Eve's brother Caleb, killed in the first book. Luca, Vampire Council member, member of the Vampire Alternate Royal Line, fated to Eve. Lysario, Light Fae Prince, fated to Eve. Magda, Dark Fae, friend of Eve's, Dark King's concubine. Marcus, traitor wolf working with the vampires. Max, Alpha Darius's beta. Mikida, Dark Fae King, brother to Akasus, fated to Eve. Miss Delphine, elderly werewolf Cyrus befriends. Monique, Alpha Grant's Luna. Penelope, Light Circle Witch, friends with Eve. Poppy, aka the Oracle, friends with Eve. Dragon, Ralan, Light Fae, friend of Eve's. Reese, werewolf, Eve's first love and mate. Reuben, Alpha werewolf of Lightning Ridge, fated mate of Sabine, father of Eve and Caleb, died in the first book. Sabine, Luna of Lightning Ridge, fated mate to Reuben, mother of Eve and Caleb, died in the first book. Scully, Dark Fae, the second face of Calbot, friend of Eve. Tobias, ancient vampire, councilman, related to Luca. Cyrus, Eve's birth father, vampire prince. Valray, snake-skinned Dark Fae, a friend of Eve's. Wardner, fluid like Dark Fae, A friend of Eve's.
Chapter 1. Eve. Jesus. Eve. My brother Caleb sighs with frustration, running his fingers through his short brown hair. I shrug. What? Don't want me. I promised Dad he would be there on time, presentable, and in one piece. He gestures to my body as a whole. This is none of that above. My bad. We got a little carried away with training, I reply, bending and stretching out my leg muscles. Reese, my sparring partner in crime, chuckles from the bench he's cooling down on. Understatement. Reese says, "You kicked my bum." I grin at him. "I'm supposed to, and you deserved it. You ate my slice of cheesecake that I'd hidden in the fridge." "I was doing you a favor. I can't roll our head warrior into battle," he says with a laugh, wiping his blonde hair back out of his eyes and sending me a wink. "You're a snake, you know that. Besides, a slice of cheesecake is hardly going to turn me into a whale." "Eve, for the love of God, the party has already started. You're sweaty, bruised, blood-smeared, and certainly not presentable." My brother snaps at me, bringing my attention back to him. "Hit the showers. I'll get Cassie to bring down some clothes and hopefully she can cover your face with enough crap to hide the marks." "Reese, I'll deal with you later." Like I could have said no to her. Reese huffs. "Girl could convince a nun to be a hooker. Besides, she's the only one that can beat my ass. I need the challenge." "You better believe it," I say, jumping onto Reese's back and nudging his sides with my knees like a horse. To the showers before Caleb has an aneurysm. Caleb shakes his head, a smirk on his face, and walks off, while Reese pretends to gallop us to the showers. While in our shower stalls, we joke around about who will Sukulis be this year to the dreaded Nada curse. Last year we had both drenched ourselves in perfume, keeping all sensitive noses away from us. Reese and I had a blast, dancing the night away and drinking ourselves stupid. This year we will be arriving being fashionably late, hopefully. All the cursed mates are coupled up, and the unsuccessful ones are licking their wounds at the bar by the time we arrive. If we're lucky, they'll also be drunk, too drunk to notice either of us as a potential mate. Mates are supposed to be a blessing, a true soulmate, or in extremely rare cases, it can sometimes be to true soulmates, poor bastards who had to juggle more than one. Reese and I called it a curse. Once a year the pack held a party, and all those of mating age, 20 years upwards, attend from the pack. Outsiders from allied packs are also allowed in, to broaden the chances of finding their true loves. But for Reese and I, it was the most ridiculous thing ever, watching complete strangers move towards each other in awe, whispering mata before collapsing into each other's arms. Who the fuck wants that? No choosing, no falling in love as you get to know each other. This was speed dating extreme style. I was jealous of the already made it. They would be heading out to party, or wine and dine in town. With the exception of those already rostered for patrol duty, the alpha couple, my parents and their heir. My dumb bass brother would oversee the proceedings. Cassie, Caleb's maid, would stay at home. She won't be wanting to be too far from my brother, and certainly won't want to party with her baby due very soon. My mother, I imagine, will probably stay with her, forfeiting the party to make sure she lifts nothing heavier than a feather. I, however, do not want to attend. I don't need a mate, don't want one. I have Reese. I have been head over heels for Reese since I was 18. He is my everything and my biggest secret. As I was the alpha's daughter and Caleb the next alpha in line, we are expected to lead by example. Thankfully, my brother found his mate 2 years ago and is the perfect alpha in waiting. Dad was happy, and paid less attention to me, focusing on training my brother. At 25, I was in my 5th year of successfully evading my mate, Reese his 6th. If Dad knew what we were doing, well, let's just hope he never does. As far as Dad knows, Reese is nothing more than my best friend, my sparring partner, my second in command, and my drinking buddy. The day I hit 20 was both the saddest and happiest day of my life. So infatuated with each other, we were positive we were mates. I had raced down the stairs and out the door when I woke, running to Reese's cabin. He was waiting on his porch, catching me with a laugh when I launched myself at him. I felt the usual warmth and excitement I got when in his presence. His intoxicating smell of fresh pine and coffee, wrapping around me, but I had pulled back as abruptly. There were none of the famous tingles I had heard about. I had stared at him wide-eyed in disbelief. Reese had recovered fast, pulling me back in. Holding me tight, he had growled into my ear that it changed nothing. I was his. While I shook my head dumbly, he has spent every day since proving it. Since then, We have gone out of our way to ensure neither of us finds our mates. Usually, we turn up and stay on the outskirts, until Dad has seen me several times before escaping, although he has already told me this year he will be personally escorting me over to the unclaimed males, much to both Reese and my dismay. As I face the spraying hot water in the shower, letting it soak into my abused muscles, I hear Reese quiet footfalls, padding over to my stall. Soon he is leaning against my back, brushing lips against my neck, wrapping an arm around my waist and one firmly holding my throat. "Who do you belong to?" he demands quietly in my ear. I close my eyes, melting my back against him. Reese and I know the risk we face tonight. As head warrior, daughter of the Alpha, and an unclaimed female, Dad has demanded my attendance. No excuses tonight, no perfume tricks. He wants me hog-tied to a mate. "You," I breathe out, trying to soothe his worry. "Always yours." A throaty growl rises from his chest as he spins me towards him, simultaneously fisting my hair, pulling on it to angle my head up, and claiming my lips. The kiss is possessive, full of need and promise. My arms go around his neck as his hands slide down my body, stopping at my bum and lifting me, so I can wrap my legs around his waist. He walks us forward until the shower wall presses against my back. Reese pulls his lips away to stare deep into my eyes. He shifts my weight for a moment as he lines himself up, before swiftly sinking into me, watching my eyes widen and dilate with pleasure. The small hitch of my breath is all the encouragement he needs for his smirk to curl his lips and his hips to start moving. His movements are fast, knowing time alone is limited. His hardness rubs swiftly deep inside me, exactly where I need it to be, and my climax approaches fast. As my eyes begin to roll back, one of his hands goes to my mouth, his palm quick to cover my lips and muffle my scream as I come hard. Then my own shaking hand covers his lips, to stop his own growl of pleasure from echoing through the shower room. As he comes just as brutally, he slowly sinks to his knees, still buried inside me. We sit panting, hearts racing, foreheads pressed together, as we attempt to come down from our highs, giving a shuddering breath. He pulls out and kisses my forehead. "You're like my own personal drug, Eve. I can never get enough. It just keeps getting better." His thumb caresses my lips before he sighs and helps me to stand. We quickly scrub each other down, before grabbing our towels and drying off. We are lounging on the bench by the lockers, still wrapped in towels, giving each other grief over the new bruises we have given each other in our sparring session when Cassie waddles into the lockers, with a garment bag and makeup case in hand. "Oh, for fuck's sake, Reese, did you have to go so hard on her face?" she exclaims, dumping out her makeup and hunting for the heavy-duty concealer. Reese turns his head her way and she laughs. "Never mind, I see you got it returned threefold. Now piss off and get dressed. I have to get Cinderella ready for the ball." Reese grumbles, but gives her ever-growing bump an affectionate rub before he slinks off to chuck on shorts and heads off to the pack house to make himself presentable. As the door closes behind him, Cassie returns her attention to me. She unzips the garment bag and I cringe. "That's a bit short, Cass, don't you reckon? Maybe some leather pants and a nice top would be better," I say. Cassie raises an eyebrow and pulls out high heels as well. I quickly back away. "Oh, hell no, girl. You can shove your toe crushers where the sun doesn't shine." "Alpha's orders, sweetie." She smiles evilly. "You are to come dressed as a woman, not a warrior tonight, or Daddy dearest is going to set your mom loose with that poofy pink dress she wants you to wear." We both shudder in memory of the dress from hell my mother is so obsessed with. "Fine, 1 hour in it and then I get changed," I bargain. 3 hours and I tell your mom I misplaced the tiara she sent. Cass counter offers. "Tiara? What? Oh, you are good. Deal. Burn the damn thing with dragon fire." I relent. She rolls her eyes and quickly goes to work. 30 minutes later, my bruises are covered and my hair is dried and brushed. I shimmy into the tight dress, buckle up the shoes of doom, strap on my thigh belt with a few throwing knives already sheathed in it, and stomp out of the lockers. Reese straightens up from his leaning position by the gym exit and lets out a low whistle of approval. "Jesus, Cass, you made her look like a real girl. Now, how's she supposed to be one of the guys? Even as a real girl, she'd still kick all your asses." Cassie snipes back. I sigh impatiently. "Come on, clock's ticking. Your 3 hours have already started. Let's get this train wreck over with." "That's the spirit," Cassie says. "This year is your year. I can feel it." "Nope," I say with a shudder. striding off into the dark toward the music. Chapter 2 Eve. The darkness gives way to the dance floor. With flashing lights and pulsing music, bodies move fluidly to the beat. Some of the new couples are groping each other in the darker corners, the occasional cry of pleasure coming from others in the surrounding forest. The full-circle bar is jammed with unclaimed, drowning their sorrows with the abundant alcohol available. My father catches my eye and heads over, while Reese plunks himself down on a chair, as far away from the unclaimed at the bar as he can. He is going to play the waiting game. Soon as my 3 hours are up, we will head off. I am going to go get changed and conveniently forget to return to the party, especially after I trip, slip, and land on Reese. I couldn't wait. My father comes and stands in front of me. He gives me a quick appraising once-over. You look lovely, Eve. Ain't a dress even, late but lovely. He smiles with pride. They threaten me with the pink monstrosity mother has. I say with a shrug. Seemed the lesser of two evils. I'm only an hour and a bit late. Dad just laughs. 2 hours, he corrects, before offering his arm to me. I take it and glance nervously at Reese, as Dad moves me towards the unclaimed. Some of my own unclaimed warriors let out whistles and hoots of approval from the table. They have claimed as I walk past. I flip them to bird. Yak it up, boys. Your training now starts an hour earlier tomorrow. I coo to them, laughing at their groans of dismay. Dad tugs on my arm, and we begin making our way around the groups of men chatting. I am polite but obviously disinterested, not that it stops them from undressing me with their eyes. Everyone wants an alpha's daughter as their mate. I shift uncomfortably and glance around, not looking at the man who is currently rambling about how unfair it is that he wasn't the mate of such a gorgeous creature. Gag. If his touchy-feely hands touchy-feel my waist one more time, I may just have to break his fingers, but thankfully his hands move away. I smile politely to move away, while my father's shoulders subtly shake as he contains his laughter at the obvious unwanted attention. I freeze at the sound of sniffing behind me, as Sir Touchy-Feely grabs a handful of my hair and smells it. My eyes narrow at his groan of arousal. Seeing murder in my eyes, my father swiftly intervenes, deftly plucking my hair from Touchy's grasp and excusing us. Who the hell is he, and how did he make it into the light territory? Guy's got major issues, I whisper. Dad just chuckles and pats my shoulder. That slimy individual is Alpha Trent's son from the Silver River Pack, Marcus. His father is a good man though. Shame his son's such a tool then, I hiss, as he steers me to the bar. If Touchy-Feely ever takes over as Alpha, please ditch the alliance. I have to admit, I'm relieved there was no mate bond springing to life there. I'm not sure I could have blessed that joining. Dad mock shudders, signaling to the barman, who promptly pours us 2 bourbons on the rocks. Taking a sip, I close my eyes, enjoying the burn sliding down my throat. Although, I am getting worried, Eve. It's her 5th year and to be honest, I need to talk to you about Reese. My eyes snap to his, feigning nonchalance. I shrug. What about Reese? I do have some concerns. He trails off. I gulp. Did he know? I only need to make it another 5 years. Then Reese can claim me without batting an eye. We were so careful. No one knew. Well, that I knew of. Dad, however, has a very knowing look in his eyes, as he sips his drink and ponders his next words. Loud male laughter and cheers make their way from the opposite side of the bar, drawing my attention. A man in one of the groups is being congratulated for finally finding his mate, apparently already freshly mated. Going by the still raw marks on his neck, his eyes catch mine for a moment, and my dad and I salute him with our glasses to wish him well. There is a hulk of a friend of his, standing with his back to the bar, thudding on the mated man's shoulder in celebration. I'm not exaggerating. The man is built like a damn freight train, with tattoos peeking from his clothing and running down his arms. Alpha Darius, Dad whispers in my ear, forced to be reckoned with. That one. At one point he thought he was your mate. My eyes widen. Say what now? At the smile and nod of the newly mated's head in my direction, the Hulk turns in my direction with a smile on his face, which quickly morphs into disbelief. The world stops. No joke. Our eyes meet. There is nothing else. Just him and me. Unsaid promises, hopes, and dreams stretch out before us. The glass in his hand shatters as it hits the concrete, breaking the spell. One word enters my mind. Reese. I have to get to Reese. I have to run. I am in control of my destiny, not the fates. I am choosing who I love. Mate bond be damned. However, How does one run from a mate, especially an alpha? I quickly upend my drink down my throat, before snatching my now grinning father's and upending that too. Huh, guess he was right, Dad says amused, looking back across at my mate. I see him regarding me with curiosity, probably wondering why I wasn't dry humping his leg yet. I snort at the idea, reaching over the top of the bar to snag the bottle of bourbon. Decapping it, I put the bottle to my lips and guzzle. My eyes are glued to my mate while I contemplate my next move. He opens his mouth, but I hold a finger up to signal him to give me a minute. He frowns. Well done, Eve. And Alpha. My father clasps his hands together happily. I slam the bottle down with a snarl. Hell, Fu King. No, I growl at him, glancing back at my mate, who I can see is gearing himself up to pounce over the bar. I take a step away from the bar, then another, as my mate's muscles bunch. Sid, stay, I order desperately, but the Hulk isn't listening and is on the move. My flight instincts kick in, and ignoring my father's concerned shouts, I turn and race for Reese. Sorry, not today, Fido. I holler to my mate. Fuke my luck. Fuke.
Chapter 3 Darius aka Hulk. At 31 years of age, my inner clock is ticking. 11 years of not finding my mate out there. Last year I could have thrown the towel in and chosen a fellow unclaimed as my mate, but I wasn't ready to give up on my other half yet, much to the disappointment of the mature women in our pack. I knew who my mate was, or at least suspected. This is how I find myself at the bar, at the latest unmated gathering after scenting the air and realizing once again she isn't here. A few times over the more recent years, I would catch the faint intoxicating scent of her, but no matter how hard I tried to find her, I could never track her. She had to be from this pack, or one of the other allies, as I only ever scented her here at Lightning Ridge. This year I have come more prepared, with a strong suspicion about who the elusive girl is. Last year Alpha Ruben's daughter, also his head warrior, had arrived late. Her second in command had sprayed her with cologne when she arrived, and then she had tipped her perfume on him in retaliation. Then giving Zero Fukes, they danced and drank the night away, while everyone gave them a wide berth. I had laughed at their antics and admired her from the bar, not willing to jeopardize my sense of smell with the fumes coming from the pair. She was a stunning girl, with a quick wit and a love for fun. Not to mention that body of hers. It was dripping pure sin, leaving me adjusting my pants all night. I presumed the man she danced with her second to be something more, as they teased and ground against each other as the night progressed, at ease in each other's company, laughing and whispering in each other's ears. I would have given my left testicle to be where he was, or at the very least, on the other side of her, making her into a delectable sandwich. That year, there was not the slightest hint in the breeze of my mate's sense, just the overpowering smell of perfume and cologne from the two troublemakers on the dance floor. Yet deep down a part of me was shouting that she was here, so I instead drank and watched the Alpha's daughter like a dirty perf, admiring the way her body moved flawlessly to the music while wondering why I couldn't take my eyes off her. It was rare she was in attendance at these parties, usually gone as fast as she arrived, if she arrived at all. What had it? She was uninterested in mates, completely focused on training the pack warriors and herself. An oddity, most female warriors only aspired to find their mate, working softer jobs, or staying home once they had pups. Some did join the disciplined warriors, depending on the pack, but few bothered to climb the ranks. The Alpha's daughter's rank as the head warrior had caused rumbles in the council, thinking her father had favored her into the position. One demonstration later, the council never questioned it again. I believe one of the 5 warriors pitted against her never quite lost his limp, despite our healing capabilities. I could understand why they hadn't believed she had earned the role though. She was of average height, slim, lean muscles, and stunningly beautiful. With her tan skin and Bambi eyes, she walked with grace, hair and hips swaying gently. Dad said when she had entered council chambers, They had expected a soft, polite feminine voice, instead of the one that harshly accused them of wasting her goddamn tima, and then told them all after the demonstration to shove their essest opinions up their asses before stomping out again. Dad said it had been quite a sight to behold, and her fighting style very unique and impressive. Her 5 opponents didn't stand a chance. The stuffy old council had been gobsmacked. The cute innocent kitten that had appeared before them had been a saber-toothed tiger in disguise. As I had sipped my liquor, my mind turned while watching her. I began to realize her lack of attendance at these events, which very much coincided with the lack of my mate's scent. When her second wrapped his hand in her hair and angled her head up to look at him, I realized her neck was bare. She was still unclaimed. My eyes widened as alarm bells went off in my head, connecting the dots, and my eyes narrowed on her second. As he smiled into her face, as if feeling my gaze, his eyes flicked up to mine. He read the intent in my gaze and whispered in her ear. She threw back her head and laughed, before letting him lead her further into the writhing, dancing mass of couples on the floor. I plunged into the mass, trying to find her, but again she was gone. Her father claimed not to know where she was, but agreed to my request to stay till she had returned. With curiosity, unfortunately, she had not returned when news of the attack on my pack came, nor did I come back to find her. After I had buried my father, I focused and adjusted instead to my new role as alpha, but at the back of my mind, I knew that come the new year, at the next unclaimed meet, she would be mine. I was sure she was my mate. It was the only thing that made sense. What was confusing me was if she was my mate, why had I not been angry at her second for touching her? Maybe she wasn't mine. A year later, here I am once again sitting at the bar, the wind behind me, to blow my scent to my mate, but it has since died away unhelpfully. This time I do not have the pleasure of watching her dance. No sign of her second either. No scent teasing me in the wind when I arrive. And then a few hours later, a quick glance to see who my beta Logan has smiled at. There she is, just standing at the bar, with a smile. When her eyes slip past Logan to me, my breath catches, and the 11-year wait is worth it. But then, instead of a smile, or gravitating to me as I have seen other mates do in the past, she proceeds to guzzle liquor as if her life depends on it. When I decide to go to her instead, she first tries to stop me with hand gestures, then orders me to sit and stay like a common dog. Then she takes off like a bullet into the dancing throng of couples. I'm also pretty sure she just called me Fido. Guess the talk of her not wanting a mate was true. I grumble as I jump the bar to head off her escape. That's okay, kitten. I love a good chase.
Chapter 4 Eve. I plunge onto the dance floor, zigzagging through the moving bodies to evade him. My mate. My breath comes in quick gasps, and for the first time, I experience true fear. My flight mode is fully in gear. I never run. I am never afraid. But in one glance, this man has threatened my world in a way it has never been threatened before. My soul protests, wanting me to turn and claim my mate, while my heart screams in panic at the thought of losing the man who holds the key to it. Reese. This is a train wreck waiting to happen. You don't thrash around sharks, you don't bleed around piranhas, and you certainly don't run from bloody wolves. I know running is futile. He is an alpha, one of the most possessive, dominating, overbearing jerk-offs of the werewolf hierarchy. But at that moment, my warrior training and any common sense fly out the window. He's going to take me away from my home, from Reese, over my dead body. I open my pack link and send a message directly to Reese. Reese, we have to move. He's here. Go. He sends back, instantly alert. My fucking mate. We have to leave now. He's chasing me. Where are you, baby? He replies, focused and instantly alert. Dance floor. Your side. Almost out. I gasp, shoving the last few couples out of the way. I am able to spot Reese jumping out of his chair and racing toward me, shoving people out of his way in his desperation to get to me. Pulling myself free from the writhing mass, I race towards him. but instantly freeze in my tracks at the loud angry alpha growl that cuts through the music behind me. I turn and watch him untangle himself from the dancers and swallow hard. He stalks toward me, angry and frustrated, but still cautious, trying not to spook me, pausing occasionally to gauge my flight risk. I backstep hesitantly. He shakes his head in warning. I bare my teeth and backstep again. His hands come up, palms out in an attempt to placate me, but also ready to grab at me if I run again. I pull one of my throwing knives from my thigh belt and ready myself for his attack. He snakes his head and raises an eyebrow, daring me to try it. So, I do. I mean, who am I to turn down such a generous invitation? With a quick flick of my fingers, my knife is airborne. He swiftly sidesteps to the left, making it just a glancing blow. If he hadn't had his alpha reflexes, he would have been dead. That was a kill shot, he states, surprising me with the admiration in his voice. Yup, I say, popping the P. You missed, he smirks. I snake my head to the side. Did I? He reaches his hand up to his temple and feels the sticky blood coat his fingers and narrows his eyes at me. Oh, you're good, he says, grinning. I know, I say, flipping him the bird, as I continue to edge toward Reese. My mate's warning growl letting me know I am on track. Soon Reese's sun hits my nose, his warmth at my back and a steadying hand on my waist, before he swiftly moves me behind him. Both the men growl in challenge to each other, before they suddenly stop to assess the other, contemplating their next move. I realize the size difference, and I am really regretting bringing Hulk in Reese's direction. Not that Reese will go down easily, but the reality is, he can't win against an alpha, especially one built the size this one was. But I can feel them sizing each other up, and I tense ready to tag team with Reese. But nothing happens. Shouldn't they be ripping each other's spines out? Dad wanders over, shaking his head at me, laughing. Really, Eve? You thought running would solve your problem? From an alpha? From your mate? Seemed a good idea at the time. I shrug. On what planet? He guffaws. I give him the finger too. I'm feeling generous. Maybe everyone should have one. You get a finger, and you get a finger. Everyone gets a finger. He saw you fair and square this time, Eve. There wasn't a rock he wouldn't have looked under if you had got away. He would have continued to hunt you to the ends of the earth. I still had to try, Dad. I don't want a fated mate. I just want Reese. I love him. I won't apologize for that. Nor will I lose him by accepting this alpha as my mate. I will reach it. Dad's hand swiftly covers my mouth, cutting me off, as Hulk's growl starts again in warning. No one rejects a fated mate, Eve. It's just not done. Dad cautions me. I wouldn't accept it anyway. You are mine, Hulk growls. Dad turns his attention to Reese and the alpha. I think we should take this to my office. Eve, gentlemen, we have much to discuss, don't you think? I scowl at my father. Reese nods thoughtfully and wraps an arm around my waist, tugging me after my retreating father. Hulk quietly walks behind us. Both are calm, completely at odds with how a possessive alpha mate and a deeply in love chosen mate should be behaving. Something was off and I didn't like it at all. Chapter 5. Eve. We file into the large office. Reese, myself, and Hulk sitting on the four-seater love seat. In that order. I am quick to yank off my heels and attempt to quickly rub blood flow back into them. Reese pulls my legs around so I sit sideways and takes over the task of massaging my feet. I sigh with relief. Damn toe crushers, who invented the stupid things. Hulk's arm and shoulder lightly touch my back, thanks to Reese shifting me, and tingles flood me where we touch, nearly overwhelming my senses. I close my eyes for a moment, while I wrestle my hormones under control. My eyelids flutter back open, and Reese's face is passive, focused on the task at hand. His face gives nothing away of his thoughts, as he continues to get my blood circulating to my toes. Hulk sits, turned towards us, watching but saying nothing. My father sits behind his giant mahogany desk, observing us in contemplation. Interesting, Dad says with curiosity. He turns his focus to Reese. How long? Reese looks at him puzzled. How long had you been in love with my daughter? He clarifies. Reese's head swivels to me and he stares deep into my eyes. Always, he states. Dad nodded and turned to me. Eve. I shift under his gaze. Since I was 18. Dad nods again, turning his gaze to Hulk. Darius, are you feeling all right? Darius raises his brows in question and nods, unsure of the question's weight. Very interesting. Dad leans back in his chair contemplating. Seeing our puzzled looks, he clarifies. Don't you find it odd, Darius, that you didn't attack Reese the moment he laid hands on her? Don't you find it odd that you are sitting there calmly beside him? Never mind the fact that they are declaring their love for each other. Normally a mate bond would have you being possessive, not allowing another male in close proximity. Hell, in normal surly stances Reese would be a pile of mincemeat on the dance floor by now. Yet you sit here without a single growl in his direction. Darius' brows furrow in confusion, as he looks at Reese carefully and then at me. There is no urge to harm him, he says honestly. My father gets up from his seat and paces. And why is that, do you think? I am her mate, he snarls. Do not think my lack of possessiveness proves otherwise. And there it is, my father said, the possessive need to prove she's yours. Believe me, she is, of that, I have no doubt. Mate bonds click into place hard and fast. They are designed to pull the souls together and allow love to flow freely and quickly. But what do you think would happen if that connection was already made? Would the mate bond still feel the need to activate if the souls had already joined? He asks as he glances at us expectantly, waiting for us to solve his riddle. Moving around to the front of his desk, he looks at me. Eve, I think Reese is. He cuts himself off as the mind link activates. Voices coming through hard and fast. Breach, Silver River is attacking. More at the south side border. Rogues. They are massacring the party. Holy Fouquet, is that a vampire? There are vampires. As fast as links come through, they go quiet breaking. Dead. Jump into my feet. I yank open the locker in the corner of the office, throwing the loop of a scabbard over my head, and snatching up a pair of lethal dual-wield curved short swords, while Reese grabs a few toys for himself. The sound of tearing clothes lets me know Dad is going out with his natural weapons. Hulk grabs a few items from the locker too. As we hurtle outside toward the party site, the sound of yells and panic guide us. Feeling more links breaking in our minds, Dad goes full alpha. His huge jet black wolf leaps into the clearing ahead of us. The sight that greets us is dark. The temporary dance floor is slick with blood, and unidentified chunks of meat and body parts are strewn about. An unknown's head stares blankly at me, while the body it has come from twitches nearby. From the suddenness of losing its control center, those who are still upright are bloody and beaten, fighting for their lives. The sounds of flesh being torn, gasps, and screams assault my ears. All the while that slimy prick touchy-feely, Marcus sits calmly at the bar, sipping his drink. He raises his glass to me with a grin. I take in the enemy's positions and numbers, while assessing those that are my own. In mere seconds, a mayday call shoots out through the bunch of my packmates, calling them all home and to me, while urging women and children to the bunker. Leaping over the dead, I begin to move, to slice and slit anyone in my line of sight. Reese beside me on my left and surprisingly Hulk to my right, working seamlessly with my movements, as though the three of us have fought together for a decade. The alpha roars of my father echo through the clearing as he bows through the chaos, grabbing necks in his mouth and snapping them like twigs. There will be no prisoners taken today. He is out for blood, not answers. Eve, the vampires are breaking through. We can't hold them. I'm sorry, Ben, tonight's patrol leader sends through, before his link snaps. I face toward the southern border, seeing the figures speeding toward us, easily a down scene. We are fast, but vampires are faster and typically stronger. We are in big trouble. I link and urge those still standing to come to us, nudging them into formation with my mind, barking orders. We brace ourselves and continue to fight the enemy in front of us, as the real danger hurtles closer, simultaneously slashing the stomach and the neck of our who lunge at me. I raise my short curved swords and dig my heels into the dirt, ready for the first vampire that launches at me. Then I am moving, a twirling, leaping force of nature, slicing, slashing, decapitating anything near me. I hear my father's pain-filled howl. Reese, I link. On it, he replies, racing off towards my father. My brother steps up into Reese's original position, pulling the sword free from the sheath on my back. Bodies continue to fall around me, blood dripping down my arms, a feral grin on my face as I bathe in the blood of my enemies. My body aches from a few good hits I have received. Some of the blood was probably my own. I hear the warriors that have remained behind and are still standing, coming to attention, feeding me information through the pack link. I rapidly fire off orders to them as my sword swings again and again. The enemy's numbers are dwindling. Our victory is near. The enemy is on the defense instead of the attack. Yet a quick glance at Marcus shows him unfazed, still relaxed at the bar. I am missing something. My mind whirls with possibilities, throwing ideas aside before one clicks into place. I grab Darius' arm. There's more of them. The main force, nearly here. I bite out. This lot is just to weaken us and buy time. His eyes widen. His eyes are blank for a moment as he links to his pack. My packs are still 20 minutes out. I doubt they will make it in time. He growls, smashing his huge fist into another war. I link my own, urging the injured, women and children to safety, and calling our own forces en route to the courtyard. I sent them in the breeze, the vampires and the wolves, before they break through the trees. We may have stood a chance against the wares, but with the vampires with them, I had never seen so many together. They stream towards us in a never-ending flood. There is no way any of us will survive, but we sure weren't going down easy. Make them earn every step, show them what hell really is. I bellow to our fighters, hearing their growls of agreement, before throwing myself into the front lines of the enemy, blade flashing in the moonlight, evil grin on my face as I feed the grass the blood of those in my reach. More of our warriors call forth their wolf forms, better equipped to fight the vampires. No one had brought weapons to the party. I remain in my human form, to bark orders at those from allied packs who we couldn't link to. Smashing through the front lines, I make good headway, until a sword clashes with my own. My attacks are well defended and their own attacks are fast. Too fast. They are fresh. But I am tired, thinking fast. I drop suddenly to the ground, slicing my attacker's Achilles and lopping off his head. Once he's dropped like a puppet with its strings cut, I launch myself back up to full height, to continue my dance with the enemy. I'll go down eventually, but I am taking as many of these fookers with me before I do.
Chapter 6 Cyrus, deftly plucking the glass out of an oblivious Marcus's hand and taking a sip. I observe the carnage surrounding me. Marcus jumps, startled, finally noticing my presence, as I lean against the bar. Jesus, Cyrus, you need a cowbell around your neck. I nearly shit my pants. Where is the alpha of this pack? I ask, ignoring him. Marcus gestures over to the right, where the giant wolf staggers back against the overwhelming force of my men. A few of his own soldiers valiantly try to fend them off, both in wolf and human form. On his last legs, old fart's got stamina. I'll give him that. Should have dropped ages ago. Marcus snorts. Yes, thank goodness it's not a fair fight, or you would be dead and buried, while they sip wine on your grave. I say dryly, where is his heir? Marcus points to the main fight. Somewhere in that mess. His luscious sister too. Oh, this is news. Ruben has a daughter. This changes everything. Even when Ruben's body is decomposed in death, the torment of his soul will long continue. I smile my first genuine smile. Jesus Christ, Marcus shudders. Don't smile again, ever. Scariest, evil shit I have ever seen. I grab him by his hair. Where's the daughter? Ash. Okay, man, she's at the main fight too. She's the only thing keeping their side going. Look, while he fights against my grip, I follow the way he pointed with my eyes to behold a magnificent sight. I am so surprised I release my tight grip on Marcus's greasy locks. It is like she is dancing, fluidly, with grace. She is a twirling wind of death. Every strike hits its target. Beside her are two men in upright form, and below a handful in wolf. They move like a well-oiled machine, each predicting the movements of the others. The wolves distract the enemy from her attacks or deal the killing blow. The men guarding her sides and back were just as lethal, with precise blows hitting every target. How she is keeping up with the vampires was a mystery. She could be one herself. With the speed she moves, the way she bares her teeth and snarls at her opponents, she leads the dance as the small group lunge forward, rotates, and swap positions. Constant, unpredictable change. I've never seen anything like it, especially not from a woman. At least Ruben has done something of worth in my absence. It is hard to believe the worthless shit could have created such perfection. She is covered in blood, but I doubt much of it is her own. barefoot and chest heaving with exertion. I feel my snake twitch for the first time in years. I allow myself a moment to imagine licking the blood off her skin. With a swift inhale, I reground myself. Enough playing. I whisper through my men's minds. Separate them, overwhelm them, do what you want with the rest, but bring me the errand girl. Alive, incapacitated is fine. I claim the daughter as payment. Marcus says she will make a very fine, luscious Luna. You will claim no such thing. I have plans for her. I snap. I turn my attention to the staggering alpha, pushing everyone out of my way. Only one other standing with him now. I backhand his protector full force into the pile of bodies behind them before turning back to the alpha. Reuben, old friend, long time no see. I reach over and pat his head in greeting, deftly avoiding his snapping jaws and ignoring his warning growls. That's not polite. Now, where is your beautiful wife, Sabine, I wonder? Or should I say, my mate, right on time. I hear the screams as two of my men bring her forward. Reuben's ripples and retreats as he merges back into his human form, struggling to stand upright. Cyrus, please no, Reuben begs, struggling against the man now restraining him. Don't you dare plead to me. You took everything that was mine. Now I return the favor twofold. Your coveted wife will die. Your pack and lands will be burned to ashes. Your heir will be destroyed. I walk over to Sabine, stroking her hair soothingly as she trembles. Sabine was always weak for an alpha's daughter, but she was supposed to be mine, and I accepted her at the time, as good mates do. But Sabine had other ideas, as did Reuben. That alpha title, the land, and the pack that should have been mine were all torn away because she couldn't accept a vampire as her mate, wanting to keep her lines pure. Interspecies matings weren't unheard of. Well, but they happened. Reuben wanted her to be his and unknown to me, fancied himself in love. He had grown up with her and had given up waiting for his mate when he reached the age of 30. We were supposed to be allies, him and I. I called him a friend, but instead of friendship, they plotted and betrayed my trust, poisoned me, drained me of my blood, and entombed my pain-racked body. Then they moved on with their lives and played happy families, forgetting me, while I wasted away in endless silence and darkness. Thank God for curious humans poking into places they probably shouldn't and setting me free. With my man holding her steady, I wrapped my arms around Sabine's waist and nestled into her neck, breathing in her scent. For a moment, I contemplated what could have been. I'd had her once when the maid bond had first reared its head, and before she had gathered her father's ideals around her. I clenched my jaw as I shoved the thoughts away and bring my lips to her ear. Your daughter is magnificent, I whispered to her. Looks like I'll claim a piece of you after all. She tenses in my hands, eyes widening in realization. I give her a minute to fully process my words before looking across to her chosen mate with a grin, nodding to the man guarding him. I watch as they wrestle him to his knees. I gently moved my hand up to Sabine's neck, loving the whimper of fear that escapes from her lips. My nails elongate to sharp points, and I dragged my index finger across her throat deeply. The scent of her blood hits me. I lick up the side of her face and inhale deeply with a shudder. I tuck her head back by her hair to widen the opening in her throat, while she chokes on her own blood. Her alpha's howl of despair echoes through the territory. It is music to my ears. I step away from Sabine's death gasps, nodding to the man holding her. They immediately tear her limb from them. The arms they were holding are the first to go, closely followed by her head, while the now silent alpha watches on in horror, his chest heaving. One of my men bows her head along the grass, where it stops at her alpha's knees, to mockingly gaze emptily at her lover's crotch. Want some head, alpha? One of the men jeers, before erupting into laughter. My own lips twitch for a moment. Now it is time to deal with my old friend. Finish what he had started all those years ago. but not before I tell him all the juicy details of what I have planned for his baby girl. May the prick never rest in peace.
Chapter 7. Reuben. My body shakes with pain as the soul I was bound to is torn away from my own. Every fiber of my being tries to stop my own soul from following hers. My heart twists in pain and shreds, leaving me breathless and hollow. I try to force air into my lungs and stop my mind from shattering. Sabine is no more. Not even her body remains, ripped to shreds in front of my eyes by the monsters that invaded my lands. Her blood drips from the hands of her attackers, soaking into the ground below. Her moment of terror and her pleading eyes were on constant replay in my mind. Her head at my knee sits as a reminder of my failure. She hadn't stood a chance. Sabine was always mine, my mate. Yes, I was supposed to have shared her, but at the time, I hadn't realized that if already in love, the jumpstart the mate bond usually provided wouldn't activate. I had presumed myself in love with someone meant for another. When she had come to me panicked, after finding my best friend Cyrus to be her fated, I had agreed to her wishes with a heavy heart. Her father would never accept a vampire as the future alpha. He banished any pack members that had paired with other species, wanting to keep his pack lines pure. Oh, we plotted and planned, catching him off guard with an injection made of a mix of wolfsbane and nightshade. Once unconscious, we had bled him out so he desiccated, before entombing him deep in a caving system. Sabine had wanted me to finish him, but I couldn't bring myself to betray him further. I was hopeful that one day when we were long gone from this earth, he would find a way to free himself and find a new life. Apparently, his get-out-of-jail-free card had arrived earlier than we could have ever anticipated. I deserved this. He was my karma incarnated. I still remember the day her father had taken us to the Dragon clan to renew the alliance. Their oracle pulled me aside to tell me my mate was pregnant, and her child had a vital role to play in the future. When I said she was my chosen, not my mate, she had laughed and informed me that yes, she was indeed my mate. There I learned of the glitch in the mating system, the same glitch my daughter had now found. Without even realizing, how many years did I waste waiting to claim Sabine, when I could have been mated and been alpha? By the time Cyrus had met her, things could have been so different. I wouldn't have made Sabine turn from him. As Cyrus stalks closer to me, my eyes flick to where Reese has landed on a body pile. He had to know. He couldn't make the same mistakes I did. Reese, wake up. I hope you can hear me. Listen closely. I see his fingers twitch. Alpha, you are Eve's true mate and so is Darius. She is double-mated. The bond had no need to activate because your souls were already entwined. Protect her, guide her, tell her I'm sorry. This is my fault. He has every right to destroy me. Do not spill more blood seeking revenge. Don't react. Play dead. Let them leave and rebuild. Do you understand? This is my last order for you. Alf, yes, my alpha. Cyrus' dominating presence settles behind me. My eyes blur as my soul begins to wither from the tearing of Sabine's soul. But I feel Cyrus' strong cold hands come to rest on either side of my face. Kayla, Eve, be strong. Retreat and survive. I love you. I bid them goodbye. I hear Cyrus' words as he whispers in my ear. Know this before you die. Your beautiful daughter will be mine. I will have her a broken shell. I will beat her, starve her, bleed her, humiliate and rape her. And then when she is but a husk, broken and confide me no more, I will make her love me. I will make her my queen. Despite your best efforts, one way or another I will have a piece of Sabine. The best piece. She will be the perfect submissive and willingly accept me when I'm done. His hands pressed tightly against my face. Eve, run, get. My link snaps at the same time as my neck does. Then there is nothing.
Chapter 8. Darius aka Hulk. They swell around us, overwhelming us with sheer numbers. As our exhaustion and wounds cause us to falter, my mate and I continue to fight, anticipating each other's movements. Our muscles trembling with exertion. The magnificent being at my side staggers for a moment, and I am quick to wrench her back onto stable footing. The sparks reassured me of her life force. Our eyes meet for a moment, our breathing ragged in our ears. In that split second, regret, understanding, what could have been, passes between us, before she roars a magnificent battle cry, swinging her deadly swords at the vampires. Her brother echoes his sister's roar for blood, swinging his sword at the enemy. The vampires are swarming now, many hands grabbing at us, lashing out and pulling us down. Our weapons pulled from our grasp as they bring us to our knees. We grapple with them, trying to hold them off. Eve snarls in anger, headbutting the vampire trying to pin her. He roos back but is immediately replaced by another. I find myself dragged backward away from her. I roar, desperate to be by her side. We fight together. We die together. I rip at those keeping me from her, pulling myself free, scrambling towards her. A vampire steps away from her as she sways on her knees, then slumps. Her brother lies still beside her. I pull her into my arms. Eve, Eve, I tighten my grip on her, holding her as I bury my nose in the curve of her neck, taking in her tantalizing scent, feeling the sparks on my skin. My teeth elongate as I sink my teeth into her, marking her as mine, our souls twining together. Not a complete mating, but at least now our souls know each other. Maybe in the afterlife, we can have a few drinks and sort our shit out. Or she might spend the afterlife kicking my bum for marking her without permission, releasing her from my jaws. I stroke her matted, bloody hair from her face and kiss her forehead, ignoring the sound of a sword swinging towards me from behind. I memorize her face with my eyes. I'm so focused on her that I only give a soft grunt when the sword plunges into my back. It doesn't hurt as much as I thought it would. My eyes slowly lose focus. I can't see her anymore, but I don't panic. I know what she looks like. Her face burned into my mind and her smell reassured me. I feel my hold loosening from her body and my hands spasm as I attempt to grab at her, wanting her to stay close. I feel a swift kick to my shoulder, and my body pitches to the side as she slides from me against my will. Through the newly established mate bond, I whisper in her mind, "I'll see you soon, kitten." Sounds trickle into my ears as I am dragged by my legs. Confused and disoriented, my brain scrambles to get its bearings. The noises around me are disjointed. My brain sluggishly kicks into gear. How am I still alive? My hearing clears and I hear orders being barked out as well as a few chuckles of laughter and the odd scream. I can feel my body, but my body isn't taking any orders right now. Not even a finger twitched. No bodies available. Please leave a message after the beep. The dragging motion stops and I feel myself being lifted before I'm dropped suddenly on something uncomfortably lumpy and squishy. I can't seem to peel my eyes open, despite my best efforts. Nobody's home, remember dipshit, I chastise myself. But I can smell dirt, lots of it, not only mine. Just the last 3 by that big tree, then we can light it up. A voice says. There is a grunted response, then murmurs as they walk away. I can hear a soft groan not far from me. Then the murmurs come back. Then silence. Something lands heavily on me and more weight quickly follows. It is harder to breathe now, with something sticking wetly to my face, and panic sets in. I am in a body pile. Quick, light it up. Their reinforcements are nearly at the borders. One of the voices barks. Keep your pants on, neck. Just throwing a bit more oil in the frying pan. There is the muffled sound of a match being struck, and then a whoosh sound hits my ears. The smell of smoke, singed hair, and burnt meat filters through to my nose before my mind slips back into darkness. Alpha, my gamma's voice blows into my mind with force, jolting my mind back into awareness. Kano, where are you? I fire somewhere, I reply dazedly. It is getting hard to breathe. Ted, I was hoping you weren't going to say that, he mutters. There is a loud thud, then another, then the sound of wood splintering. Oh my God, my gamma's horror-filled voice reaches my ears. Darius, call out. Can't I link him? Body's not responding. I can hear you though. Darius. Yep, that's closer. There is a groan to my left. Some of these people are alive. Pull out as many as you can before the whole place goes up. My gamma yells out. I can feel more people moving around me. The weight above me is lifted. Holy shit, Afar, Connor. I got him, a voice calls out above me. Quick, get him out. Then come help us get more of them, Connor yells out. I feel myself being roughly grabbed and carried in a fireman's hold before I'm unceremoniously flopped down on the cold gobum. With fresh oxygen reaching my lungs, my brain starts to settle and orientate itself. The pain begins to beat at me like a pulse. My body lets me know it is hanging in there and is very unhappy about it. My hands spasm, grasping at, what? Oh my God, Eve. My mind is suddenly crystal clear. I reach for the foreign bond in my mind and tug at it. It remains still, not shriveled or dead, just unresponsive, maybe unconscious. My hands continue to twitch for something not there until they are grasped in warm hands. Alpha, I've got you. Dark's on the way, Connor says. He rolls me gently on my side and shoves something soft against my back, tying it to me. I've got a live one, someone calls out. Good, keep searching, Connor calls back. I've located the safe bunker. Connor, we are bringing out the women and children now. Got another survivor. I feel myself relax in the safety of Connor's arms as he keeps the pressure on my wound. Survivors are a good thing. All is not lost, and somewhere amongst the survivors is my mate. The bond isn't dead. I let my mind slip away to darkness, to heal, knowing I am in safe hands and no doubt my mate is too.
Chapter 9 Eve. Muffled sounds filter through to my ears as I stir. I hear a laugh and groan. Jesus, how much did I have to drink last night? My body feels like it has been hit by a truck, and there is a jackhammer going off in my head. I am so disoriented. The sounds around me were unfamiliar and the musty smell in the air was foreign. I crack open an eye. My vision is blurry with little light. I move my hands to rub my eyes, finding them numb and uncooperative. I hear a jingling noise when I try again. I realize my arms are raised above me unrestrained. For a moment I smirk. Reese and his kinky bum are at it again, but the laugh I hear suddenly has my head jerking up to take better stock of my surroundings. I carefully scent the air. Being the musty smell is the scent of old blood and excretion. I can faintly smell the scent of my brother, his mate, as well as other unknown wolves I don't recognize. My vision moves into focus, and I can see walls of bars surrounding me. I am in a cell, 3 walls of bars and 1 of stone. I don't think we are in Kansas anymore, Toto. I raise myself cautiously from the floor, the chains at my wrists clinking as I move, bracing a foot against the stone wall. Survival mode now kicks in. I grip one of the chains in both hands, and yank as hard as I can against it, but let go fast, hissing in pain as the skin on the palms of my hands burns and bubbles. Bloody silver, thin material wrapped around my wrists has stopped it from burning prior. I rack my brain trying to figure out what the hell is going on. I start listing events in my head. 1. SX in the shower with Reese whoop. 2. Unmated party boo. 3. Found my mate groan. Bloody Hulk. 4. Dad in the office acting all weird. 5. The pack was attacked. My brain floods with memories and I choke back a sob. Mom, Dad, they are gone. Dad's voice told me to run, and then I was overwhelmed by the enemy. I sniffed the air hoping for the familiar scent of Reese, but only the faint scent of Caleb and Cassie is in the air. I try through the pack link to reach my brother, but it oddly lies uninterested in my mind, unwilling to relay a message. Feeling through the tethers in my head, not that there were many left. They are all lying quietly, without energy. I also stumbled across a new link that wasn't there prior to the attack. It is as quiet as the rest, but I have no idea who it leads to. I shake my head in confusion. Before refocusing on the chains at my wrists, I weave my fingers together to strengthen my grip, careful to avoid touching the silver chain and cuffs. Again, bracing my foot against the stone wall, I pull, while my sore body protests against using any force. Stubbornly I place the second foot on the wall, pulling against it as hard as I can. Not that it makes a difference. With chains and their anchor holding firm, I flop against the wall, resting my aching arms. Why am I so sore? I should be halfway healed by now. My wounds should be sealed, bruises in their final stages. Yet I feel like I'm not long off the battleground. I try to call forth my wolf form, but it is like a static noise in my head. Well, there goes plan B. Caleb. I hoarsely call as loud as I dare, not wanting to bring attention to myself, but my surroundings are silent with the exception of the muffled voices from earlier and that stupid laugh I keep hearing. Seriously, was the man a damn seal in a past life? The voices are too far away for me to make out their words, and the cells around me are still and quiet. I'd eventually sit back down with my arms back above me, pulling my legs close to my chest as my adrenaline slows down. It is cold and I am sore and tired. With nothing else to take my attention and nothing immediately to do, I allow myself to downsie off. I'm sure my captors will make themselves known soon enough, and in the meantime, I need to regain what strength I can. A sharp prick to my neck makes my eyes jerk open. My feet lunge me into a standing position, instantly alert and growling. There is some light now, but only enough to show the outline of two men in my cell, and the glint of the needle tip in one of their hands. I feel the chains that had gone slack when I stood tighten and lift me off my heels. I kick out my leg as one of the men steps closer to me. He evades it neatly, but I get him with my other foot that swiftly followed. He gives a grunt and falls back momentarily. He smells of a wolf, but not one I am familiar with. None of that. That's not how you treat a new friend. He chastises, moving to my side, stroking my hair, and following it down to cup one of my breasts. And we are going to be such very good friends. He pushes his nose into my hair and lets out a groan, drawing my scent into his nose loudly. I move my face fast, latching my teeth onto his cheek and digging down hard. He thrashes, trying to get away, finally landing a punch to my ribs, before pulling himself free. That wasn't very nice, he growls. I spit the trophy in my mouth at him, and hear it hit his chest before it audibly plops on the ground. You're right, I smirk. You taste like bum. His hand goes to his cheek, where the large chunk is now absent. You bitch, he roars, raising his hand to me. It is swiftly intercepted by the second man. He said not to mark her face. The second man says, laughing. Yeah, well, he said nothing about the rest of her. Turn the feral bitch around. The second man walks back out of the cell, and there is soon a humming noise. As my chains tighten further, feet dangling above the floor, I feel myself turning against my will, until my side scrapes the rock and then my nose. As I face the wall, I feel what was left of my dress torn off my back before that disgusting man's hands start roaming over my bare skin. Beautiful and soft. It's a shame, really. He moves my hair aside and lays it over my shoulder. Sorry, not sorry, bitch, he whispers harshly in my ear. He moves away from me and I strain my ears for a clue as to what he's up to. It isn't long before I hear a strange swishing noise, swiftly followed by a crack, as my back burns like fire as it is torn open. My eyes bulge and my breath whooshes out in a rush. Before I can recapture my breath, the whooshing comes again and I know the whip is again airborne. I struggle to keep my silence, biting down into my shoulder, to contain the screams that want to claw their way out of my throat. The whip flies through the air again and again. Every strike hits true and rips open a new part of my back, until there's no more space and they begin to just cut deeper. I can feel my blood pouring down my legs. I have no idea how long my torment lasts, or how many times the whip kisses the raw meat of my back. My breath comes in harsh gasps, my body trembling in shock, and my consciousness wavering in and out. Still, I make no sound. I will not give them the satisfaction. Suddenly it stops. Only the harsh breathing of my attacker and my own. The sole sounds in the now quiet cell. The light slowly brightens, showing me the rock wall is a pale gray, with spots. Nope, not spots. That is my vision struggling to cope with the blood loss. There is a thudding noise coming from the second man, as I feel him step closer to me. You made a mess of the floor, Alaric, he says to the first man. Worth it, he gasps out, trying to drag in much needed oxygen after his workout. It truly is a work of art, one of your best, I think. It feels like Thanksgiving with the most succulent turkey, nicely dressed on the table, dripping in its own juices. He leans into my ear and hisses, and I am famished. His faint scent warns me. He's a vampire and here I am bleeding everywhere. This definitely is not going to end well. I feel a tug at what's left of my dress resting on my hips before I hear it tear. He pulls it free before tossing it aside. All I have left is the tiny black lace thong I had donned in anticipation of ruse. The night of the attack. The man behind me licks across my shoulder, making his way down my back, and I shudder in revulsion. He smacks his lips together in appreciation as he comes to rest his cheek on my butt cheek. I try to squirm away, my movement slow and clumsy, but he swiftly leans his weight against me, pinning me to the wall. His fingers play with the edge of my thong at my hip, before he swiftly grabs it and tears it from me. He comes back up to my shoulder and turns my head to meet his eyes. I headbutt him. He staggers back a step laughing and lifts what is left of my thong and smells it, before sticking them in his front pocket. "The turkey is lovely, darling," he croons, "but now it's time for dessert." He reaches his hand down and out of my sight, before I hear his zip being lowered. My eyes widen, realization coming to my exhausted mind. I choke on my protest. My throat is dry as a bone. He smirks and moves behind me, hands on my hips as he positions himself against me. "Now, darling, open wide and say H. He yells, impaling himself halfway and then forcing himself the rest of the way, tearing his way through my unwelcoming inner muscles. He bites into my neck as he shoves his way inside, drawing my blood into his mouth in loud gulps, his teeth burning inside my flesh as a snake destroys my nether region. A garbled sob falls from my mouth, which I quickly cut off and bite my lip. He begins to move inside me, sliding easier each time as my blood becomes his personal lubricant. He thrusts brutally, using his species speed to move faster than normal. He changes his angle, hammering into my cervix entrance like he is trying to push out my belly button. My screams choke in my throat, wanting me to give them a voice, but I swallow them instead, as well as my tears. I will not give him the satisfaction of hearing my pain. I hear a gasp not far from me. "Eve, oh God no." The man behind me stops thrusting. "Turn her," he orders. The humming of the mechanism sounds in the cell as my chains turn me, pulling my attacker from my body until I face him. The man grabs my thighs, lifting them as I feebly thrash and protest. My body refuses to do what I want it to do. Then he is back inside me, deeper this time. One hand holds my chin firmly as he grains into my face. I shift my eyes over his shoulder, where I can see my brother, being chained to the wall of another cell opposite my own. Tears pour down his face in horror as he watches, thrashing against his restraints. "Don't look, Caleb." I bite out, trying to keep the pain from my voice and make myself sound unaffected. My voice lets me down, coming out slurred. "It's just a body. Turn away. It's just a body. It doesn't matter. It's a shell. Not me." Caleb's eyes meet mine and hold me captive. "Please, Caleb," I whisper, "don't look." His jaw clenches and his eyes harden. As he looks into my eyes, I give him my best blank eyes. Finally, he turns his eyes to the side, hands balled into fists. The vampire chuckles as he speeds up, thrusting even deeper than before. I close my eyes, thinking of my beautiful forest, of running free, desperate to send my mind elsewhere. A swift slap to my face quickly brings me back to the dark, evil eyes of my attacker. I would spit in his face if I had the saliva to do so. I try to bite his face as I had done with his body, but my body is sluggish, and my neck moves like I am in the water. This allows him plenty of time to grab my jaw and squeeze it into submission. The spots in my vision worsen and my head spins. I hear him give a growl and his movements become erratic. With a roar, he pauses for a moment, head thrown back and eyes rolling as he comes. Before thrusting 4 more times, kissing my temple and stroking my hair, he laughs. "I hadn't come that hard in years. Gorgeous. I'll definitely be back for seconds." He withdraws himself slowly from me. "Right, lower her back down. She's done for now." The vampire steps away as the humming noise sounds and my chains slacken, allowing my feet to be flat on the floor before they slacken off completely. My body screeches in protest and my legs refuse to hold me up, buckling under my weight. With the chains slackened, my butt slowly touches the ground, and my arms rest at head height. My weak body falls to rest against the wall behind me, grazing harshly against the raw meat of my back. I don't have the strength to move away. My vision wavers in and out, and my limbs tremble. I don't know if it is blood loss, or whatever they have injected me with that's causing my body to rebel against me. The black spots fill my vision until all I can see is black. Then thankfully I pass out. Chapter 10. Eve. Ice cold water brings me to my senses with a gasp. My eyes fly open and my chest heaves. "Rise and shine, bitch," the whip wielder from yesterday laughs. "So, this is the seal Barker." I raise an eyebrow at him. "Can I help you, dipshit?" I growl, glaring at him. "I can see your wolf in your eyes. Must be medicine time." he grumbles, watching me warily. He fumbles with his shirt pocket and brings out a syringe, pulling the cap off with his teeth and spitting it off to the side. He lunges forward fast, grabbing a handful of hair and jerking my head to the side. My sore body surprisingly responds to my demands and leaps up swiftly, kicking out his legs. I loop one of my chains around his neck and pull tight. He gasps, pulling at the chain even as both his neck and fingers sizzle against the silver. Fouquet, yeah, get him. Eve. My brother cheers from the cell opposite. I bare my teeth in a feral grin and pull harder, hoping to either burn my way through his neck or choke him to death. The latter was looking closer as his legs begin to spasm in their death throes. I feel him go limp. At the same time, I hear footsteps rushing toward our cells. I quickly pull my chain free and using both hands break my victim's neck, before twisting it off and throwing it at the vampire who enters my cell. He bats it aside and surveys the scene. Well, that's unfortunate. You killed Marcus's beta. He's going to be pissed, he says at last. I grin at him. Tough shit. I'll send him a letter of condolence. The vampire shrugs. Didn't like him much anyway. He grabs the beheaded man's foot and drags him out of the cell, pausing to scoop up the head by its hair, before heading back the way he has come. Eve, my brother begins. My eyes flash at him. I am not discussing last night with him. Can you use the pack link? I interrupt instead. He shakes his head. Reach your wolf. He shook his head again. Well, Fouquet, I groan. It's the damn injections they keep giving us. God knows what's in that shit. Kills the lynx, puts the wolf to sleep, slows us down, makes everything a bit fuzzy. Caleb grumbles. Before long the vamp is back, looking over my blood-covered form, and scenting the newer blood on myself in the floor. He licks his lips and readjusts his crotch. I curl my lip at him in disgust as he takes a step towards me. We lose eye contact the moment we hear another set of footsteps coming toward us. I hear you've been a naughty girl, Eve, Marcus says as he comes into view. Traitor, I hiss, lunging at him only to be pulled up short by the chains. I growl in frustration, but he stumbles backward in surprise, and I gratefully accept the consolation prize. Marcus is scared of me. I see we are feisty this morning, he mumbles. I glare at him, letting him see his death in my eyes. I let him know, when I get out of this shithole, I will kill him as painfully as possible without any mercy. All I see is a dead man walking. I sneer at him. Now, Eve, there's no need to be like that. We're doing this for a good cause. If you could only see the upheaval in our lands, you would understand. Marcus begins talking about the growing divide between the species. The dragons are the head powerhouse, but they shouldn't be. How this war that has been started will lead to a brand new world. Yada, yada, yawn. Someone just shoot me and ball gag this egotistical prick with a god complex. I roll my eyes at his ramblings and yawn. I'm bored already, but then I sense it and sit up straighter as a mind link stirs. Reese. It stirs, but I can't hear through it. Pack links don't do so well over long distances, and they become just a thread to see if someone is still alive. The foreign link I felt a day or two ago stirs to life after a few moments. Kitten, can you hear me? I flinch. Who the hell is that? Kitten, I can feel you. Let me see through your eyes. I immediately bring the link forward. I don't care who it is, as long as they get us out of this. I look at each of my captors' faces and look at my brother so they know he is alive. I look around the cell. The hall leading God knows where in the chains above me, holding me in place. I don't know where I am and they keep drugging us. We can't heal. We aren't strong or fast enough to get out. I've killed one, but I haven't seen any more bar those two I showed you. But there's definitely more. Is the pack alive? I ask. Those in the bunker made it. A few survivors from the battle, but the rest are gone. The voice replies. My sadness for my pack floods the link for a moment. Reese made it. The voice soothes. Who are you? I finally ask. It's your mate, Darius. How badly hurt are you, kitten? The voice replies. But that's impossible. We had no pack link between us, nor had we marked each other. Oh. I immediately break off as my jaw is harshly grabbed. The vampire snarls at me. She's linking. I kick out at him, but expecting it, he blocks it just as fast with his free hand. I wrench my face free of his grip, and then immediately lurch forward and headbutt him. Fouquet, he swears, staggering back. He rights himself and throws a fast, hard punch to my temple. Pain blooms and feeds down the link. As my head spins, I shake it off as Hulk screeches down the link at me. Picking up on the pain flare, I feel the prick to my neck, just as my world was tilting back up the right way. They just redosed me. Link's gonna shut down soon. I slur through the link. I can hear Hulk's muffled curses before the link goes limp. Now, Eve, Marcus begins, stepping forward confidently now that the drug is taking effect. I have tried very hard to be hospitable, but misbehavior does have its consequences. He pulls out a small pocket knife and reaches up to the material at my wrist. Slipping the knife under it, he makes a cut upwards, then yanks at the looser material, tearing it the rest of the way and free of my wrist. The burn is immediate. Moving to the other side, he repeats his movements and soon my other wrist fires its nerve endings in agony. He looks at my face expectantly, but I give him a blank face. He frowns at my lack of response. Turning on his heel, he marches out of the cell. The humming signals the raising of the chains, and I soon find myself dangling 2 feet above the ground. The wounds on my back reopen with a new position. Marcus claps his hands together gleefully. Now it's consequence time. He chortles. He turns to the vamp. Let's bring in our guest, shall we? The vampire returns the grin and stalks out of the cell. Marcus leans into me. I love a good family reunion, he says as the screams start.
Chapter 11 Darius aka Hulk. Okay, I yell as the link goes limp. I toss my plate at the wall and yank at my hair. Reese stands back up to his full height, having narrowly missed worrying my dinner. He scowls at me before stepping towards the bed I am stuck in. How is she? Is she okay? He demands. I shake my head. She was trying to filter the pain and emotions out, but I got enough of a whiff. She's not great, but she's hanging in there. I mutter. Did you manage to get any intel? Anything to push us in a direction? Reese asks, desperate for something to point us the right way. She's being drugged. She's silver-chained. Marcus and some vamp have her. Looks like an old modified underground dungeon or something like it. Caleb's there too, alive and looks in good shape. The bond when it was fired up was pulling me to the west. No idea how many men Marcus has on site, I say, rattling off everything I can think of. Reese taps his chin as he thinks over the information. So, Packlink starts to gain interference and act intermittent at around 800 miles and limp about 50 after that. If they are west and out of my range, he yanks the map off the wall and brings it over to my bed, pointing to us in Missouri. He drags his finger west toward Colorado, pausing his finger. He starts checking the miles from where we are to the towns on the map on his phone. I'm pegging them to be somewhere around Cannon City ways. You're saying they're in Dragon territory, I say with disbelief. Reese shrugs at me. When you think about it, soup leaders are only allowed on Dragon Clan territory once a year to renew alliances or by strict prearrangement. None of us would think of going there uninvited. It would be a slaughter to any non-dragon. You know what they are like with rogues and whatnot. The dragons are too arrogant to think someone would risk it these days. I imagine they wouldn't be impressed to find a traitorous pack of rogues and wraiths camping under their noses. I muse. Reese grins and holds out my cell phone to me. So do you want to call them? Or do you want me to do the honors? He laughs. I swiftly snatch the phone and plug in the number to the Dragon King's assistant. No one gets to talk to the king without going through Adele first. She answers on the 4th ring. This better be important, Darius. She snarls down the phone. Oh, I'd say it's king's attention worthy, I replied illy. You have 5 minutes. Convince me, Adele says disbelievingly. I can almost see her shaking her head and checking her perfectly vicious nails in boredom. I only need one, rogues, Reese, and a wolf pack turned traitor on your territory, setting up base camp, all working together, and you have zero clue they are there. Call me when His Highness wants to talk. I hang up before she can acknowledge what I said. Reese raises an eyebrow at him. I hold up a hand and slowly tuck a finger down each second. As I tuck the last one down, the phone begins to ring in my other hand. I shake my head. He is so predictable. I let it ring half a dozen times before I bother to answer it on speakerphone. Your Highness, I begin smoothly. So very nice of you to call. Where are they? He barks. Well, Your Highness, we believe they are in the Cannon City area. Why in the blazes would they be there? He sounds perplexed. I'll let Reese explain the math. I motion to Reese and let him explain why Cannon City is of interest. Once he's done, the king is quiet on the other end, deep in thought. So not necessarily Cannon City. Anyway, just before 850 miles. As long as it's west, he muses, I'll send out seekers. I'm not sure how effective that will be. They are underground. I got a glimpse through her eyes. Looked like an old dungeon, or a cave or something of the like, but there were new silver cells. Although I'm confused about how they managed to move their army there and modernize their new base, without the all-seeing dragons noticing. I taunt. The king roars through the phone, and I have to hold the phone away while he sees. I know heads will roll once the base is located, and whoever was patrolling the area will have their bum kicked. Finally, reining himself in, the king snarls through the phone. I'll send Garrett in on foot. He sees. I hesitate when I hear the king's brother's name. How is Garrett doing? I ask cautiously. The king sighs. All hostility is suddenly gone. Loses himself a little more each day. I'm not sure how much longer he can hang on. He says reluctantly, his worry seeped through. Are there any signs of the dreams yet? I asked. Oh, he's showing no signs of dream walking to his mate. I think he's too far gone now to know what they are. Even if he did, the king sighs. Then his voice stills itself again. I'll call when I find something. The line goes dead. Jesus, is it a good idea to send Garrett out? Reese asks. The guy was barely sane last time we went to renew the alliance. What if he goes into a feat of bloodlust and hurts Eve and Caleb? He's still a good tracker and the king's best bet to find the base. He's leal too, hopefully. There's enough of him still inside to recognize the difference between the bad guys and the innocent. I shake my head sadly. He's been around too long without a mate to anchor his human side. God, I was getting tetchy at my age. Imagine going hundreds of years without finding your mate. She must be dead. It's unheard of for a dragon to be without so long. Such a waste. Wonder when the king's going to put him out of his misery. Reese muses. Not sure. He sounds pretty worried. I imagine it won't be too far away. At least in the meantime, he makes the ultimate killing machine.
Chapter 12 Eve. They drag Cassie by her hair to the cell beside my brother. She screams and thrashes, while my brother throws himself against his restraints, and we both call them all the names under the sun. At last, the vampire has Cassie restrained, and then both my brother and my sister-in-law begin to be raised up above the floor by their chains. Marcus surveys us with a wide-shading grin. I wished I was free, even if it was just long enough to punch it from his face. Right, game time. Here's how this is going to work. Marcus begins to pace as he speaks. We will give you 5 minutes to decide between you which two will eat and which one will go without and have weight added to their ankles. The one with the weight added is stuck with it until tomorrow. Then, you will be given a 5-minute reprieve to choose who gets what. All over again tomorrow. Those who eat will get to stay on the floor. However, the moment you are selected to have weight on, even if you are selected to eat at a later date, you will only get 10 minutes before you are raised by your chains to continue to bear the weight you have. Is everyone with me so far? He takes our glares and silence as agreement. Good. So, you have 5 minutes starting now to decide who will be the longest to suffer. Eve will be the only one to tell me what the decision is, and by God, you will make a decision, Eve, or I'll add weight to you all and none will eat. He walks away, taking the vampire with him. Me, Caleb says straight away. Cassie needs the food, and her body won't take as much as ours will, and Jesus, Eve, you have been through enough. You're still dripping on the floor. Your back's mincemeat and what that vamp did to you. Fine. I blurt to shut him up. I do not need Cassie to know how low I've fallen. I glance at Cassie. You okay, Cass? They hurt you? She shakes her head. As tears fall. No, I was knocked out. I just woke up a while ago. A wolf was watching me. Then that vamp came. Cassie turns her head to her mate. I'm so sorry I wasn't strong enough to keep our baby safe. I'm so sorry. She is ugly crying now and Caleb is trying to make soothing noises to her. Marcus and his fanged sidekick come back into view. Has a decision been reached? He asks formally. I nod. They eat. I get the weight. I say coldly. Like bloody hell. Caleb growls. That wasn't the decision we made. I roll my eyes at him. She needs you, Caleb, and you're the alpha now. What head warrior would I be if I didn't put the well-being of my alpha and Luna ahead of my own? I speak softly. Caleb bows his head to me. He knows I am right, but he doesn't like it, even if it is the way it is meant to be. The vampire lowers their chains and wanders off, soon returning with a wooden trolley, 2 good meals on it and 2 weights. He slides the meals across the concrete to their waiting hands, before locking their cells and turning to me with a grin. He reaches down to the bottom tier of the trolley and pulls out 2 thick short chains. Silver chains, of course. He drops one on the ground below me and kneels, catching my foot as it attempts to kick him in a slow-motion style. Whatever shit they have us on is screwing all my chances to fight back. The vampire deftly wraps the chain in his hand around the back of my ankle, crossing it at the front, and then locking it in place under the arch of my foot. I welcome the immediate burn it brings, distracting me from the burn at my wrists and back. He then quickly repeats the process with the other chain. The vampire strides away to the trolley, to return with the 2 weights dangling on hooks, 10 kilos clearly marked on both of them. At least they are starting small. It is important to focus on the positives in this scenario. He hooks them under the chain at the bottom of my foot, and stands back to admire his work. If you want a break for those aching shoulders, darling, just let me know. He smirks. I'll gladly take the weight and let you rest when you wrap those beautiful long legs around my waist again. Marcus guffaws and claps his whole sidekick on the back. They then stroll away after locking my cell, without a backward glance. There is clearly no guilt festering in their actions. Eve, Cassie asks around a mouthful of steak, as she looks over my figure. What happened to your clothes? Don't be jealous of my perky breasts, I joke, trying to ignore the delicious smells wafting my way from their plates, which make my stomach cramp in hunger. Hardly, she scoffed back. So, is there a plan at all, or are you just planning on hanging around all day? Oh, so now you're a comedian, I shoot back. She shrugs, then puts her serious face on, looking at me expectantly, the same me who is injured, hanging with weights on, while she sits comfortably with a gourmet meal. Yes, I have so many plans to help her. Once I channel my inner escape artist, dork. But I don't say that. As my future Luna, it is my job to keep her calm and positive, to find solutions to problems. No plan yet, bum. Lynx are limp and wolves are asleep. They keep dreading us and we unhealing, Caleb says. I strain my ears to listen if there is anyone down here with us, hoping I am right and it is safe. I blurt, Reese Linkstered. Then my new I spit the word. Reached out. He said Reese was alive. The ones in the bunker, and a handful of survivors made it too, but the rest are gone. I watch them absorb the news, seeing the sadness fill their eyes before I continue on. I let him see what I see. They know you're alive, Caleb. It will give the pack hope. Caleb nods thoughtfully. Eve, how did your mate get through? Did you guys mark each other straight away? He asks. Hell no. I ran from him, but he caught up, and then the fighting started. We fought together as you remember, and then I was here. No time to get jiggy with it. Not that I would with him anyway. I sulk. My brother eyes me with interest. You sure there's no clean bites? He presses. Just the one old sharp tooth gave me yesterday when he stopped by for a late refreshment. I snipe. What side did he bite? My brother continues. I motion to my right with my head. See if you can flick your hair away from the left and bare your neck. I narrow my eyes at him but sluggishly do as asked. And there it is, he cries gleefully. There what is? I ask confused. Your mate mark. Sneaky shit must have got to you before the enemy got you. This is good though, he says, holding his hand up to stop me from speaking, while I splutter in fury. They can at least get a direction on us. He's bloody lucky we need him at the moment. I grumble. I'm still going cut off his snake and feed it to him when I see him. Bloody claim me when I said no. My brother just laughs at me. At least you have something to look forward to. Chapter 13 Eve. The day drags on. We eventually run out of small talk. Cassie sits cross-legged humming to her stomach, and Caleb glares at me from his cell, hating that I was taking the punishment. The vampire pops in on occasion to redose us, sometimes offering me a sick version of a reprieve, and a long time later, he drops off water bottles to my brother and Cassie. Otherwise, we are left alone, much to our surprise. Weren't we prisoners because they wanted something? Information maybe. Where was the constant torture and beatings to make us talk? Why the weird wake game? The burns from the chains keep us awake. My shoulders have gone past screaming pain to blessed numbness. Thank the powers that be. I spend my time with my head leaned back, alternating between fantasizing about my escape and ripping out Marcus's spine. I have decided I am going to make earrings from the vamp's fangs too. I have no idea how much time has passed, if it is day or night. I know I am tired, hungry, thirsty, sore, and pissed off, a winning combination. At the sound of footsteps, I move my head back into position, to hazily glare at whoever has come to disturb my peace. It is the vampire, and he has brought a friend, who is carrying a step stool, much to my confusion. What do you want? I snap in a slurry voice. Break time, the vamp chirps. No thanks, my dry throat rasps. He laughs. I'm so truly glad I could lighten up his day. No longer optional. Everyone needs a break, he says as he places the stool behind me. My friend here had an idea on how to make things even better. For me, that is. I don't think you will be a fan, although maybe under that fiery front you put up, you enjoy a little kink. I watch his friend get in front of me, a wolf, rogue one at that, and memorize his face. Another one for me to add to my hit list for later. The vampire steps up behind me, and I hear the sound of his zipper being pulled down. I clench my eyes shut and steel myself for what is coming. The hands go to my hips as I am lifted and forcibly impaled on him. My eyes burn and my body shudders with revulsion. Pain tears at my stiff shoulder muscles from the shift in position. My lower body spasms in pain. I can hear my brother and Cassie screaming at them to stop. Now she knows why I have no clothes on. I keep my eyes shut and think of my forest. It is safe in my forest far away from here. The vampire gives a few practice thrusts before he says to his buddy, every 3. He gives 2 hard thrusts, and on the 3rd, the man in front of me punches me straight in the guts. The air from my lungs whooshes out in surprise and makes my eyes pop open. My safe forest rips away from me, as I am forced to be aware of my surroundings. Fukeya, the vamp moans in pleasure. I didn't think she could get any tighter, but she nearly choked my snake. So, it continues. I punch every 3rd thrust, and despite how I try to brace myself, the vamp's moans let me know he is loving every minute. Cassie's voice has gone hoarse from screaming, and my brother is making guttural deadly growls. But no matter how hard he thrusts or the rogue punches, I take pride in not making a single sound. I know my stomach will be black and blue when the vamp finally finishes, withdraws, and releases his hold. My bruised stomach hurts even more with my dead weight, and the weight's on my feet pulling me down. The vampire sits back up and collects the stool. That was a great idea, Skeet. Thanks, man, the vampire praises, clapping him on the back. No problem, tried it myself a couple of times before. Pure magic, the rogue chortles. Is that all you've got? No wonder you need a helper. I slur at Fang Boy. He looks at me questioningly. You needed to tighten me, in the hope I would feel something. Smallest snake ever. I bet I am the biggest you've ever had. He scoffs and slaps me hard. I taste my own blood in my mouth and grin at him. My brother calls out my name, though I am unsure if it is because I am hurt, or because he wants me to stop goading the vamp. If it is the latter, he's out of luck. I am on a mission. Do you use tweezers and a magnifying glass to find it? I muse. He bares his fangs as he hits me again. My vision blurs from the punch to the jaw and I laugh. Come on, snakehead, almost there I think. I've got it. You use a telescope, 'cause boy, you are hung like planet Pluto, hard to see with the naked eye. I crow gleefully. He growls loudly and doesn't hold back this time, hitting me with a closed fist, straight to the temple. I see stars. My vision wavers and darkens. I feel myself losing consciousness and thank my lucky stars. My tired brain had been running out of insults, and I was worried it wouldn't be enough to tip him over. Thankfully, men are so hung up on our snake's eyes. I gladly welcomed the darkness, and escaped from this hell in a much-needed rest. Not even the burns from the chains and my injuries can keep me conscious this time. The man must hit like a freight train though, as I don't regain consciousness, until I am shocked awake by my knees hitting the concrete. This is followed by my forehead, as the chains are released to start another day of Marcus's twisted little game. I look up into his smarmy face, speeding at his feet. Bring it on, you little bitch, I grin.
Chapter 14 Garrett. I am running faster and faster. My chest heaves as my angel is whisked further away. Hands grab at me, trying to slow me down, and I tear them away. I have to reach her. She is mine, my broken angel. I can feel myself panic as she becomes smaller in the distance. A feral growl rips from my throat. They cannot take her from me. A swift kick to my legs has me shooting up off the ground I had landed on last night. Instantly alert, my hands shoot out to grasp the trespasser's neck. My eyes lock on my brother's startled ones, and I release my grip as he quickly jumps out of striking range with a smirk forming on his face. Losing your touch, brother. Not like you to let anyone sneak up on you, he says, surveying my rumpled appearance and noting the alcohol bottles on the ground. I grunt at him, not bothering to dignify him with an answer. My body recognized his energy. If it had been a stranger, my body would have alerted me. I only lashed out as he should know better than to poke the beast. I sit back down, rubbing my hand over my face. I am so damn tired. Tired of the fight with my feral dragon side. Tired of living. Tired of searching for my non-existent mate. Tired of not sleeping more than a half hour without the aid of drugs or booze to keep me down longer. Tired of this bullshit search mission he has me on. This past week, on the odd occasion I did sleep, I'd had the strangest dreams. About a woman in a cell, begging me to find her. I couldn't see her face. It was always in shadows. She was weak, bound in chains, naked, and beaten. I was drawn to her, the smell of her calling to me in a primal way. Her scent of jasmine overshadowed the smell of the blood coating her, soothing my beast as it called to mate. Every step I took towards her made the cell longer. I would be running towards her, but never getting closer. Her cries for help tugged at my heart, as I sensed her despair and pain. I would wake up, breathless from running, panicking now that I couldn't see her, angry that my mate was hurt, distraught I couldn't get to her. Then the fog would lift and the doubts would set in. Was this my brain's wishful thinking for a mate, or was this why I couldn't find her? Was she locked away somewhere and I was finally dreaming walking? Or was the hunt on the wolves' behalf, playing into my foo*kid-up brain, knowing the description of where she was being held? The dream would foo*k with my head, setting off my rage and destroying my surroundings. My brother was lucky that even my primal side still recognized him as kin, or he would be a puddle of goo on the floor right now. I know my time is running out to find my mate, my dragon side bleeding into my human more and more, my eyes permanently sporting the golden amber eyes and slit pupil of my dragon form, my temper quick to trigger and out of control. My brother always looks me over whenever he sees me, his gaze assessing to see if I have slipped too far and if it is time to put me out of my misery. I wish he would just do it already. Sitting beside me, my brother snakes his head to the side. Looking me over, he snaps his gaze back to my eyes. You good? He inquires. I shrug at him. Doesn't matter anymore. I am foo*kid and we both know it. He sighs. Are you any closer to finding them? Any signs of the base? I frown, rummaging through the bottles I had consumed to help me sleep last night. I find one with a quarter of the liquor left in it. Quickly uncapping it, I chug it back. Before I throw it back in the pile, I reluctantly shake my head. I can't pick up a damn thing. No unusual movements, or people out of place. No foreign scents. I am about to expand the perimeter. Maybe they have calculated the location wrong. Is your dragon side making it hard to get a beat on it? My brother asks wearily. I give it serious thought for a moment. No. Surprisingly, even the feral side of me is invested in this hunt too. I shake my head again slowly. Suddenly my vision goes white, the roar of white noise in my ears. As she appears in front of me, my surroundings darken. As I take in the shadow that is her in the cell, I can feel her helplessness and her pain as I smell the fresh blood falling from her. I watch her jerk and spasm, as unseen forces tear at her, maiming her skin. A roar tears out of me as I lunge at her, determined to pull her away from harm. But she moves further away and I can't get to her. I can't reach her no matter how fast I sprint in desperation. Unseen hands hold me back. She moves further away as I am pinned down. My hands scramble to pull away from the pressure that binds me, but it continues to hold me in place. My roar of rage shakes my surroundings, as I am kept from what's mine. A swift slap to my face brings me back to my shell-shocked brother. He has me pinned against a tree, breathing heavily as he struggles to hold me in place. I snarl and struggle against him. I freeze, my eyes darting around me. I am back in the forest and she is gone. My shoulders slump. I know I am really starting to lose it. I meet my brother's eyes and speak to him for the first time in ages. Once this is done, so am I. Got it? My voice comes out guttural and barely human, hoarse from lack of use. He looks at me wide-eyed as I begin to hit my head, trying to punch the memory of what I saw away. Her broken body tormenting me. I can't have myself distracted. I need to find this base and the kidnapped wolves so I can rest my mind. Permanently. My brother grasps my fists. Get it together, he hisses, placing his forehead on mine. His eyes show his sorrow at my words. If that's what you want, fine, but not until it's done. So, get your shit together and go find them. The sooner you do, the sooner you rest. Got it? I nod back, lowering my fists as he releases them. And for God's sake, take a shower. You smell like a brewery and the enemy will smell you a mile away. He pats my shoulder reassuringly, offering a crooked smile before walking towards the clearing to transform. He is buying himself time. I know he dreads the day he will end me. Always one more mission, he needs one more favor. Selfish shit doesn't want to let me go. I should have gone long before now. I should be dust in the wind already. I sit back on the ground, my back to a tree, contemplating my next move and tugging at my hair in frustration. I can't understand how I can't track the mutts. They aren't in the town, or the ones nearby. I will have to start looking in the countryside and the deeper wilderness. Time to bring my dragon form into play. I spare a thought for my woman, my angel. If these dreams, visions, whatever the foo asterisk K they are a way to let me know she exists, I need to find this base fast. That way, if I still have any form of wits left and she is my mate, I shove my hair out of my face. This is it. One last attempt to find her. One more chance to live. And pigs might fly. I bash the back of my head against the tree behind me, until I feel my blood run, trying to knock some sense into myself. It is stupid to believe I am dream walking, just my dragon-side's desperate way to keep going. It is a dream and nothing more. The sooner I accept it, the better.
Chapter 15 Eve. So, I've just been hanging around. I snicker to myself. That is funny. I give myself a mental pat on the back. The weights have been at it every day. I won't let the others take them, no matter how much my brother begs and threatens me. My 5-minute break means nothing anymore. Even with the lowered chains, my arms are flouncing upright. Time doesn't hold much meaning anymore either. The break is the only thing to signal the passing of days, but I have lost count now. My body is weak, my wounds infected, my brain can't think straight. I don't even acknowledge Fongboy when he comes to play anymore. Actually, I'm not even sure if he comes anymore, nor do I feel the beatings of the other minions, sent down to use me as a punching bag. My stomach no longer asks for food or water. I'm in this weird limbo. My mind drifts, thinking of my forest, trying to remember the smell of the rich earth and the songs the birds sang. It's safe in my mind, away from what's happening to my body. They can't hurt me here. I'm just existing, nothing more. Then there are moments when I see a ghost of a man approach my cell, seeing me and all my humiliation of dried body fluids, bruises, and festering wounds, tainting the canvas of my body. His face is one of heartbreak as he takes in the sight of me. In my head, I beg him to save me, since my throat is too dry to speak anymore. He seems to hear me anyway. He rushes towards me to help, but he never seems to be able to reach me. It's as though either he or I are moved away by unseen forces. His desperation as he runs, his heart on his sleeve, tells me I matter to him, though why I'm hallucinating about a stranger, instead of Reese or even Hulk is being me. I feel my body slowly lowered to the floor. I don't know why they bother anymore. My answer is always the same. Marcus crouches down in front of me. His face has been one of pity his last few visits. He carefully pushes my matted hair out of my eyes. Eve, give it to another today? You can't take much more. He whispers. Why? How the tables have turned. Gone is the jeering pompous hole. He's starting to look a little uncomfortable with how far down the rabbit hole I've gone, and especially with his hand in it. I wish you had been my mate. Maybe this could have been prevented. It's such a waste. Such a beautiful, magnificent spirit being snuffed out. What is the point of all this? My brother growls. What do you even want from us? Marcus shakes his head. Nothing. I want nothing from any of you. She just needs to break. Marcus replies. I can hear Caleb pulling at his chains in anger. And then what? He spits. What happens if you can get her to break? Then he comes and puts her back together how he wants her to be. It will be over. Eve, your choice for today? Marcus asks with a sigh, ignoring my brother screaming at him to find out who is coming. Marcus knows my voice is gone. Nod once for you, twice for your brother, 3 for your sister-in-law. I notice he's changed the order they are in this time, hoping to confuse me. I blink once and hold his gaze. His shoulders droop as Fong Boy wheels in the trolley with the food and weights. They are quick to hook the weights on, throw the food in the opposite cells, and both exit so they don't have to watch as the chains raise again. I go back to drifting in my head. It's safer than looking at the 2 people opposite me, Cassie's pity and Caleb's boiling rage. Sometime much later, I feel the first shoulder dislocate, followed fast by the second. I can hear my brother and Cassie screaming in panic as my muscles start to tear. Frankly, I'm surprised they have lasted this long. Part of me hopes my arms tear off and I can bleed out, though I worry about what will happen to Caleb and Cassie once Marcus and the vampire's toy is gone. But it will really fuck up their plans of breaking me. Can't break me if I'm dead, can they? I start to laugh. I can't stop. This situation is so hopeless and so fucked up. What else can I do but laugh? Footsteps pound towards me and my weight is lifted by several pairs of arms, and there is agitated talking. My brother is yelling. The chains are whirring as they are slackened. Then I'm on the floor, and the chains are clanking as they are unlocked and thrown away. It's a shame I'm too far gone. Would have been the perfect moment to kick their asses. Then I'm lifted and we're moving fast. Outside the cell, through the hall, and up some steps, my body jostling as they run. There are bright lights blinding me, strange smells, and different voices. I don't understand what the big rush is. Marcus said I needed to break. My body has done just that. Hell, my brain is barely aware of its surroundings these days. 2 of them are yelling. I feel pressure on my neck from another injection, but this one makes me sleepy. My eyes blur and my world goes quiet. Maybe they are finally putting me out of my misery. If I was a common dog, they would have put me to sleep a long time ago. But unfortunately, I am not a dog and this is not my well-deserved eternal rest. Chapter 16 Eve. My eyes flutter awake and I find myself strapped down on a bed, in some weird version of a hospital room, if the sterile smell is anything to go by. However, the rocky walls ruin the effect. Am I rescued? Am I safe? There are monitors beside me beeping away. I lift my head and see IV lines carrying fluids to my arms. I feel stronger, better than my previous sorry state. I can feel my legs stirring in my head. I reach for the one I know to be Hulk and pull hard to get his attention. Kitten, his voice floats through immediately. Did you find me? I ask nervously, terrified of that answer. No, we are desperately trying to get a lead on where they have you. He links and I can feel his frustration. My heart sinks, knowing this is just a brief reprieve from my personal hell. I shove his link into my eyes to see what I see, hoping something is of use. I need out. I need you to find me. They are healing me now, probably to start all over again. Cassie can't have her baby here. Do you know anything at all about where I am? Only that you're in dragon territory, somewhere by Cannon Creek, in Colorado. The dragons are trying to find you. They're doing a bang-up job so far, I grumble. Focus, kitten. Use your wolf. Can you hear anything? I close my eyes and strain my ears. I can hear people talking quietly in different areas, but nothing I can distinctly make out. I can hear the wind picking up and rain. Sounds like a pretty crap day out there. There's a helicopter flying over. There's the door to my room opening. Shit. I'm going to trace helicopters flying in the area this time. It will help us find you faster. He soothes me as my eyes glare at the intruder that has entered the room. I make sure Hulk sees him too, with his name badge of Dr. Kershaw on it. I take a big breath in, scenting him. Definitely Wolf. Good girl, Hulk whispers in my head. The doctor glances up from his clipboard, surprised to see me looking back at him. He reaches into his pocket, producing a syringe. I immediately struggle, pulling at the bindings holding me down now that my wolf is in play. Pleased to hear a tearing sound in response. The doctor immediately hits a buzzer by the bed. 2 more wolves rush in, but I get an arm loose and start throwing punches at anyone that comes near. Unfortunately, it is short-lived. With my wolf in recovery mode and the 3 wolves fighting feet, I am quickly overwhelmed and the syringe is administered. Hulk's link wavers and he curses in frustration as the link drops. I growl in anger, back to being weak and helpless. Marcus throws open the door, surveying the faces of the men that are climbing off me. Now I'm subdued. I'm proud to see a black eye. A split lip and a broken nose in the mix. Marcus clucks his tongue at me disapprovingly. Back to wreaking havoc, I see. Go fouquet yourself, I snarl at him. Glad to see you're feeling better. He grins, then nods at the doctor, whatever his name was, who produces another syringe. This one is the lights out one. Oh goody. I wake up back in my cell, sitting back against the wall, arms loosely raised. It's like deja vu all over again. I glance over at the cells opposite, where Cassie and my brother Dancy. I see a bottle of water within reach and a bucket. Looks like my accommodations have been upgraded. It's moved up to 5 stars apparently. At least now I have something to piss in and some fluid. So I actually have to piss out. I can definitely work with this. Now that I'm feeling better, while still weak, my body feels relatively healed for the most part. This means I may be able to start giving my captors shit again. If they think bribery will make me more pliant, they have another thing coming. I'm ashamed of the part of me that had wished I could bleed out when my arms went. Ashamed for trying to embrace death. I am better than that. Dad didn't raise a weak-ass front. In fact, he would have been downright ashamed. I need to get my game face on. They want me to break. I will not give them the satisfaction. As time passes, meals are brought down. Rousing my cellmates, I am given one too. Much to my surprise, I nibble at it slowly. The feeling of food going down and sitting in my shriveled stomach is uncomfortable and threatens to come back up. I don't manage to eat much of my first meal, but I'm pleased to be able to speak to my brother and share what information I have been able to pass on to Hulk. My brother is excited, hopeful it will give them the leads they need to find us. I want to share in his enthusiasm, but the reality is no one knows where we are. The next few days are uneventful. We are fed, given water, and apart from our regular injections to dull our wolves and leave us feeling like frat boys who drank too much, we are essentially left to our own devices. I am pleased to be able to get a few hits in during injection times on occasion. Well, I'm pleased, my captors not so much. I really want to try and strengthen my muscles, but with the low amount of calories going in, it is smarter to conserve my energy. I see Fongboy standing. They're watching us after he slides our meals across each time, observing us, his brain ticking away. I know as I stare into those cold calculating eyes, this reprieve isn't going to last much longer. It is merely the calm before the storm. I wish with all my heart I am wrong. But unfortunately, I am right. Chapter 17 Eve. I jerk awake to the sound of the cell unlocking. My eyes swiftly move to my door, to see it still closed. I glance at the ones across from me as Caleb begins to snarl. Cassie's cell is open and her chains are moving up. Fongboy shoots me a smirk as Cassie's raised from the ground, and I begin to tug at my chains. Don't you fucking dare. Don't you touch her, I snarl at him. His smile grows as he reaches out and tears her clothes from her body. He gives a nod to one of the minions accompanying him, and my chains rise to give me a front row seat to whatever new depravity he has planned. Walking behind her and grabbing her hips, he runs a hand over the front of her body, caressing her baby bump as she shudders and whimpers. Caleb has devolved to completely primal animal sounds, consumed with rage at his mate being touched by another and an active threat to his unborn child. I have high hopes. You can give me what your dear sissy over there wouldn't, he says to Cassie. Undoing his zipper, he positions himself behind her. I hope you scream for me, so loud to hear it for miles. Her jaw drops open and her eyes bulge as he thrusts and forces his way inside her, before a loud cunning wail of despair breaks from her chest. He thrusts harder and she begins to fight against him, screaming, tears pouring down her face. A quick glance at Caleb has me glancing away just as fast. He's trying to chew his hand off to get free and help her. I try heaving my mouth. Tears form in my eyes as I squeeze them shut so I can't see. Her cries suddenly choke off, and my eyes open of their own accord to see him feeding on her. Her eyes are glassy with pain and shock. He raises his head from her neck, yelling out his pleasure as he finds his release. Pulling free of her, he gives her but a playful swat. Now that's what I'm talking about. Take a leaf out of her book, Eve. Struggle and scream and it will be over so much faster for you, and I'll be happy and out of your hair. He saunters over to Cassie's chain control buttons and starts to lower her so her feet touch the ground. Cassie groans and her knees buckle. Fongboy halts her release as Cassie grimaces and groans again. What's wrong, sweet cheeks? Never had a snake so big before. He laughs. Cassie looks at me in horror as water gushes suddenly down her legs. My own jaw drops. No, oh my God, no, not now, not here, she cries at me. Fong Boy, however, is over the moon and jumping around with glee. He's quick to lower her the rest of the way down, and is watching her in rapt interest. Out of the corner of my eye, I see Caleb has almost freed his first hand. He just needs to snap the bone off at the wrist. Now that the muscles are out of the way, his fear for his mate and baby outweighs his own physical pain, as his mate panics and hyperventilates. Cassie, look at me. I snap at her. No one else, just you and me. Her eyes jerk to me. Do you remember when we told the boys we were going skinny dipping and they ripped off all their clothes to join us, but we grabbed their clothes instead and ran away? Then they had to explain to Dad why they were skulking away in the shadows, trying to get to the pack house while dripping wet and naked. Cassie gives a laughing sob, surprised by the sudden intrusion of memories, before she grimaces and groans as another contraction hits. Then when Dad found out they had been attempting to skinny dip with us girls, he made them wear bikinis every swimming practice for weeks, so they could learn to show skin with style. Her lips twitch and she starts to control her breathing better. She starts to move her head in her mate's direction, but I quickly bark at her to focus on me. She does not need to see him looking like that right now. I continue to talk to her, reminding her of good memories, ignoring the snap and chain jingle as Caleb frees an arm. Her moans as her contractions worsen, and seem to intrigue the hell out of Fong Boy, as does my brother's feral behavior. I'm almost waiting for him to pull up a chair and break out the popcorn as he watches them suffer. I am, however, surprised when he asks Cassie if it hurts much and if he can help. Cassie shakes her head, not wanting him anywhere near her, and breathes a sigh of relief when he exits her cell. But I see the look he darts at me and I'm immediately on my guard. He's not done with her yet. I vaguely remember someone said gravity helps, he says, and pushes the button to start her chains rising back up. Waltzing back, and he says, I'm also sure they said werewolf births are fast and this is taking far too long in my book. He strokes his jaw, looking her over. Then he caresses her bump gently, sliding his hand down to her pubic bone. His claws elongate before he swiftly slashes them across. Then up, blood, baby, lumps, and intestines flop out suddenly and hit the ground in a wet, steaming splash. A scream of horror erupts from my throat and I can't stop. Cassie's face is chalk white and Fong Boy starts sifting through the carnage, before triumphantly swinging the baby up by its feet. He gives it a couple of gentle slaps on its back and smiles. As the baby makes a garbled cry, he swiftly repositions it to cradle it in his arms. Congratulations, Mama, Auntie, it's a boy, the vampire says excitedly. Cassie, despite her life force draining out onto the ground, has her eyes firmly fastened on her son. A small smile reaches her lips as she looks at the precious life she grew. The baby starts crying in earnest, protesting at its harsh arrival. The vampire looks at it funny. Something's wrong with it. I think it's rabbit. Before I can blink, he breaks its neck and drops it on the ground. Caleb snaps his other wrist and pulls free of his bindings, throwing himself against the cell wall of his mate with a roar. There's no sign of my brother left on his face. My brother is lost. Only madness and despair remain. Fong Boy laughs at him. My brain scrambles to make sense of the destruction and horror in front of me. My body shakes, arms pulling at my chains in desperation. Now we know where your son got it from. Must have been hereditary. He laughs at Caleb as he heads back to lower Cassie's chains. She reaches her hands out, sweeping her intestines aside, and brings her slain son into her arms, humming as she strokes his tiny face. My loud sobs draw her attention as she tries to focus on my face. Don't be sad, Eve. We will be together again soon. She smiles. I sob louder and Caleb gets quieter. His snarls become a quiet whimper. He's on his knees, arms through her bars, reaching for her with his stumps, as his own blood flow begins to slow from his self-inflicted wounds. Cassie's humming has stopped. Her eyes are glassing over and I know she's gone. In his grief, Caleb's wolf breaks free of the drug's hold, and he's able to throw back his head and give out a mournful howl. A final tribute to the family he has lost before he slumps. The blood loss and his mate's death take him from this world. Then there is only the sound of my ragged breathing, as I take in the macabre image in front of me. They are all dead. The last of my family is dead, taken from me in the most dishonorable, vicious way. I am alone and no one is coming to save me. My sobs grow in intensity until I'm screaming. I scream and scream, till my vocal cords can no longer make any sound, while the vampire jumps around excitedly, laughing himself silly. That's the one, Eve. I knew you had it in you. Scream for me.
Chapter 18 Darius aka Hulk. Adele answers the phone on the 4th ring. Any updates? I ask before she can speak. Not a damn thing, she snaps back. I groan in frustration. You need to stop calling Alpha. We will let you know when we have something solid. You should have something by now. Are you all sitting on your tails? You people are bound by oath as our power heads to help us. How can you still have nothing? I smile. There were 3 helicopters that day, 3 different paths over a lot of difficult terrains. We have tracked the doctor to the Kansas Medical Hospital in Wichita. He's sitting tight there and hasn't returned home. So why haven't you sent someone to grab him? And you have wings, for Christ's sake. It's a 5-minute job for you Fukayers to fly a helicopter path. My faith in the dragons lowers more than it already had. I am beginning to think they are fucking up the search on purpose. Wolf tough. Adele sniffs. You know we don't enter wolf territory, and Alpha Grant's hardly going to allow entry to us anyway. He never lets anyone in. I bloody do too. Grant growls from his desk, across from me. You never bother to ask. What are you doing with Alpha Grant, Darius? Adele asks, sounding surprised. Okay Adele, here's what's going to happen. We are going to go find the good doctor and take him on vacation. You are going to get the king to grant us entry to Colorado, and we will let the king interrogate our doctor friend as a show of good faith. We will also be bringing help with us to aid in the search. We will search for her ourselves because clearly the dragons are incompetent. He will never allow it, she scoffs. He will allow it. Over 2 months, nearly 3. My mate has been tortured. The destroyers of her pack laugh it up on your territory, while you sit there filing your fucking nails. The Alpha of Lightning Ridge is dead because you couldn't find them. His Luna and Air too. We are running out of time. Now get hold of the damn king, and get us access. I hang up in her ear, blood boiling. Grant, would you be so kind to retrieve the doctor, please? I ask the Alpha opposite me. He grins and nods, leaping up and out the door of his office. It is better that Grant does it, as I'd probably kill the Fuka by accident. I glance at Reese, who stares out the window. The serene landscape is at odds with the turmoil rolling through him. Reese is a ticking time bomb now. Ever since the new Alpha, his mate, and Air's links broke in death, he's withdrawn and quick to anger. His eyes show how on edge he is. He's terrified of her link dying off next. Frankly, so am I. We were lucky Grant had a Mutlis at the party too, and was quick to allow us into his territory. He's keen to get his revenge for the 7 pack members he lost. The dragons have had more than enough time to do things their way. Now they do it my way. Reese spins suddenly. I have an idea. He states. I motion for him to spit it out. Chances are high we are going to separate during this search. We need to be able to relay information as we aren't from the same pack. There are a lot of areas in the wilderness that cell phones won't cover. When we find Eve, she's going to need us working together seamlessly. He blows out a nervous breath. I want you to mark me. He strides towards me, yanking his shirt away from his neck before he kneels by my feet. Of all the things I thought could have come out of his mouth, this wasn't even on my radar. It will bind Reese and me together, feeling what each other feels, reading thoughts when the other's guard is down. We may possibly develop mate-like feelings for each other, and I don't look at men that way. I'm definitely 100% straight. I place my hands on his shoulders. I could accept you as a pack member to get a link. We don't need to go all in here. You would never be able to hide from me. We may end up getting close. Reese just chugs. We are going to be sharing the same woman and bed. We are going to end up close whether you like it or not. I'm straight dude, but we're going to see each other's snake s living and fucking together. So I don't see what the big deal is. This way we can track each other and know if the other one is mentally okay or physically injured. If anything, it's going to make it easier for us to look after our girl. If we end up closer, it's worth the he cuts off as I lunge and bite. His startled cry ends as MON. I withdraw and bare my own neck. Hurry up before I change my mind. I force out. As I feel his bond snap into place, he pounces on me and oh, holy shit, that hurts. Hurts so good. The MON escapes my lips before I can stop it, and I feel my snake spasm as I come. My cheeks redden in embarrassment. I'm one of the most feared alphas in the US. And I just came like a schoolboy the first time, because of a man that is now also my chosen marked mate. Reese claps my shoulder once he withdraws his teeth. Don't panic, man, I did too. Well, that was awkward. I clear my throat to speak but have no idea what to say. My mouth opens and closes a few times before I give up and just stare at him. I just hope Eve understands why we did it and it doesn't weird her out. Don't overthink it, man, just take it day by day, Reese says, making me scowl. Pricks digging in my head already. I look away from his unblinking gaze and nod. We sit in silence, awkward at first but it becomes comfortable after a while, as our new bond hums and soothes us. We stand at the sound of tires on gravel. That must be the doctor arriving with his escort. I rub my hands together, ready to get to work. As I stride to the door, my cell phone goes off on Grant's desk. Reese picks it up, grinning as he sees the caller's ID, and answers it. He doesn't even get to greet the caller. I can hear the word "granted" snarled through the phone before the call drops. Knew the Dragon King would see things my way. Ready or not, Eve, here we come.
Chapter 19 Eve. I don't know how long it's been. The food and water stopped the day the last of my family was killed. A high-pitched, eardrum-bursting noise comes through speakers each time I try to sleep. They come down regularly to beat me, break my bones, jab me with needles full of God knows what, and then leave. Sometimes they lower me down to the ground and then cover my face with a cloth, pouring water over it, and I feel like I'm drowning. Sometimes they come in and put a stick in my mouth before they attach pads to my body, then send jolts of electricity through me. No one ever speaks. The attacks come at random. The bodies of Cassie, Caleb, and the baby remained. The smell and the sight were overwhelming at first, but now I'm just in some kind of permanent daze. I'm so being sleep deprived. I tried to poke my own eyes out, so they couldn't see when I slept. It made sense to my befuddled brain at the time. Since then, they have had me permanently back in a standing position with my arms up, so I can't hurt myself. I find this hilarious, since they are doing a good enough job of hurting me themselves. My body is now on autopilot. Only bare necessities are operating. I can hear the sound of footsteps again. A shadow of a grin graces my face. Maybe today is the day they go too far and finish me. I vaguely remember promising myself I wouldn't give up. I think that annoying stubborn side is nearly muted now. I don't even know how I'm still alive at this point. Breathing is hard, and with nearly every rib broken, my whole body hurts. I just want to lie down and sleep forever. I hear my cell door swing open. The sudden needle in my neck doesn't faze me. I don't even bother to acknowledge those that enter the cell anymore. It requires energy I don't have. My vision wavers. I hear lips near my ear. Who do you belong to? My eyes close in relief and my body shudders. You, Reese. Only you. I rasp out. A hand trails from my back to my front, and there he is. So beautiful to my tired eyes. I didn't think I was capable of tears anymore. I am so dehydrated. Yet a tear formed and trickles down my cheek. He sticks his finger out and collects it when it reaches my jaw, popping it in his mouth. Want to get out of here? He asks. I nod. What will you give me if I set you free? I suck in a harsh breath. Why isn't he ripping the walls down to free me? Why is he just casually having a conversation? I look at him confused. How about a blow job? I let you down and you blow me. Then we will get out of here. I stare at him dumbly. I'm kidding. Sheesh. He carefully wraps an arm around me and brings his lips to my chapped split ones. I sigh against him. This is the first act of kindness and gentleness I had experienced since I arrived here, even if his joking is inappropriate at the moment. Reese deepens the kiss, shoving his tongue in my mouth, and I return it eagerly. He groans and pulls me tightly against him. My abused body screams in protest, and I gasp into his mouth, locking my eyes on his brown eyes. Reese doesn't have brown eyes. He has blue. I bite his lip hard, drawing blood. He curses and shoves me away with a chuckle. Nearly had you? Fangboy laughs before he leaves the cell, and I mentally call him all the names under the sun. A werewolf I hadn't seen before steps in and begins to use me as his punching and kicking bag. I hear my shin bone snap and know he's broken it. The wet trickle down my leg tells me the bone has come through my skin. If my arm chains weren't so tight, I imagine I would be lopsided now. My vision wavers. Sometimes the werewolf looks like Hulk or Reese as he attacks my body before he returns to his own features. Part of me knows they aren't here, but the other drug-addled half sinks into sadness, not understanding why they would hurt me like this. I can't help the feeling of betrayal. He lays some good hits to my kidneys, and I feel my stomach heaving before I retch. It's all blood coming out, the only fluid I have left. He grins at me wearing Hulk's face before leaving. I'm so confused. I don't know what's going on anymore. I just need to sleep. Everything will make sense if I sleep. My head bobs and my eyes flutter shut. My breathing slows further as I sink into the dark and quiet of my ears feel like they are being stabbed as I madly try and cover them with my shoulders from the noise that assaults them. I would scream if I could, cry if I could, die if I could. I wish I could. They continue to assault me frequently. Sometimes it's with the face of my new mate. Sometimes it's Reese. I am breaking. My mind is so scrambled, and my moments of lucidity are less and less. They hurt me and then whisper sweet nothings in my ear. Over time their betrayal no longer saddens me. It turns to hate. They are supposed to love me and keep me safe. I relish the times I am alone now, so I do not have to look upon their deceitful faces. I only wish I could be free long enough to rip their disgusting hearts out of their chests and stomp them to a pulpy mess. When there is nothing but silence and solitude, my mind plays tricks on me. Sometimes my brother's rotting corpse sits up and spits hurtful words at me, blaming me for their deaths. Sometimes my father sits in my cell and tells me it's okay to just let go, to join them. On the times I totter on the edge of wakefulness and sleep, I see the ghost man. He begs me to hold on, that they are coming. He's the only thing making me take my next breath. He is always interrupted by the shrill assault on my ears. He is also a liar and a mirage. No one is coming for me. The worst trick my mind plays is when it sees the hospital room, but it's different from the one the vamp sealed me in. Darius or Reese would be holding my hand, sometimes both of them, telling me I was safe now. They got me back. I always feel relief, a moment of peace, and then I am jerked awake by that damned siren and I cry, knowing I will never be free. My mind is now my greatest enemy. I don't know what they have given me, but I can no longer tell what is real and what is not. Of late my father's pleas to end my suffering are making more sense. I can't take any more. My heart is shattered and my body is broken. My mind is fractured. It will break completely soon. They have for all intents and purposes done what they set out to do. I am roused from my stupor by a new voice. Take her blood, check her genetics for compatibility against mine. I want to see if there's any chance at all she can give me an heir if I can turn her. It's time to get this show on the road. She's ripe for the picking. There's a prick to my neck, as a needle removes blood. Someone get her cleaned up. I don't want to forget her smelling like this. Get a rush on those results too. She needs an IV line for hydration and nutrients. Keep up the hallucinogens. Finish breaking the mind. Keep her body alive. The footsteps retreat. My mind struggles to make sense but fails. So I stop trying and just focus on trying to breathe.
Chapter 20 Garrett. It takes my brother 3 days to crack the dock. He has to chain me up on day 2. So desperate am I to break him myself. I see my angel frequently now, both in my sleep and in the waking world. She's in rough shape. She doesn't ask me to save her anymore. She begs me to end her, put her out of her misery. I beg her to stay, coaxing her to remain just a little longer. She calls me Casper, something about being an annoying ghost. My brother watches me more closely now. I can tell how uneasy he is when I space out at random to visit the woman of my dreams. I am convinced the girl the wolves are looking for and my angel are one and the same, which means I'm Foo*** kid, because she's already spoken for. She won't be mine and she's a wolf. not a dragon. Therefore, we are not even supposed to be mates. Hundreds of years ago, we were able to crossbreed, but not anymore. The lines are pure now. The crossbreed's gone in the Great War, overwhelmed by sheer numbers, and the races now keep the species separate, following guidelines of outdated idealist leaders, claiming it is taboo and an abomination. I don't even know if crossbreeding could happen nowadays, or if our bodies would reject it. But I still cannot shake the urge to find her, save her, hold her. Maybe my mind is creating shit that's not there so I can hurry to finish my mission and leave this world. When my brother unchains me and tells me they have a location, I am relieved. It will be over soon. All of it. This is just my mind's twisted way of punishing me for not finding the wolves. Our warriors and the wolves that had come, nearly 50 of the damn things, head to the location. It is a cave system that starts in Kansas and reaches through to our territory. That's how we hadn't seen any movement. Sneaky foo *KS. We use an old human map from an exploration done nearly 30 years ago and get the good doctor to give us detailed instructions on the base. It appears they have been busy, quietly digging it out and adding rooms to accommodate the wolves and vamps with them. When we arrive on the hillside surrounding the cave entrance on our territory, Alpha Darius jumps on his phone to talk to the wolves watching the Kansas entrance. The plan is to watch for confirmation that we are in the right place and that the doctor hasn't sent us on a merry chase. I observe her mates, constantly glancing at them. Strong, both of them. They aren't taking any shit from my brother. Would they share her with me? Would they accept me even if I wasn't breeding compatible? Is she even mine? I smash my head with my fists. I pace restlessly, growling lowly, not caring that I am distracting and annoying the others here. It is taking everything I have to stop myself from stomping down there myself. I could confirm if they were in there by myself. This waiting is beyond a joke. Whether it is the eagerness to bathe in the blood of the trespassers, save her or claim her before her mates can stop me, I don't know, but I can't sit still. I am twitchy, my skin crawling, scales erupting and dissipating on my forearms. I know I am irritating the ones watching and planning, but I can't help it. It is like I am plugged into a socket. I tug at my hair and punch at my head, trying to focus. Garrett, my brother hisses close to my ear, spinning on my heel and grabbing his throat. I snarl into his face. You can't go. Not yet. Just a little longer. He chokes out. I shove him away, ignoring his double meaning. I know this is a delaying tactic, but it is inevitable. He can delay all he wants. The result will be the same. I will slaughter the enemy, letting my beast run unrestrained. Then my brother can do what is necessary, as my beast will not be restrained again after this. Not if she is dead, or if she isn't mine. My humanity will be gone. I have to laugh at his words. Just a little longer. How many times have I begged that of my angel? Go and calm down, you feral foo *K. My brother growls, totally out of patience with me. I snarl back at him. I stomp down the hill from our lookout, and after ensuring the wind isn't blowing in the direction of the cave, I light a cigarette, sucking on it as if my life depends on it. I choke suddenly on the smoke as my vision wavers, and I see my angel strung up in her cage. There are poles with fluid bags near her, trying to restore her husk of a body. Not an inch of her is not some varied shade of bruising. Her breathing is ragged. She has resigned herself to her fate. She is waiting to die. Angel. Foo *K off Casper. She rasps. Just a little longer, Angel. We are nearly there. We know where you are. I beg. She snorts. Oh, I've heard that before. She says bitterly. Please. I beg her. I can't. She croaks. I thought they would just break me and end it. But there's more past the breaking. I didn't catch what it was. But I can't let them win. If I break, they win. If I die, I win. I can't wait any longer. I'm sorry. She bows her head in defeat. For the first time ever, I step forward and the distance doesn't expand on me. I take another hesitant step before I rush to her. I gather her broken body carefully in my arms and lift her chin to look into her eyes. Please, Angel, we are right here, just outside the cave. I swear to you, I'm right here. I plead. She pulls her chin out of my grip and averts her eyes. You're not real, just another figment of my imagination, my mind's way to try and keep myself alive. I can't tell what's real and what's not anymore. She whispers. I act on instinct. I lift her chin again and press my lips to hers, swallowing her gasp of surprise. I'm real, I promise, I say, pouring as much honesty and conviction into my words as I can. She blinks warily at me. Part of her wants to believe me, but her mind is so broken. I see her attention divert from me, her head snake ing to the side. I touch her cheek, bringing her eyes back to me. A lone tear leaves the confines of her eye. They're back, she whispers. Terror fills her eyes before she throws her head back and screams. I'm shoved back to the hillside with my cigarette burned down to the filter. I throw it on the ground and hit the crap out of my head in frustration. Foo asterisk K. Time's up.
Chapter 21 Cyrus. I stare expectantly at the lab technician. She's surprisingly species compatible. He laughs. Seems like Mommy and Daddy weren't so pure-lined after all. I snake my eyebrow in surprise. Yeah, we've got it on not just wolf but ancient lichen lines, dragon, and get this, vampire too. She's amen. There is some other shit too, but I have nothing to compare it to. My other eyebrow jolts up to join the other. I'll be damned. I laugh. How else can I react? Oh, the irony. I'm just waiting on one more test to come back, to check her against you. Then she should be good to go. Should be finished in 20 minutes. Is that? The tech drones on. I wave him away. She has vamp DNA, therefore compatible. That's good enough for me. There hasn't been a mixed breed in centuries. She will be an amazing queen and weapon. Once trained, I think even my whole father would be happy with the unicorn we have found. I motion my brother forward. Go warm up our queen for me, I breathe through his mind. He smirks and is gone in a flash. I take my time following him. He will already be balls deep by now. It's his reward for starting the domino effect that led to breaking her mind. He can't have this one last time with her before she becomes mine. I could hear her screaming from here. The day my brother killed her family, my brother loved that moment. It held a special place in the Sigful KS head. When I get to her cell, I take a good look at the once proud warrior. The warrior has long gone, as is her pride in her spirit. She's now thin, dangerously so. Her eyes are wide in terror but unseeing, big dark circles under her eyes. Her body is a magnificent work of bruised and broken art, yet even in her broken state, she is somehow still beautiful, something I will grow to cherish. I watch my brother with her for a while, before starting to remove the buttons from my shirt. She's making a weird sob-hiccupy noise. Her eyes start around the cell, the hallucinogenic doing its job. Lord knows what she sees these days. He bites her, not his usual, but his special one, the one that gives pleasure. Her body reacts instantly. A moan comes from her mouth, and a look of horror takes over her face as her body reacts to his thrusts. I see her jaw clench and her body shudder as she tries to hold off, but her body sweeps her away in a powerful release. I remove my shirt and fold it nicely outside the door before unbuckling my belt and removing my pants, folding and placing them on top of my shirt. I casually lean against the bars and watch as my brother comes hard with a roar before he pulls himself free. He smiles contentedly before gesturing me to move into his place, as he zips himself up to watch me in action. My queen, however, is beside herself. Her body's betrayal is too much. She's confused and humiliated in a moment of clarity as she realizes she caved to the enemy. Her face fills with self-loathing. I stroll over to her and press my body against hers. The smell of the blood trickling down her leg makes my gums tingle as my fangs lengthen. My brother's venom is still in effect as her body starts to respond to the feel of my hands touching her skin, despite her attempts to stop it and baring her teeth at me. I move into position. My hands are on her hips as I line myself up ready to sink home. I will mark her as I spill my seed in her, jump-starting her fertility and marking her as mine. I won't need to wait for her wolf's heat. The vampire in her should recognize me. I hear footsteps racing down the hall towards us and yelling. The lab tech screeches to a stop, a look of horror on his face. Sap, you can't, he screams, waving a piece of paper at me. I glance at my brother with furrowed brows. He steps to the lab rat and snatches the paper from him, glancing over the contents before he starts roaring with laughter. He starts pointing at me and tries to speak, but instead doubles over with mirth. My erection starts to droop. What the Fouquet is so funny. My head swivels back to the lab tech, glaring daggers at him. My lord, he stammers. You can't. She's a familiar match. What do you mean? I growl out. My brother takes a deep breath, trying to control his laughter. Looks like the one moment you stole with your mate did the trick and without the mark. Super spermage. He dissolves back into depraved giggles. The lab tech nods gravely at me. Sire, she's your daughter. My blood roars in my ears and horror sweeps through me. Mine to protect, mine to love. Oh my God, what have I done? I stagger back away from her and over to my clothes, shoving them back on. I still glances at her from the corner of my eye, despair crushing me. I have broken one thing that could have been my saving grace, the thing I was supposed to cherish the most. My one good thing left in this world, and I have destroyed it. I can never take this back, never ever repair what I have done. I don't see why you're laughing so hard, the tech says to my brother in disgust, as he surveys my daughter's wreck of a body. You're the one that Fouquet your niece. My brother shrugs. Back in our earlier days, they married them, cousins too, sometimes siblings. I swallow the bile that rises to my throat. I let my brother defile my daughter. I ordered him to break her. My brother glances at me. His eyes widen with an unexpected flash of sympathy and understanding. I do up my belt and glance back at her, self-loathing and anger taking me over. I punch my brother hard, the force throwing him against the barred wall. I need to think and figure out how I move forward from this. I dart from the room and speed through the halls and out the entrance of the cave. The sunlight blinds me for a moment. I shield my eyes and stagger, before falling to my knees and vomiting. Damn you to hell, Sabine, you and your secrets. Look what you made me do to our daughter. Part of me wishes she was still alive, so I could kill the bitch all over again. I gasp in air. I need a new plan. But first I need to get help for my daughter and shut this side down.
Chapter 20 to Darius aka Hulk. I watch Garrett head down the hill. He's barely human. The dragon sign so close to the surface, he keeps staring at me and Reese. I'm not sure if he wants to kill us or not. It's hard to read the emotion in his eyes. Those bloody dragon eyes of his unnerve the shit out of me. Reese nudges me to gain my attention and points down to the cave. Look, he says through our link, that's the one that killed the alpha. Sure enough, a vampire staggers out before falling aside and vomiting. He looks up blindly at the sky before pushing himself upright and darting off into the forest like he has the hounds of hell after him. Looks like confirmation to me, the king says, clasping my shoulder. I nod in agreement, readying myself. Reese does the same. Garrett comes barreling up the hill. Reese jumps in front of him and holds up a photo of Eve. Find her, don't hurt her, he instructs. Garrett snatches the photo from him and runs a finger over it. Eyes wide and whirling with a range of emotions, he holds it to his chest and then tucks it inside his shirt. Odd. We move now. He growls, heading over to descend down toward the cave entrance. He's likable down there and everyone rushes to get out of his way. Murderous intent is written all over his face as he pulls the axe from his back sheath, twirling it as he stomps away. His brother doesn't even attempt to stop him, seeing his inner monster coming out to play. We follow down behind him, weapons in hand. Garrett doesn't hesitate to step into the entrance, neither do we. The snarl up ahead and the scream that follows let us know Garrett has his first target. I bare my teeth at Reese. Let's go get our girl. He nods back at me, his emotions locking away as he goes into warrior mode. Up ahead the scene is bloody. Garrett's axe has one man pinned to the wall through his chest and Garrett himself has his claws lengthened. Dragon scales showing on his arms, and fangs descending as he tears through the men in the room. He's a one-man army, our loss to his beast. We make sure we stay out of his striking range unsure if he is present enough to recognize a friend from foe. We root through the ones trying to escape him. These bastards have kept our mate from us for too long, and when there are no more enemies left in this chamber, Garrett glances at Reese and Iron nods. Seeing we are upright, he tugs his axe free, shoves past us, and continues down the hall. Room by room, we clear as we go. It's a massacre. They clearly weren't expecting us. We encounter a few pockets of resistance, where they attempt to hold us off, but they are no match for the bristling, snarling death machine leading the way. We move ahead of Garrett, who can clearly hold his own, and start to organize ourselves into two search groups. We can clear the rooms faster, and have a chance at destroying the enemy, before Garrett deprives us of the pleasure. Reese is in one group, me in the other. I thank the stars we have our link, so we can stay in touch with each other in the madness. When we meet the team from the Kansas entrance, there is only one door left to go. Garrett shoves his way past us all, drenched in blood, and throws the door open. There are stairs leading down, and we immediately follow. He pauses at the bottom, looking at the hole that goes in both directions, and scents the air. The smell of death, decay, and excrement meets our noses, but beneath it all, there is the faint smell of her. Garrett's unnerving dragon eyes lock on mine. Jasmine, he growls. His voice is distorted through his fangs as he runs off to the left. What, Jasmine? Reese shrugs at me, equally confused as we take off after Garrett. Garrett digs his heels in suddenly and grabs two men as they round the corner. He pins them both at their neck and scents them. The man in the white coat's neck is broken straight after scenting and dropping. The other receives a roar from the infuriated dragon. The man's fangs descend, showing his vampire side as he growls back, slashing his claws at Garrett's arms. Ignoring the claws, Garrett lifts the man higher and drops his own head enough to scent the man's crotch. His lips peel away from his fangs as he growls murderously. He plunges his free hand into the vamp's crotch and his claws tear and shred. He pulls the remains of the man's snake and testicles free before shoving them into the man's mouth, choking him with them. The vamp's eyes bulge as he gags and makes high-pitched noises. Garrett plunges his hand into the vamp's chest, yanking out the heart. He drops it on the ground, stomps on it, and releases his grip on the man, allowing him to slide down the rock wall, dead. He continues on at this fast pace, mounting the corner, and we race after him. He halts, falling to his knees. My own legs wobble, and Reese and I grab each other for support. Oh kitten, what have they done to you? Reese looks at me in horror. She looks dead. She isn't, but it's a miracle. How is she still breathing? She barely resembles the woman we know. Unconscious, bloody, and broken. There is even a bone clearly jutting out of the skin on her leg. She is naked, skin and bones and black and blue. We step forward to cut her down, only to have the king hold us back. He points to his brother. Garrett stares at her in awe. My angel, he whispers. His claws, fangs, and scales recede. The king moves forward and clasps his shoulder. Garrett's eyes swing towards his brother, and his brother gasps. Gone are the golden amber dragon eyes, and instead a pair of storm grey eyes meet the king's, his humanity bleeding back into his face as we watch. The king nods in understanding and steps forward to help her down. Garrett snarls at him, making him freeze on the spot. He puts his hands out in surrender and backs away as Garrett rises to his feet. He gingerly supports her weight, holding her like she is made of springloom. He reaches for the first chain and yanks it, snapping it instantly, before doing the same to the other. He carefully moves her so he can scoop under her legs, holding her like a baby against his chest. He inhales by the crook of her neck, grounding himself with her scent. For the first time in forever, Garrett is still. His face is serene and gentle, as he gazes at our mate in adoration. What the hell is going on? He looks at me and Reese, then growls a word that throws my world off center. Mine, oh, I look at Reese in disbelief. What the Fouquet, Reese links. What the Fouquet indeed.
Chapter 23 Garrett. I turn to my brother. She needs a blanket and a doctor, I say calmly. His jaw drops before he gathers himself and nods, gesturing me back the way I came. Reese, disconnect the lines. I don't want any more of that crap in her. He nods and does so. My brother is giving orders for the wolves to bring body bags for the remains he can see in the opposite cells. I pay them no attention, my focus solely on the woman in my arms. Once she is free of the I walk swiftly, careful not to jostle her cold, broken body. My skin sends warm, reassuring currents through my body where it touches hers. I snatch the blanket from the descending wolf on the stairs and cover her. She's real. She's mine. She stirs when the sun kisses her skin as we exit the cave and the gentle breeze carries the songs of birds. My chest rumbles, calling to her to calm down, and she goes back under. I lightly run up the hill and over to where our convoy of vehicles waits and head to the medical truck. The ramp is already down and the team waiting. They step forward quickly and reach for her. Instinct kicks in and I turn sideways, protecting her from them, a threatening growl pulling from my lips. They freeze instantly. Garrett, my team can't help her if we can't get near her. The doctor reasons with me. I know this. I can't help the way every fiber of my being screams to me to protect her. I suck in a deep breath and let it out slowly, then nestle my nose into her neck. She is here and she is real, I remind myself. I feel calmness sweeping through my body. I look up at the doctor. He's looking at her worriedly. Time is of the essence and I'm wasting it. I snarl at the hand that touches my shoulder from behind, before scenting Reese and surprisingly relaxing. Carry her and Garrett. We can stay all with her. They can talk us through what they are doing, but they need to stabilize her, he says. I nod. This sounds reasonable. I move up the ramp, the team giving me space as I move and lay her on the waiting bed. I move to the side, keeping hold of her hand. The doctor approaches cautiously. Garrett, Reese, Darius. The team is going to hook her up to fluids and pain relief. Then we will take her vitals, look and treat anything obvious. Once we are back at the castle, we will do x-rays, set any bones, and clean her. Harry will be here soon. He's excellent at lockpicking. Darius informs me, motioning to her shackles. We can't take the silver shackles off yet. Some of the breaks are old and may need to be rebroken for her wolf side to heal correctly. The doctor says apologetically, we can't risk things healing wrong. Each of the medical team swings into action, explaining what they are doing. Bags of fluid are hooked up. Blood is taken. Machines showing her oxygen and heart rate are attached to her, and shortly afterward a nasal cannula is added to increase her oxygen levels. The doc's heartbeat is through the roof when he begins his physical examination. Even though I have nodded he can touch her, I can't stop the low warning growl trickling from my throat. X-rays and MRI will definitely be needed. She's in rough shape, he says, stepping back. I roll my eyes. Foo * King Captain Obvious. He packs sterile bandages around the bone jutting out of her leg to stabilize it for the trip home before a heated blanket is placed over her and she's strapped onto the gurney for transport. I can hear my brother giving orders for a squad to remain and search for anything of interest to explain what they were planning in the caves and find out what their endgame is. The ramp is raised and the truck rattles to life before lurching into gear. The three of us stare at our common interest as we sway to the motion of the road before slowly. I look up and see the two wolves meeting my gaze. Reese clears his throat. So, I guess we should extend a big welcome to the family, he says with a wry grin. My heart leaps in my chest. You accept me? I ask in wonder. Buddy, she won't even accept me, Darius says with a laugh. We have our work cut out for us. Safety in numbers. His face becomes somber as he looks at her. She's going to need us. All of us. Especially now. I look at the marks on their necks in confusion. If she hasn't accepted him, how are they both marked? Did they move on when she was gone and take chosen mates? Reese notices where I'm looking and laughs awkwardly. Yeah, that was my idea. We marked each other. Easier to communicate and keep tabs on each other through all this. We were able to support each other better. The only downside is we can't fall asleep without the other now. So we are bunkmates, he explains. Only sleeping. Still straight males. Darius quickly puts in. I smirk and nod to soothe his worried ego. Wonder how long that straightness will last. Eve's monitor starts going haywire. Its alarm becomes deafening. The mid-team unclips their seatbelts and hits the emergency stop. rushing to her. This time I step back and let them work without any growls. This is bad. They intubate her and start helping her breathe. I listen to her heart beating sluggishly and hesitantly, sucking in a panicked breath when it stops. They hit her with the defibrillator again and again, but the resounding tone of the flat line echoes in the truck. The doctor looks at me and shakes his head. Darius falls to his knees, clutching his chest, and re-staggers to keep his footing, gaping in disbelief. I roar and snatch the paddles from the doctor, hitting her again, then again. Don't you dare, I roar at her, continuing to shock her heart. I did not drag you from hell to lose you now. The team grabs at my arms. I elbow them away, shocking her one last time before they shove a needle in my neck. My eyes lose focus and my knees go out. I'm so sorry, Your Highness. She's gone. The doctor whispers to me. I smile. Can't you hear it? I ask him. Doctor, we have a pulse. A nurse calls out. I listen to the beeps of her heart monitor as I black out. The most beautiful Fu asterisk king sound I ever heard.
Chapter 24 Eve. I raise my heavy eyelids and squint at the brightness. The room slowly comes into focus. A white medical room. I'm strapped to the bed and I growl angrily. They are healing me again. Or I'm hallucinating. I cannot do this anymore. The door swings open and the ghost man walks towards me quickly. He's solid this time. My mind is so broken now. He looks real to me. A sob escapes me and I look away. I cannot see his pleading eyes while I deny him this time. There was no little bit longer. He doesn't exist. He's not coming for me. It's all a lie. Angel, he whispers, his hand cupping my cheek. I gasp, feeling the heat of his skin, the tingles of his energy, the smell of fresh linen and the sea breeze as my nose takes in his essence. I chuckle. Oh boy, my brain is pulling out all the stops. No, I say hoarsely with conviction. No more waiting, no more promises. You, Casper the annoying ghost, need to get the Fouquet out of my head. No more waiting. He agrees. You're safe now. We found you. You're at Maroon Bell's castle. I kept my promise. He raises my hand to his lips and kisses it. Tingles shoot up my hand and gather in my abdomen. Nice try, I say sadly, pulling my hand away. But you need to leave me now. You need to let me go. I've done this scenario before. It wasn't real then. It isn't real now. He shakes his head at me fast. You got out. I promise. You are mine and I am yours, he says, eyes boring into mine. I have looked for you for centuries. I can never let you go now. I ask you to listen to me one more time. I promise, I swear on my life. This is real. He kicks up the wheel locks on my bed, and with one hand pushing the bed and the other pulling the IV pole with him, he moves me to the window. I look out the window and see rolling hills and forests. He pushes the window open so I can smell wildflowers on the breeze. As it caresses my face, I choke on a sob. I never thought I would smell the wilderness again. He gently clasps my hand in his and strokes my hair. A strange rumble noise starts to come from his chest and soothes my soul. I find myself relaxing into his touch. Genuine kindness, understanding, and empathy shine from his eyes. I startle suddenly. My body shoots pains as it tenses. Your eyes are wrong. You're not him. But he smiles and I watch his eyes bleed into the familiar reptilian ones. You brought my humanity back when I found you, he explains. It was nearly gone completely. I don't understand, I admit, confused. I am yours. We are mates. He smiles. I have two mates. What is this foo curry he's trying to peddle? 3, a voice says from the doorway. My eyes dart to the sound. The deep growl flies out of my throat before I can stop it, as recognition hits me. My abusers are here. My betrayers. I am not free. The ghost man gets in my line of sight. That soothing rumble starts up again, that I can't help but respond to. Once he deems me suitably calm enough, he stops it. Was he just purring? He is a dragon, right, not a cat. Angel, listen to me carefully, he said. This is your 4th wake-up call, hence the bed straps. You reacted badly each time. You had enough hallucinogenic in your system to sink a ship, as well as wolfsbane, silver nitrate, sedatives, and a snake tail we are still trying to work out. Your mates weren't there, I swear. They were looking for you just as hard as I was. I don't know what you saw, but some of it wasn't real. Your mates, they would never hurt you. Do you hear what I'm saying? Whatever you think happened while you were there was not done by them. Do you understand? I nod slowly as I process what he's saying. I understand, and part of me knows he's right, but there's still that part that doesn't believe. Okay, I'm going to move out of the way so they can see you, but I'm right here. His hand clasps mine and he resumes his previous position, stroking my hair. They approach cautiously, stopping at my low growl of warning. Eve, Reese begins. Baby, I missed you so much. When you want to talk about it, I'm here. I avert my eyes and shake my head vehemently. No one can know what I went through, how I broke in the hands of the enemy. They cannot know of the undignified deaths of my family, and how I was too weak to save them. Can we remove the straps now, kitten? Hulk asks. I hate seeing you like this. I nod wearily. I jerk against the restraints, when his fingertips graze my wrist and a fine tremor takes over my body. He backs away immediately, hands up, showing he means no harm. Maybe you should do it, Reese suggests to Ghost Man. She's not ready yet and that's okay. We have nothing but time. He directs an understanding smile at me. They back up to give me space. Ghost Man leans forward and unbuckles the strap at my shoulders. He then moves, unbuckling the one at the waist, then my knees, and lastly my ankles. Your wolf side only activated yesterday and is sluggish. Your body has a long way to go. They have you on some wicked pain relief, but try not to move too much, he explains. Can I sit up? I'd ask, focusing completely on the Ghost Man. I can't look at the other two. It hurts and makes me angry to see their faces, regardless of whether my mind fouqueted me over in the cells or not. We can try and slowly raise the bed, he says, smiling gently. Just let me know if it hurts and we will stop. I nod in agreement, excited to see more of the landscape out the window. He pushes a button near the bed and a mechanical hum fills the room. For a moment my heart beats out of tune and I swallow hard, waiting to hear the clanking of the chains. I think I'm going to be sick. Angel, his hand on mine brings me back as I blink at him. He places the controller in my hand. Here, you choose when it moves. I nod, biting my lip. I am scared of a bed. God, how the mighty have fallen. It takes me forever to get the bed to half-mast, stopping and starting. My ribs protest each time my bed adjusts, but is nothing compared to some of the other pain I experienced in my confinement. The view from the window is worth it. Did you want to try something to eat and drink? Hulk asks. Doc said you can try some soft food and water. I nod absently, stretching my wolf hearing to the birds, the rustling leaves, and the crickets chirping. A hand appears in front of my face, holding a cup of lime jelly and a spoon. I eagerly grab it. When was the last time I had food? I dip my spoon in and fill it, shoving it in my mouth and swallowing without chewing. My stomach clenches in response. The second spoonful I hold in my mouth, allowing the flavor to slide over my taste buds as it dissolves. I swallow it cautiously. My stomach tries to tie itself in knots. I place the cup on the windowsill. You did good, baby. Reese's voice caresses my mind through the pack link for the first time in ages. Today 2 spoons, next time 3. I glance at him. He and Hulk are still keeping their respectful distance. Even though I can see it pains them, I feel guilty at being so weak, so broken, so angry at them. I avert my eyes ashamed. Suddenly I remember what Reese said when they first walked in. What did you mean by I have 3 mates? I ask him directly, that I focus on the wall just behind him, still unable to meet his eyes. Reese grins at me. Oh baby, do I have some news for you?
Chapter 25. Reese. It's been 4 weeks since we got our mate back. 2 weeks since she woke up and her wolf started to rouse to heal her. Although she's not really back as such, we left part of her behind in the cell, and this version we attempt to interact with is a mere shadow of the woman I knew. She jumps at sudden sounds or fast movements. Neither Darius nor I can get closer than 6 feet from her before the tremors start, and she tries to mask them with anger and growls. She is afraid of us, of strangers too. She's better with women. I'm guessing there were none involved in her confinement. Lord help us, if one of the med team comes near her with a needle, she explodes in panic. No matter how many warnings and explanations are given in advance, she tries to psych herself up for it, but her body doesn't follow its own commands. And the nightmares, dear Lord, they break me. Watching her writhe and whimper, sometimes screaming and crying. I just want to hold her and tell her it's over. She's safe now. Not that she would let us hold her. She snaps at us and tells us she's fine. It's hard to know how to help her best when she won't talk to us about it. We have a basic understanding of what was done to her body, from what we saw and what the doctors found. But I know there is much more to it. She does, however, allow us near her in wolf form. I guess because even in her muddled brain, our wolf forms never hurt her. She greets our wolves like big dogs that she missed, and she pets us, hugs us, and tells us how beautiful we are. At the moment we take what we can get. Her wolf side healing is doing its job, although slower than it should, but it's starting to pick up now that the drugs are nearly flushed out of her system. She had 3 days of withdrawals from one of the things they gave her, and that wasn't pretty, to say the least. She's able to eat more now, and they are giving her high-calorie foods to help her gain weight faster. She was a little overwhelmed when I explained to her what her father had said about us being mates too. I had thought she would be happy. It was what we had always wanted, to be true mates, but in her current state, I'm beginning to worry she will deny me. I'm grateful at least Garrett can be there for her, to a degree. He has told us about his dream walking to her, and shared what he learned from those interactions. I'm so grateful he was able to get her to hold on till we could get her. From what he says, we got lucky we made it to her in time. We nearly lost her. She crashed twice more when the med team was working on her back in the castle. I shudder to think what would have happened if we had waited even another 20 minutes to go in. I can see her trying to refine herself, pushing her limits already. She doesn't like being this weak, broken shadow. She knows who she was and she wants herself back. She's speaking up and challenging the med team and us more and more. Sometimes she holds her own and sometimes she backs down in fear, immediately hating herself when she does. She's so angry all the time, snapping at us without warning. It's hard to be so close to her at last but not be able to touch her, to see her look at us in fear of seeing her so out of control. I have to remind myself to have patience. Somewhere under all those defense mechanisms, Maeve is hiding. But today is a big day. She's gotten her casts off, her stitches out in her eye, V-lines removed. It's just her catheter left to come out. Her bruises have faded to mostly yellows, making her look jaundiced, and we are allowed to take her out in a wheelchair. She wants to touch the grass and feel nature again. The sun is shining. It's hopefully going to be a good day. Well, once she gets past the catheter removal. She's currently in Garrett's arms as he whispers to her to focus on him. He starts to distract her, talking about the force she can run in once she's better. As soon as her nether region is touched by the female nurse, she freezes and the growling starts. She squeezes her eyes shut and burrows her face into Garrett's chest so she doesn't attack. His weird purr noise starts automatically, and then the nurse is done and the blanket is pulled back over her legs. I look at Garrett. He's like something from the Invasion of the Body Snatchers. He handles her like she's the most fragile thing in the world. He is patient and always softly spoken. His movements are always careful. He is always reassuring and encouraging. There's never a growl uttered at her. Only those that dare to get too close to her or people she reacts badly to. It's a far cry from the blood-soaked feral beast that we all tiptoed around. However, as soon as he is away from her, he is quick to anger. His beast rides him hard, and everyone ducks for cover. As soon as he's back in her presence, he's once again a teddy bear. If only his enemies could see him now. I smirk, watching him coo to her as he coaxes her out from his chest, so he can get her ready to go. She tries to negotiate for a real shower and clothes. Garrett caves instantly. He would give her the world if he could. She doesn't want a nurse to help her. She just wants Garrett to turn on the shower and place a seat in there. She wants her independence back. Garrett agrees, but only if she shows him she can stand and take a few steps for him. Eve nods. He helps her into position on the edge of the bed, and she eases her feet to the ground. She slowly bears her weight and grins when she succeeds. It's the first genuine smile I've seen since we got her back, and my heart flutters at the sight. She carefully shuffles forward. Then, once satisfied, she takes a proper step. She wobbles for a moment before regaining her balance, shooing Garrett away as he gets ready to grab her if she topples. Eve gains confidence and balance as she makes her way to the bathroom. "Guess I won't need your help after all," she jokes, closing and locking the bathroom door in his face before he can react, leaving him bewildered. His eyes flash to his dragons at Darius' chuckle as he stares daggers at him. Now that's the Eve we all know and love, I say, nudging Darius with my shoulder.
Chapter 26 Eve. The heat from the shower feels amazing. I wash my hair, lather up the shower puff, and start on my body. As I clean, I see a shadow move out of the corner of my eye. I spin towards it, nearly going them over Kai on my wobbly legs. Nothing is there. The ghost touch of a hand trailing my back makes me jerk back to the water. The sensation of another begins to trail down my abdomen towards my privates. I bite into my knuckles so I don't scream. It's not real, just my head playing tricks again. I take in a shaky breath and exhale. No one is here. I'm in a bathroom and only the water is touching me. Breathe in, breathe out. I grab the loofah from where I have dropped it and start scrubbing my skin viciously. My skin is filthy and disgusting. I am contaminated. The scent of fangboy is still stuck in my nostrils. I drop the loofah and scrub myself with my fingers. Soon my nails join the party, helping scrape the filth from my skin. I start to panic, unable to get his smell off me. I can feel the ghost of his fangs at my neck, his disgusting hands grabbing my hips. I growl and scrub both areas like my life depends on it. There is a tap at the door. "Eve, you all right in there?" Hulk asks. "Yep, just enjoying the hot water and getting squeaky clean." I reply as casually as I can, while inwardly losing my shit completely, knowing that I will never truly be clean again. I can hear him shuffle awkwardly by the door, then a few hushed whispers amongst them. There is some nervous throat clearing. "Baby, why can I smell blood?" Reese carefully asks. I freeze my frantic movements. Glancing around, I realize my claws have peeked out to help and I am shredding myself. I look at my body in horror. I begin, trying to explain it away. I never get the chance, as a snarling Garrett breaks through the door with a well-placed kick. Dragon eyes on full display. It takes him a mere second to take in what I have done. "Fouquet, Angel," he says, eyes bleeding back to human ones. He realizes that only danger is me. He grabs towels and yanks me from the shower roughly, swiftly holding towels to the worst of places. I am stunned. This is the first time Garrett has ever manhandled me. "Get in here, both of you," he orders towards the doorway. Reese and Hulk swiftly step in, eyes widening at the sight in front of them. They quickly grab more towels, putting pressure on my self-inflicted wounds, as they wait for my wolf side to kick in the healing. They ignore my warning growls. They are too close. Garrett grabs my chin so he can look me in the eye. His dragon is riding him hard and my eyes skirt away from his. He gives me a little shake to bring my eyes back to him. Why did you hurt yourself?" He looks betrayed as if I've just kicked his puppy for fun. I shake my head, traitorous tears threatening to spill. "I just wanted to be clean. I'm filthy. I can't get clean." I meet his eyes and with absolute honesty say, "I can't get them off me. They're still touching me. I can still smell him. I need it to stop. I need to be clean." I see understanding fill his eyes. His head rests on the top of mine. The scent of pine forest and sunshine, of home. "Oh, baby," Reese says sadly. Hulk's hand cups my cheek. "You need to let us help you, kitten. You don't need to deal with this on your own." All three of my mates are touching me and surprisingly, I feel safe wrapped in their scents, despite Reese and Hulk being so close. It is like I am complete and they hold me again for a moment. "Bleeding slowing," Garrett says, throwing the towel to the side. The others follow suit, their eyes carefully check to ensure my healing is kicking in right. I don't even care that I'm naked. I had left my dignity at the door of my cell. The moment they had placed me in it, Garrett clears his throat. "So," he says awkwardly, his cheeks obtaining a pink tint, "clothes might be good." The others shift nervously, suddenly realizing their close proximity to my naked body. I roll my eyes. We are all shifters. We all get naked. I sigh and shift to my wolf form. It hurts, but is still a swift, smooth transformation. "Damn it, Eve," Reese groans. "Doc said you had to wait another week for that." "You guys are the ones freaking out about the naked girl. Some shifters you lot are." I link Reese and Hulk. "This would normally be fine if we weren't attracted to the said naked girl, with our beast's genes riding us to complete the mating bond," Hulk says pointedly. "What? Ew." My brain finally understood. Well, consider me covered then. I trot out of the bathroom and scratch the door to exit the room. "Come on, you promised me outside time and sunlights are wasting." The guys file out of the bathroom and Garrett opens the door for me. "Do you see how close she let us get?" Hulk says, smiling at Garrett. Garrett nods, grinning back. I kissed her head. Reese sings songs teasingly at Hulk. Narrowly missing the lazy punch, Hulk swings at his arm playfully. Reese laughs at him. "She's still right here," I remind him, watching them grin at me as I head off down the hall. I glance behind me, taking them in, smiling, carefree. It's nice. I decide I want to see them like this more often. I seriously need to get my shit together. I'm letting down the team. I come to a grinding halt. "Angel." I look at them sheepishly. I actually don't have any idea where I'm going. One of you better lead the way, I admit.
Chapter 27 Darius aka Hulk. I look at Eve's wolf. Her black coat looks rough and lacks shine. Her bones stick out unhealthily. She still has a way to go before she is back in remotely good condition. But all faults aside, her gait is steady and her head is up. It's progress. She currently has her nose in the air, her eyes closed as she basks in the sunlight. She looks peaceful and relaxed. We lazer around, eating from the picnic we have made, leaving her to reconnect with nature. We talk amongst ourselves about our next move. Now that we had her back and the evidence the team has gathered so far in the caves, I'm keen to pack up and head home, maybe see if Eve would be open to me absorbing her pack. Now that it has no alpha, I'm not sure what Garrett wants, but I imagine whatever Eve decides on, he will agree to. He would follow her anywhere. Reese sits quietly watching Eve closely. While he munches on a chicken leg, he is slowly wiggling closer to her, hoping she won't notice. I am pretty sure she is very aware, judging by the cold tension in her hind legs. Her ears prick suddenly and her eyes open as she goes on high alert, looking in the distance over Reese's shoulder. Reese glances behind him, and she instantly snatches the chicken leg out of his hand before pivoting to duck and hide behind Garrett. "Oi," Reese exclaims, "get your own bloody chicken, you thief." She peers out from behind Garrett and gives a wolf-eye laugh. Garrett chuckles and rubs the fur by her ears. "Well played, Angel," he congratulates her. She prances and preens, proud of herself. "At least she's trying to joke around with you," I laugh in Reese's mind. He gives me a wry grin as he rummages to find another leg, then promptly curses. "Damn it, Eve, that was the last one." He pretends to stomp toward her, tail wagging. She quickly scoffs down her stolen meal, then looks innocently at Reese with big puppy eyes. "Lucky you're cute," he grumbles, playfully pulling on her tail. She leaps up suddenly, bowling him over. He is quick to jump to his feet and give chase, as she uses Garrett and me as barriers between them. After a while, I nod to Reese and suddenly lean aside. Reese immediately takes advantage and lunges at her. They collide and roll, landing on their sides. Eve huffs, laughing again. Reese sits up and strokes the fur on her jaw. "It's good to have you back, baby. I missed you so incredibly much." He swallows hard. "Hiss my gone. I serious. I am so fucking sorry we couldn't find you faster, that we weren't there when you needed us, that you went through so much alone. I failed you, Eve, and I will never, ever forgive myself. But I will spend the rest of my life trying to make it right if you give me a chance. I will understand though if after everything you have been through you may not be able to." He lowers his head, exposing his neck to her in submission. Eve stares like a deer in the headlights for a moment, before giving a soft blink and moving closer to him. She slowly leans her head toward him, and I hold my breath in anticipation. She cautiously licks his chin, before climbing into his lap and pressing her forehead into his shoulder for comfort. His arms wrap around her neck as he hugs her to him. His shoulders shaking, I can feel through our bond. His overwhelming relief to be holding her, to be close and accepted. This is a huge step for her, and we all know how special this moment is for all of us, especially for Reese. We avert our eyes and let them have their moment. I watch Garrett make a daisy chain until after some time has passed. Reese clears his throat and pulls back with a whispered, "Thank you." Eve nods and he gets to his feet to pack up the picnic, while we all pretend not to notice his damp eyelashes. Garrett walks over and places the daisy chain over her ears, and she looks so damn cute. I have to discreetly whip out my phone and snap a quick photo. I give a little chuckle and Garrett glances at me questioningly. The mighty fearsome dragon, who sends terror into the hearts of his enemies with just his name and tears people limb from limb likes to make daisy chains. He smirks back at me. I won't tell if you won't. Besides, she looks adorable, he says, ruffling her coat. We gather up our belongings and walk back, but Eve pauses and lets out a low growl as she sees her doctor coming towards us, the dreaded bearer of needles. Eve, I said to wait another week before you attempted to call forth your other form, he scolds. She immediately transitions into her human form. She ignores our growls and attempts to cover her up, chewing us away. I was actually looking for you. I'm feeling much better and would like to be discharged, she demands. The doctor furrows his brow. I'm not sure that's a good idea, Eve. You're doing much better physically, but mentally, he trails off. Mentally, I'm not going to get better here. No offense. I need to be able to go outside, rest without worrying about who's going to walk through the door every 5 minutes. And don't even get me started on those stupid needles. She shudders. He nods thoughtfully. Well, I guess I could discharge you into His Highness' capable hands, he says, looking at Garrett. At his nod, the doctor hurries off to get things ready. Eve swings back to Garrett. Your Highness, you're that Garrett, she asks, sounding a little panicked. Oops, how did we miss telling her that? Why, how many dragons named Garrett do you know? Garrett jokes, snicking an eyebrow.
Chapter 28 Eve, a dragon prince, the dragon prince, destroyer of legions, eater of souls, bathes in the blood of his enemies, batshit crazy, the pharaoh prince, I blurt. Only to the rest of the world, he shrugs with a smile. Holy shit, I laugh. Is that okay? He asks gently. Why, are you going to eat me if I say no? I joke, striding towards my hospital room to collect my things. Only if you're offering. He trails off, his double meaning clear. I cough suddenly, choking on my own saliva in surprise. I freeze on the spot, suddenly realizing I am very naked again. The tension in the room goes up. I walk over to one of the chairs, where a hoodie is stripped across the back, and swiftly pull it on, sighing in relief as it falls to mid-thigh. Hulk's scent immediately engulfs me and I can't resist bunching it up to my nose and taking a big whiff. They all smell so divine. I glance up to see Hulk smiling knowingly at me. I release the material from my nose quickly. Stupid Bond. My clothes look good on you. He winks. I roll my eyes and go over to pack up, then realize I don't actually have any belongings here. I sigh and flop on the bed while the guys collect their own belongings. Baby, catch, Reese calls out. I sit up on reflex, hands out, only to have his satin boxers land in my face. Reese, what the hell? I splutter, pulling them off. Pants, baby. Can't have you walking around without any. You bend the wrong way, and I'm going to have to beat up any randoms that sneak a peek. I roll my eyes but stand up and put them on, rolling the waistband to keep them up on my bony hips. Reese finishes packing his bag and glances at me. Your gear's coming. I packed you a bag before we came. It's at the camp. One of Darius' men is bringing it over. I nod, glad I will be able to wear my own clothes again after so long without them. Once they are packed, we look expectantly at Garrett. So where to your highness? I ask him sweetly, batting my eyelashes at him. He frowns at me. Just Garrett, Angel, no highness in your presence. My place, or do you guys have other plans? No, just Garrett, I say with a snicker. We can't have you living in squalor, can we? Your room will be fine. He side-eyes me with a grin. What are you? 12. 5. Thank you. I laugh, opening the door. Good to know. He chuckles. So, where's your room? Penthouse suite in one of the castle towers, I ask. He shakes his head. I wasn't allowed in the castle much. Everyone was too terrified of me, and I swung off the handle too easily. I actually have a house down by the lake. Thank God. The castle is a bit intimidating, and I have no idea who I'm supposed to curtsy to, I say with relief. You bow to no one, Garrett growls slowly. Garrett leads the way out of the castle gates and down toward the lake, where a couple of isolated houses dot the landscape. As we head downhill, I find my strength waning, and my muscles, or rather lack of them, begin to ache. I stumble a few times and Darius, walking beside me, is quick to halt my potential tumble. By my fourth stumble, I growl in frustration, before putting on my big girl pants, sucking in a steadying breath, and shoving my hand in his, to help me make it the rest of the way. He freezes and checks to make sure I'm okay, before getting closer and guiding me down the rest of the way, to the flatter land. When we reach the bottom of the hill, I leave my hand in his as we continue to walk towards the lake. See if I can take one for the team. Garrett points at a dot a quarter of the way around. That one is where we are headed, closer to the lake. The ground is rocky. Hulk turns to me. You don't have shoes. Do you mind if I carry you? He asks warily, already fearing the expected rejection. I sigh but slowly nod. It is the logical thing to do. He smiles the biggest smile in the world. Even though Garrett has the most fearsome reputation, Hulk is intimidating, period. That something so simple as touching me could bring so much happiness to this muscle-bound giant, who's smiling like a kid at Christmas, warms my heart just a little. I really do want to get to know him better. I feel bad for the way things happened, and now that I know I won't lose Reese, I really need to let this big guy in a bit. Reese and I have a history. Garrett and I have forged a careful bond in captivity. Poor Hulk has been left on the outskirts. I have run from him, denied him, and he has been through the ringer, trying to find someone he didn't really know. After narrowly surviving a bloody battle that he had fought beside me, he deserves more. I must try to lower my walls. Let's face it, since I had returned, I had been a great bitch. He carefully bends from his imposing height and gathers me in his arms bridal style. He pretends not to notice my muscles tense or my flinch, and heads after Garrett and Reese at a faster pace, now that I'm not slowing him down. The rocking motion of his movements is soothing, and I find myself relaxing, yawning, and tucking my head into the crook of his neck, to breathe him in and bounce off. This is nice. This feels safe. I am still going to kick his bum for marking me without my permission, but he can have a stay of execution for now, since it has worked out in our favor.
Chapter 29 Darius aka Hulk. Do you see this? I crow through the link to Reese, who grins and shoots me the thumbs up. I cannot believe she has initiated touch and then allowed me to carry her. I am on top of the world, and then the icing on the cake is her trusting me to keep her safe while she sleeps in my arms. At the faster pace we were now going, the house is coming up fast, and I find myself slowing down. I'm reluctant to end this brief experience of carrying her. Garrett smirks at me knowingly. You can just sit when we get in and keep holding her. No one's going to snatch her from you, he reassures me. My shoulders relax and I speed back up. We are soon at the door of a large two-story log house. Garrett shoves the door open and motions us in, before leading us to the open-plan lounge and kitchen with breakfast bar. He points to the plush grey couches and walks into the kitchen to get down mugs and flick the kettle on. He raises an eyebrow and shakes the coffee can at us, then busies himself getting it ready. As we nod our confirmation that we're all keen for coffee, I stare at the beautiful creature sleeping peacefully in my arms, while I wait for my coffee to come. Her fine features, plush lips, and long eyelashes are being committed to memory. I knew she was beautiful, but this was the first time I had ever been close enough and at peace enough to truly take her in. She's exquisite, isn't she? Reese says quietly. I nod in awe, carefully tucking a stray tendril behind her ear. Garrett walks in and silently places my coffee within reach on the coffee table. As he's placing Reese in front of him, Reese leans forward. You may want to make him another, he whispers, pointing over to me. I raise my eyebrows and carefully grasp my cup, slowly bringing it to my lips. To my surprise, two hands reach up and craftily slide my heart cup out of my hands. I glance down at my mate and see her taking a big whiff of the coffee scent before taking a sip. She sighs in contentment and gives me a peck on the cheek. You're my hero, she says in a sleepy voice, taking another sip and smiling. I didn't think I was ever going to see coffee again. She rests her head on my chest happily. I've lost track of the number of times she's done that to me. Reese snorts. She's a caffeine fiend from way back. What man in their right mind makes a coffee and doesn't get his girlfriend one? She sasses back at him. I cluck my tongue at him. Call from Reese. I laugh and look down at Eve. Consider it duly noted, kitten. She hums in approval and sips at her coffee, while Garrett heads off to make me another. Eve makes no move to get off my lap, and I'm in zero hurry for her to move, enjoying the hum of the mate bond on my skin and her scent wrapping around my senses. Sleepy Eve is much nicer to deal with than awake Eve. Finishing off her coffee, she readjusts herself in my lap. Jesus, I'm going to need to readjust my pants if she wiggles again like that. Reese bites his lip, trying not to laugh at my sudden discomfort, and I send him a quick glare. Eve clears her throat, bringing our attention back to her. I would like to address the giant elephant in the room. You have all been skirting around it since you found me. I want to know about the state of my pack. I want to know if any plans have been made for them and where we, as mates, will be living. I would also like to know if there is any clue as to what they were planning down in those caves. I don't believe it was all about breaking me. There had to be more to it. She pauses, contemplating. Can we start with the battle and work our way through, so I know what you know? She looks me in the eye and then Reese. All of it. My dad, my mom, my pack, all of it. I nod reluctantly. I know Reese had hoped she wouldn't ask further about how her parents died, even though he was pretty sure she would. We grimly start filling her in. She sits quietly throughout. There is no crying as she hears how her parents were murdered. She calmly looks through the list of survivors and deaths from her pack that Reese hands her. She doesn't blink when we explain that the pack house is no longer standing. She accepts it all with an understanding finality. We explain the elaborate maps that have been found along with some of their plans in a secret chamber in the cave. She nods as the puzzle pieces begin to fit into place for her. So, he wanted me because Mom denied him and it was revenge, but he needed me to break, so I'd be a good little submissive queen to present to his family. Then he believed his father would hand him the throne after his dad wins the war. It was all some elaborate scheme to remove the dragons from power and take over as the new powerhouse of the supernatural world. She pinches the bridge of her nose with her fingers and furrows her brows. I rub slow, soothing circles on the small of her back while she tries to wrap her head around it. So now we have a nut job on a power trip to dethrone his father. Has the Vampire Council been alerted that they have a Mad King yet? We shake our heads. The plans were only found this morning. We are still trying to find out how many are involved and what races before we make any moves. There's a lot of files and plans still to go through. Carrot explains. She nods in agreement. Yes, let's get our ducks in order. But let's not just invite the Vampire Council. Let's invite all the heads of the ones not involved. We can hold the council responsible together and form allies and plans all in one hit. Saves having to repeat ourselves. In the meantime, we need to return to my pack. I need to ensure they are okay and plan the way forward. Can I grab another coffee? She asks Garrett. He grins and nods. Eve's clearly gone into strategy mode, the old Eve stepping up to the plate. Of course, my little warrior, he teases. He heads into the kitchen. You know, he says as he flicks the jug back on. I thought your name and pack sounded familiar. Listening to you now it's just clicked. You're the first female head warrior, the one the Werewolf Council challenged. At her nod, he continues, I heard they asked you to fight their strongest warriors, and you kicked their bum while looking bored out of your mind. Well, it was hardly a challenge, she grumbles. Garrett lets out a roar of laughter. I can't wait till you are fighting feet, Angel. I would love to see you in action. It's a sight to behold, all right. I agree proudly. They had to swarm her and drug her to take her out. What are your plans for your pack, kitten? Do you have more family that can be called in to run it? Or did you want me to just absorb it into mine? Oh, thank you both. I'll handle it, she chirps. I shake my head to the side confused. But your pack has no alpha, nor an heir in waiting. It will perish if it doesn't have an alpha or join another pack. I explain. Surely, as an alpha's daughter, she knows this. It still has one. You're looking at her. I couldn't help the chuckle that falls from my lips. It's a lovely dream kitten, but only real alphas can hold the true power and keep the pack running. Her eyes flash angrily at me as she rips herself from my grasp. Her eyes glow a bright amber, and she unfurls her power like she's fluffing out a cloak. I have never felt anything like it. Power fills her voice as she speaks. I am the firstborn heir of Lightning Ridge. I am alpha by right. I stepped aside for my brother at my father's request. There is no other option but to take back what is mine. The Werewolf Council and their archaic rules be damned. I lowered myself to only ascend to head warrior, despite my pack's objections to even do that, and I have proved myself tenfold. Feel me and tell me I cannot keep my pack. Dare to tell me that I, as a woman, cannot be the alpha I was born to be, she snarls. I find myself on the floor, kneeling and exposing my neck in submission before I even realize I have moved. Eve pulls her power back in and takes a steadying breath. Looking at me on my knees, she pales. Tit, I'm just going to look at the lake for a bit. She strides to the door and pauses. You can, get up. Sorry, didn't mean to make you submit. She grimaces before heading out to the porch. I swallow hard and glance at Reese kneeling opposite me. Did you know? I ask in disbelief. He shakes his head, mouth open in surprise. I'm just as shocked as you are, he says. I glance at Garrett, who stands there wide-eyed. She's quite the firecracker, he says. She's more than an alpha though. An alpha can't make another alpha submit. I think a visit to the Oracle is needed at some stage. Garrett taps his chin thoughtfully, explains why there's 3 of us, so we are going to struggle to keep up with her. Imagine how spectacular she will be when she's back at full capacity. I stare at the door Eve has just exited. She's more than alpha, all right. The power she holds is mind-boggling. Garrett is right. At full strength, she's going to be amazing. Now I just needed to figure out how this whole to alpha thing was supposed to work in a pack.
Chapter 30 Eve. Stupid. Do you see this? I crow through the link to Reese, who grins and shoots me the thumbs up. I cannot believe she has initiated touch and then allowed me to carry her. I am on top of the world, and then the icing on the cake is her trusting me to keep her safe while she sleeps in my arms. At the faster pace we were now going, the house is coming up fast, and I find myself slowing down. I'm reluctant to end this brief experience of carrying her. Garrett smirks at me knowingly. You can just sit when we get in and keep holding her. No one's going to snatch her from you, he reassures me. My shoulders relax and I speed back up. We're soon at the door of a large 2-story log house. Garrett shoves the door open and motions us in, before leading us to the open-plan lounge and kitchen with breakfast bar. He points to the plush gray couches and walks into the kitchen to get down mugs and flick the kettle on. He raises an eyebrow and shakes the coffee can at us, then busies himself getting it ready, as we nod our confirmation that we're all keen for coffee. I stare at the beautiful creature sleeping peacefully in my arms, while I wait for my coffee to come. Her fine features, plush lips, and long eyelashes are being committed to memory. I knew she was beautiful, but this was the first time I had ever been close enough, and at peace enough to truly take her in. She's exquisite, isn't she? Reese says quietly. I nod in awe, carefully tucking a stray tendril behind her ear. Garrett walks in and silently places my coffee within reach on the coffee table. As he is placing Reese in front of him, Reese leans forward. You may want to make him another, he whispers, pointing over to me. I raise my eyebrows and carefully grasp my cup, slowly bringing it to my lips. To my surprise, 2 hands reach up and craftily slide my hot cup out of my hands. I glance down at my mate and see her taking a big whiff of the coffee scent before taking a sip. She sighs in contentment and gives me a peck on the cheek. You're my hero, she says in a sleepy voice, taking another sip and smiling. I didn't think I was ever going to see coffee again. She rests her head on my chest happily. I've lost track of the number of times she's done that to me. Reese snorts. She's a caffeine fiend from way back. What man in their right mind makes a coffee and doesn't get his girlfriend one? She sasses back at him. I cluck my tongue at him. Poor form, Reese. I laugh and look down at Eve. Consider it duly noted, kitten. She hums in approval and sips at her coffee, while Garrett heads off to make me another. Eve makes no move to get off my lap, and I'm in zero hurry for her to move, enjoying the hum of the mate bond on my skin and her scent wrapping around my senses. Sleepy Eve is much nicer to deal with than awake Eve. Finishing off her coffee, she readjusts herself in my lap. Jesus, I'm going to need to readjust my pants if she wiggles again like that. Reese bites his lip, trying not to laugh at my sudden discomfort, and I send him a quick glare. Eve clears her throat, bringing our attention back to her. I would like to address the giant elephant in the room. You have all been skirting around it since you found me. I want to know about the state of my pack. I want to know if any plans have been made for them and where we, as mates, will be living. I would also like to know if there's any clue as to what they were planning down in those caves. I don't believe it was all about breaking me. There had to be more to it. She pauses, contemplating. Can we start with the battle and work our way through? So I know what you know. She looks me in the eye and then Reese. All of it. My dad, my mom, my pack. All of it. I nod reluctantly. I know Reese had hoped she wouldn't ask further about how her parents died, even though he was pretty sure she would. We grimly start filling her in. She sits quietly throughout. There is no crying as she hears how her parents were murdered. She calmly looks through the list of survivors and deaths from her pack that Reese hands her. She doesn't blink when we explain that the pack house is no longer standing. She accepts it all with an understanding finality. We explain the elaborate maps that had been found along with some of their plans in a secret chamber in the cave. She nods as the puzzle pieces begin to feed into place for her. So, he wanted me because Mom denied him and it was revenge that he needed me to break, so I'd be a good little submissive queen to present to his family. Then he believed his father would hand him the throne after his dad wins the war. It was also an elaborate scheme to remove the dragons from power and take over as the new powerhouse of the supernatural world. She pinches the bridge of her nose with her fingers and furrows her brows. I rub slow soothing circles on the small of her back, while she tries to wrap her head around it. So now we have a Ned job on a power trip to dethrone his father. Has the Vampire Council been alerted that they have a Mad King yet? We shake our heads. The plans were only found this morning. We are still trying to find out how many are involved and what races before we make any moves. There's a lot of files and plans still to go through, Garrett explains. She nods in agreement. Yes, let's get our ducks in order. But let's not just invite the Vampire Council. Let's invite all the heads of the ones not involved. We can hold the council responsible together and form allies and plans all in one hit, saves having to repeat ourselves. In the meantime, we need to return to my pack. I need to ensure they are okay and plan the way forward. Can I grab another coffee? She asks Garrett. He grins and nods. Eve's clearly gone into strategy mode, the Eve stepping up to the plate. Of course, my little warrior, he teases. He heads into the kitchen. You know, he says as he flicks the jug back on. I thought your name and pack sounded familiar. Listening to you now it's just clicked. You're the first female head warrior, the one the Werewolf Council challenged. At her nod, he continues. I heard they asked you to fight their strongest warriors, and you kicked their bum while looking bored out of your mind. Well, it was hardly a challenge, she grumbles. Garrett lets out a roar of laughter. I can't wait till you are fighting Feet Angel. I would love to see you in action. It's a sight to behold, all right. I agree proudly. They had to swarm her and drug her to take her out. What are your plans for your pack, kitten? Do you have more family that can be called in to run it? Or did you want me to just absorb it into mine? No, thank you both. I'll handle it, she chirps. I snake my head to the side, confused. But your pack has no alpha, nor an heir in waiting. It will perish if it doesn't have an alpha or join another pack. I explain. Surely, as an alpha's daughter, she knows this. It still has one. You're looking at her. I couldn't help the chuckle that falls from my lips. It's a lovely dream, kitten, but only real alphas can hold the true power and keep the pack running. Her eyes flash angrily at me as she rips herself from my grasp. Her eyes glow a bright amber, and she unfurls her power like she is fluffing out a cloak. I have never felt anything like it. Power fills her voice as she speaks. I am the firstborn heir of Lightning Ridge. I am alpha by right. I stepped aside for my brother. At my father's request, there is no other option but to take back what is mine. The Werewolf Council and their archaic woes be damned. I lowered myself to only ascend to head warrior, despite my pack's objections to even two. Ed and I have proved myself tenfold. Feel me and tell me I cannot keep my pack. Dare to tell me that I, as a woman, cannot be the alpha I was born to be. She snarls. I find myself on the floor, kneeling and exposing my neck in submission. Before I even realize I have moved, Eve pulls her power back in and takes a steadying breath, looking at me on my knees. She pales. Shit, I'm just going to look at the lake for a bit. She strides to the door and pauses. You can, get up. Sorry, didn't mean to make you submit. She grimaces before heading out to the porch. I swallow hard and glance at Reese kneeling opposite me. Did you know? I ask in disbelief. He shakes his head, mouth open in surprise. I'm just as shocked as you are, he says. I glance at Garrett, who stands there wide-eyed. She's quite the firecracker, he says. She's more than an alpha though. An alpha can't make another alpha submit. I think a visit to the Oracle is needed at some stage. Garrett taps his chin thoughtfully, explains why there's 3 of us though. We are going to struggle to keep up with her. Imagine how spectacular she will be when she's back at full capacity. I stare at the door Eve has just exited. She's more than alpha all right. The power she holds is mind-boggling. Garrett is right. At full strength, she's going to be amazing. Now I just needed to figure out how this whole to alpha thing was supposed to work in a pack. Stupid move. I berate myself as I pace under a large tree by the lakeside. I was 10 years old. The first time I made my dad submit. I don't think he had ever been more shocked in his life. He had a big talk with me after, about how I had to keep this side of me hidden. He was so worried about the council finding out and taking me from him. I had to promise to only use it if my life was at risk from a member of my pack. The second time he submitted to me was the day I told him I was going after the head warrior position. It was the only way I could think of to give my alpha side the feeling it was doing its job protecting the pack. Instead of challenging my father, he was dead set against it, worried I would catch the council's attention. My alpha side informed him to back down. I had been the head warrior for exactly 2 months when they summoned me. Their challenge was laughable and over with fast. They just thought I was a freak of nature, with good genes being the reason behind my fighting ability. Idiots. Life went on and I was happy, my alpha side content for once. Never in a million years did it dawn on me that wolves outside my pack could be affected. I'd never thought to try. A sob tore at my throat, and I covered my mouth quickly to stifle it. If only I had known, I could have stopped the wolves that were attacking, leaving more of us to fight the vampires. My parents could still be alive. I might never have been captured. My nephew could be alive in the arms of Cassie and my brother. The alternative reality of what might have been, a bitter, poisonous pill to swallow as my shoulders shake. A hand appears before me, holding a steaming cup of coffee. Talk to me, Eve. Tell me what's going on in that head of yours, Garrett says quietly. I can't meet his eyes. I'm sorry for making them submit. I didn't know I could do that. Well, not to Darius, I say guiltily. Angel, even I'll gladly get on my knees for you anytime. I'm not angry or worried. I'm glad I have such a strong mate. My bottom lip trembles. But if I knew I could do that to those outside my pack, what if it works on rogues too and other pack wolves? What if my story could have been different? Oh, Angel, he sighs, putting the coffee down and gathering me in his arms. But you didn't, and this is where we are now. This is the reality. We can't win back time and have a do-over. We learn and we move forward. I nod against his chest, accepting the harsh truth. Garrett rubs my back before leaning over and grabbing the coffee, placing it in my hands. He strokes my hair as we sit in silence, staring out over the lake, while I sip my coffee. I need to get better, both mentally and physically. I need to get stronger. I need to test how far this thing can go. Maybe it only affected them, because I'm technically Reese Alpha and Darius marked me. Or maybe it can do more. I need to know either way. This war that's coming, I need to be ready and at my best. Garrett nods in agreement. You're going to kick some serious bum. He grins against my hair. Now what are you going to do about your pack? I sigh and shrug. Maybe meet in the middle. Build a house on the current boundary and merge. Keep both our lands, rather than moving completely and just being absorbed by Darius' pack. Shared leadership. Sounds like a good and fair compromise. But Angel, I don't think shared leadership will work. At my raised eyebrow, he clarifies. I didn't see you kneeling in submission like he was. I blush. Embarrassed, I have made Hulk inferior. I'd better go and put forward my suggestion about the tax to him. Get negotiations underway, I say, getting to my feet. I'll get the castle to send out some food for dinner. Can't negotiate on an empty stomach. He winks, pulling out his cell phone. Pizza, I blurt. He laughs. I mean, please? Your wish is my command. He bows, chuckling. I smile in thanks and head back inside. I pause at the door. Thank you, Garrett, for everything. He meets my eyes. He knows I'm talking about my time in the cells as well as after. He nods and taps his fist to his chest, to his heart, making my own pitter-patter for a moment. Darius and Reese are talking quietly on the couch. When I walk in and pause when I enter the lounge, I feel rather awkward and fiddle with my fingers as I think of how to break the ice. I clear my throat. I'm sorry about before and I have a suggestion about the packs, I say carefully. Hulk nods, not saying anything. Emotions for me to continue. I explain my idea to him, watching his face for signs of anger or dismissal, but he nods. Sounds fair. Saves your pack having to leave their homes if we expand into each other's territory. He nods. His eyes meet mine and dance with humor. So, tell me, how big is this house going to be and how big is our bed? He wags his eyebrows at me as Reese laughs beside him. I huff and roll my eyes. Men. Garrett walks in with a castle member, carrying trays of pizza and a gin bag slung over his shoulder. The smell makes my stomach rumble audibly. Grabbing out plates, he motions me over, before taking the bag off his shoulder and placing it on a bar stool. It's her clothes. They just dropped them off, he explains. Oh, thank God. I might be able to feel more like me at last. I nod and load my plate with pizza. I had so many dreams about pizza while imprisoned, a dream that is about to become a reality, as I nearly drool watching the abundance of cheese ouncing over the sides. Without a second thought, I cram half a slice into my mouth and groan in ecstasy. Holy shit, I think I really love pizza, Reese says, quickly crossing his legs. Me too, Hulk says, placing a cushion in his own lap, while Garrett quickly goes to rummage in his near-empty pantry. If they love pizza so much, why aren't they grabbing any? I shrug and tuck back into my pizza happily. More for me, I guess.
Chapter 31 Garrett. I have never been so turned on by food in my whole life. Every sigh, every groan, went straight to my crotch. I have been essentially hiding in the pantry for a good 15 minutes now, trying to convince my raging hard-on to calm down. Each time I think I am getting somewhere, she makes another delectable noise and I am back to square one. She even came over at one point to ask if I needed help finding whatever I was looking for. I made up some bullshit excuse about mentally sending a grocery list through to the castle. I sigh and readjust myself, pulling my shirt down to cover my bulge that isn't going anywhere. Then I go and get some pizza for myself. With a full plate, I sit on the couch and go to take a bite. I stupidly glance at Eve and my mouth immediately goes dry. Her wet tongue shoots out to snare a tendril of cheese, before washing over both her plump top and bottom lips. Her fingers then slide into her mouth, one at a time, as she licks them clean. I feel myself get impossibly hard. Reese leans over and whispers in my ear, "That's pure food porn, man. You need to get the king to outlaw pizza. If anyone else saw that." I gulp, stuffing a whole piece in my mouth before something crude falls out of my mouth. Eve sighs and places her plate on the coffee table. Leaning back in contentment, eyes closed, she rubs her belly. I've never felt so full. I'm stuffed to the hilt. I think I'm having a food baby. She groans. I bite my lip, suppressing my own groan. I'd love to see her stuffed to the hilt, carrying a real baby, my baby. I'm going to get changed and explore while you slowpokes finish your meal. She surges to her feet, grabs her gym bag, and heads upstairs. Holy shit, Darius says, tossing the cushion aside to readjust himself. I never thought of pizza being S*X food. Reese nods dumbly between us. Did you see her tongue on her fingers? He breathes out. She was very thorough. Stuffed to the hilt, I murmur. We sit in silence, replaying the scene in our heads. Foo*K this. I need a cold shower. I pass the rest of my pizza over to Reese and head upstairs. I shove open the door to the bathroom and grind to a halt. There she is. Bum up in the air, her moist lips visible to my gaze. Her lower moist lips, that is, as she bends to pull her new underwear up. She lets out a swift gasp and, red-faced, hurriedly pulls them up. It is a thong and leaves nothing to the imagination. I'm not sure it makes things any better. She turns to shrug on a cropped singlet and shoves me back out the door. Try knocking next time, she says as the door closes in my face. I stand dumbly, before dazedly going back downstairs. I am going to have to rub one out now. There is no way my snake is going down on its own after that. I walk to the downstairs bathroom, shove the door open and blink through the steam. Reese and Darius stand frozen, staring at me in surprise. While my own surprise makes my jaw drop as I see their snake s in each other's hands. Darius gives a nervous laugh. It feels better when someone else does it. We just pretend it's her. You know, help each other out. The bond helps us feel okay about it. Still straight. I don't know who he's trying to convince, but right now I don't care. Dragons live a very long time and have tried just about everything there is. While caught off guard, I'm fine with it. That staying straight thing is working out really well for you. I tease. You could always join us, Reese says with a laugh, pointing to my bulge. That thing is looking dangerous. I march forward and pull my clothes off. They are the closest things to my mate I can get at the moment. An extension of her, and I'm too horny to care. Reese grabs my snake, I grab Darius's, and he grabs Reese. I shake my head and laugh. I'm taking part in a foo*king circle jerk because I don't want to scare my mate while she's still recovering. We all groan at the sensation. The fact my snake is now in the hands of a male doesn't worry me. I'm not bis** Zool as such, but when you have been around as long as I have, you experience a lot of things. My brother once said I was a trias** Zool. I try anything and everything at least once. I walked into Eve bent over naked in the bathroom, putting on a thong. I saw everything. I groan. The men harden even further at the thought, speeding up their movements. We aren't going to last long, but this isn't about stamina. This is a hard and fast release to get the job done. We are thrusting into each other's hands, chasing our release. She has the tightest cat, it strangles you as you sink in. And God, her taste is pure honey. Reese enlightens us. I picture the beautiful cat I saw not long ago. I imagine rubbing myself through her folds as they glisten with her desire and lining myself up to sink into her tight, wet hole. I thrust harder into the fisted hand stroking me. I see Reese's hips start to lose rhythm and my own movements stutter. Moments later we all release hard, one after the other, breathing heavily. Holy shit, I needed that. The mate bond calls to us to complete it, relentlessly riding us. But we know we can't. Eve will not be ready for true intimacy for quite some time. We all feel bad wanting her as badly as we do while she is still recovering both physically and mentally. But unfortunately, we can't just push pause on the bond while we try to get things back on the right path. The air is perfumed with our releases with another sweeter scent coiling through it. I lift my eyes and see Eve sitting on the sink opposite the shower. I freeze and try to read her face. Then I see that her nipples are pebbled and pushing against the material of her singlet as she shifts to rub her thighs together. It is her arousal I can smell. Enjoy the show, Angel? I ask, trying to act nonchalant as I lather up a sponge and begin to wash. Reese and Darius tense heads jerking up to look at her. She rubs her thighs together again and bites her lip, giving a small nod. That was the hottest thing I've ever seen. She breathes out, much to the guy's relief. She stays and watches us washing with open curiosity and appraising eyes. Was there something you needed, baby? Reese asks her. Her eyes jerk away guiltily from Darius soaping his abs. Good old mate Bond pulling at her. I came down to ask about sleeping arrangements, but couldn't find anyone. I thought you were doing laundry or something. I didn't realize there was a second bathroom, she shrugs. So I came in to see why it was taking 3 of you to do the washing. I was going to get out sock puppets to help explain, but then I got sidetracked and ended up watching free porn instead. I rinse myself off and hop out, grabbing a towel and wrapping it around my waist. Running another over my hair, I hide a smile as she watches me. Her eyes follow the drops of water as they run down my chest. She is interested, but she isn't ready to go any further. That she is feeling any kind of desire for us at all is a miracle after what she has been through. The fact she hasn't run away and has even confessed her interest is mind-blowing. I hold out my hand to her. Come, I'll show you the rooms. It can be lady's choice tonight. Once her hand is in mine and her feet back on the ground, I lead her out, closing the door behind me. I pretend not to hear the panicked whispers from the other two as we leave them to finish up. I show her to each of the 3 rooms. My own last. Thank God for housekeeping saving me from embarrassment. There had been a pile of broken booze bottles the last time I had been here. She nods approvingly before walking back out. Can I grab the second one we went into? She asks. I nod, though I'm surprised she's gone after the smallest room. She smiles gratefully, giving my cheek a peck and grabbing her bag as she heads off to her claimed room. When the guys come up, I direct them to the first room and then head off to my own. I flop on the bed, relieved to be home with familiar smells and surroundings and my new family under the same roof. But it doesn't take long for my dragon to begin to push. Our mate may be under the same roof, but she is not beside me like I would like.
Chapter 32 Eve. Dumping my bag and sitting on the end of my claimed bed, I throw myself backward and stare at the ceiling. What the fuck was that? I honestly was worried. It was taking 3 of them to do a one-man job in the laundry. Then I was worried they were talking about me again, having one of their hurried whispered meetings about my mental state. But then it turned out they were. Well, and I was okay with it. So okay I couldn't look away. In fact, I even took up a front row seat. I was just missing the popcorn. The sounds they made, the looks on their faces, the way they handled each other. I rubbed my thighs together, as a tightness coils in my lower abdomen. I was turned on then, and apparently, I still was now. The mate bond playing me like a violin. The old me would have done something about it, either went and jumped on Reese or reached down and given myself a little bit of self-love. I sigh. This me has to force myself to not jump a mile at the slightest touch, and I have to force myself to give cheek pecks, just so my mates have the slightest sense of normalcy. I could try some self-love, and hopefully be okay with it, if it became a gentle repetitive motion. I really need to distract myself, so I don't act on my current sensations, or risk being a grumpy, frustrated bitch. I walk over to the wardrobe door, with its full-length mirror and strip. I look myself over with a critical eye. The bruises are fading, more so, now that I have shifted. The wounds have closed and for the most part, healed. Where the silver manacles had held my wrists, there are obvious scarred bands. Same with my ankles from when they had attached the weights each day. There are scars at random all over my body, from when they had a play session with a silver blade. I turn and look over my shoulder at my back. My breath hitches. This is the first time I have seen it. They had used a silvered whip. The scars are loud and proud all over my whole back. No inches spared. Turning back to face the mirror, I see how thin I am. My lack of muscle. I am disgusting. How could any of them want me? I am used up and revolting. This was the work of the mate bond only. There was no way they would want me if the mate bond wasn't in play. Reese, maybe. We had history and he wasn't a shallow guy. He loved me for me, warts and all. Of the 3, he was the one that I held the most hope in. If I could just get my head to separate the real Reese from the Reese that I had hallucinated about in the cells, I might be able to make some progress. Hulk, I was pretty sure was the mate bond. Also, my reputation will have had him looking at me as a powerful, strong Luna for his pack. That is until he finds out how broken and scarred I am, looking like a freak. Having found out I am an alpha in my own right, now he doesn't seem so sure. He seems wary. Still, he did mark me to try and follow me to the afterlife when he thought it was game over. And Garrett, sweet Garrett, who keeps his promises, who kept me alive, rescued me, and stayed by my side, protected and soothed me. The reality is I am the key to him keeping his humanity. Of course, he will be nice to me. I don't think, however, he would have given me the time of day without the bond. Shame really. Of the 3, I feel the safest with him. I had never hallucinated him attacking me, only saw him begging me to hold on in our dream states and then be kind in real life. I don't feel he would ever willingly hurt me. The mate bond has a lot to answer for, drawing these 3 strong men to be saddled with the likes of me. I was right. Looking at my broken self has killed any thoughts I had of wanting any form of sexual relief. I need my health back, my physical strength. Maybe then I can learn to look in the mirror and be okay with being me. Maybe then I will feel that they might also be okay with being with me. For now, I force myself to shift. I look in the mirror. My wolf's fur looks rough and unhealthy, my rib bones showing, stomach caved in. I bare my teeth at my reflection. I force myself back to human form, before immediately going to wolf, then back to human. I continue, stopping only every now and again to check my progress. The bruises are fading and more wound scabs are coming off, so I continue. I keep going until I can't stand anymore, breathing heavily with the exertion of changing so quickly and so often. I lie on my side, continuing to change back and forth, until my breath comes in harsh wheezes, and my body is too exhausted to change anymore. I can't even drag myself to the bed. I fall into a deep sleep for maybe an hour or so, before I bolt upright, smothering my mouth to hold in the screams, so the enemy isn't aware I am awake, and they return to start on me again. Slowly regulating my breathing, I get my bearings. I'm not in enemy territory. I am in Garrett's guest room. I also realize I am very much alone. Every night since they found me, my mates have been with me in the room while I slept. There was always the sound of their breathing, the sound of movement as they reposition themselves on chairs or the floor, occasional murmurs of quiet conversations, and the odd quiet snore, as one of them secretly sped to deep sleep. But now there is no one with me to soothe my fears and chase away my nightmares, to tell me it will be all right. It is quiet. I don't like it. Shivering from the cold, in my still naked form, I weigh up how to make myself feel safe and secure. It is a good thing they aren't here, as I need to refine my independence, instead of relying on my mates to pave the way for me. I eye up the wardrobe and tug the door open, nodding happily. I drag the blankets off the bed, and make myself up a nest on the wardrobe floor, tugging on fresh underwear and a t-shirt. I pull the wardrobe door closed behind me and burrow into the mountain of blankets. This is what my 7-year-old self would have done after one of Dad's ghost stories scared me, and not being able to crawl into the safety of my parents' bed, because I was a big girl now. I also reason with myself that I will hear any intruders in advance, as there is only one way in to get me, whereas there were windows and a door in the actual bedroom. I am warm, I feel safe, I am successfully problem-solving. I am a mighty head warrior, who is hiding in the wardrobe, because I am too chicken shit to go to my mates and admit I need them. Mental facepalm. I exhaustedly close my eyes, intent on getting much needed rest and hoping for no more nightmares.
Chapter 33 Reese. Darius and I stand in front of Eve's door. It feels wrong not to be in the same room as her. We can't just go in and check on her. He says through the link there was all that weird emotion from earlier and she is still recovering. It's perfectly normal that we should want to make sure she's okay. Maybe sleep on her floor, I say with a smirk. Darius suppresses a laugh. I put my hand on the door handle but pause at the padding of feet heading our way. Garrett joins us. So, are we going in or what? He whispers. We nod and I turn the handle, slowly pushing the door open and hoping it doesn't squeak. The moon shines through the window, illuminating the room and the very empty bed. My heart jumps into my throat and my breath catches. A deadly low growl comes from Garrett behind me. Not good, not good. Eve, I call out gently, but loud. Baby, where are you? Silence meets my ears. Then Garrett growls again. Darius dives over and looks under the bed. I slam the light on so we can survey the room properly. Garrett officially loses his shit. His eyes are now his dragons. His scales are surfacing up his arms and his neck. He grabs the nearest chest of drawers and throws them across the room, before upending the bed and roaring. Where's she, Ripley? The closet swings open, and a very grumpy Eve stomps out and throws a shoe at him, smacking him hard in his back. He snarls in her direction, only to be clobbered with a second shoe to his forehead. He abruptly stops and scents the air. Garrett takes in her stalling face, crossed arms, and tapping foot. Oh boy, this Eve I know, and I'd rather take my chances with Garrett raging than this Eve. Garrett stepped into dangerous territory. He awoke the beast, sleep-deprived Eve. Oh, there you are, he says sheepishly, as bleeding back to human and scales retreating. Is there a reason why you are remodeling the room I'm trying to sleep in at? She glances at the clock on the wall. 2:47 a.m. in the morning. Her voice is very calm, but the undercurrent holds the threat. I couldn't find you, he replies meekly. I panicked. What if I'd gone down for a drink of water, or was using the bathroom? She reasons. I would have heard your door open. You weren't in the room. Eve's trying desperately to rein in her temper. She's never been good at rude awakenings, and she's definitely not a morning person. It takes at least 1 coffee before she can handle talking, and 2 before she's moving, unless it's an emergency. Then she's firing on all 4 cylinders, ready to do her job. Okay, I'm sorry for giving you a fright. I'm here and I'm fine. Leave this, she gestures to the destroyed room, and we will deal with it tomorrow. Let's just go back to sleep. We all nod, and Garrett starts heading for the door, mildly embarrassed. Baby, why were you sleeping in the closet? I asked gently. It's Steve's turn to look embarrassed. It was the safest area to protect myself from, and the room was too big and quiet. It just feels better there. She shrugs, feigning nonchalance. Why did the room not feel safe? She shrugs at me again. Riz, I'm tired. Can't I just go back to sleep now? We can play 20 questions tomorrow, she says, sighing. Stubborn minx. I know what her problem is. I just want her to admit it. I nod, and she disappears back into the closet. I feel like I'm missing something, Darius muses. I pinch the bridge of my nose. We have been with her since she got out, but now we aren't. She's afraid of being by herself. I explain. I see realization dawn on his face. I need to get myself your link. These private conversations you to have. Keep me out of the loop, Garrett mumbles to himself. I hold my finger up, conveying my need for them to give me a minute. I tap lightly on the closet door and pull the door open. Baby, one last thing. I duck the pillow biffed at my head and chuckle at her groan of frustration. The reason we came into the room in the first place is none of us could sleep without you in our space. Could we maybe join you? She huffs in response. Please. I draw out, trying to stop myself from smiling. She fights and kicks at the blanket she's burrowed in, like a toddler having a mini tantrum, before peering at me. Riz, I do not expect you guys to sleep on my floor. You won't feed in here with me, nor can you crash on the bed. Pretty sure it's broken, she grumbles. I really just want to go back to sleep. Garrett's bed is giant size, Darius offers. No offense, but I don't want to sleep in a bed with you guys and your wandering hands. I just want to sleep. I'm good here. Go puppy pile together. Sorry, puppy and dragon pile. Your floor it is then, I say, plunking myself down to play the stubborn game. Arg, she says in frustration, jumping to her feet and shoving past me. She retrieves her pillow and stomps out the door with us hot on her heels. She marches down to Garrett's room and flops in the middle of his bed. Are you happy now? Can I please get some damn sleep? We quickly dive into the bed, pulling the blankets over us. There are a few minutes of awkwardness as we find comfortable positions and adapt to sleeping with new bodies in our beds. We are careful not to touch Eve, but I notice her yank another pillow over and bury her face in it, taking in Garrett's scent and relaxing. She must be exhausted, Darius comments, as her breathing evens out. She is, but it's more a case of being with us comforts her, even though she doesn't want it to, nor will she admit it. I explain. Darius chuckles into my back, before twining himself around me and starting to relax for sleep. Her scent puts us all at ease and we go under easily. I rouse sometime later to reposition myself and realize I can't move. Eve is sprawled out with her top half on my chest, head tucked into the crook of my neck, and my arms around her waist. Garrett's legs are tangled with hers, his arm protectively on her back. Darius tucked into my other side, nose buried in her hair, hand on her bum. This is how it should be, all of us intertwined, together. Even if Eve's mind doesn't want to admit it, her unconscious body has no trouble showing how it craves our nearness. I'm so glad she's asleep right now, so we can enjoy this and strengthen our bonds through touch. The stronger the bond, the harder it will be for her to push us away.
Chapter 34 Eve. I awake to a feather-like touch on my hair, and Reese whispers in my ear that it's time to wake up. I scrunch my nose up and groan. I'm so comfortable. I could sleep for days right now. I was surprised at how quickly I fell asleep after climbing into Garrett's bed. His scent engulfed me and was soon joined by the smell of my other teammates. I hadn't stirred once. I don't even think I dreamed. The smell of coffee perfumes the air and I hum in approval. Maybe there's hope for my mates after all. I crack my eyes open to see a chest. I am draped on Reese's chest, my legs stuck in a tangle of his. This is how I used to wake up when Reese would sneak in through the window and stay. I wait for the panic to hit, but it doesn't, finding the familiarity comforting. I cautiously roll off him and stretch, before pushing myself into a sitting position and scrubbing the sleep from my eyes. Darius approaches me and places a steaming cup of coffee in my hands. I smile gratefully and sip away at the elixir of life and potion of tolerable moods. 15 minutes later, Garrett comes into the room with a plate piled high with bacon, sausages, eggs, and toast, as well as a second cup of coffee. They sure know how to start my day right. Sipping on my second cup and munching on a strip of bacon, I motion to the guys. So, what are our plans for today? Home, if you want a kitten, or we can stay longer if you prefer, Darius answers. Home sounds great. What about you, Your Majesty? Do you want to come too, or do you need to clear things with Big Brother before leaving the kingdom? I've already informed my brother that I go when you do, Garrett replies. And he's just okay with his brother, the prince and prize warrior, just going AWOL. I asked to clarify. He doesn't have a choice. I extended the courtesy of informing him. I blink, surprised the king was just letting him go. Now eat up, then we can pack up and go, Garrett says with a smile. I nod and continue on with breakfast, occasionally tapping Reese's fingers away as he tries to sneak my food. I scowl at him when he finally succeeds in stealing a bacon strip, diving off the bed to escape my wrath. While he stuffs it in his mouth, Garrett chuckles at us as he packs bags. Darius offloads our 3 bags in the hallway and walks in to sit on the bed. He cautiously reaches forward and takes my hands in his, gently tightening them. Once I accept his touch and don't try to withdraw. Kitten, I need you to promise me if you're not okay with anything, if you're uncomfortable and need a timeout, you talk to one of us. There are a lot of people eager to see you, a lot of people wanting answers, people who are scared, and a lot of new graves. The pack house is gone, the rubble taken away. It's going to be different from how you remember it. Can you just promise to talk to one of us if you need something? His eyes are showing his worry. Maybe he thinks the visit to my pack will break me. I nod in agreement though. Getting up, I head towards my bag and grab out clean underwear, cargo pants, combat boots, sports bra, crop top, and Reese Beauty, my favorite bomber jacket. I thought I had lost it. No hairbrush though. Garrett has plenty of hair though and is quick to give me permission to use his in the bathroom, and directs me to a stash of hair ties. A quick face wash, toothbrushing session, deodorant scentless of course, and dressed in my own clothes smelling like home has me feeling much more human. I brush my hair and chuck it up in a long ponytail. I am happy to see my bruises are gone after my intense shifting session yesterday. Even some of my scars have faded a little. I'm both glad and terrified of going home. I want to be home, but home has changed now and I have to face the reality of why that's changed. The people that have ceased to exist. The things I need to do to help the pack get back on track. My pack needs me strong. My mates need me strong. I brace my hands on the sink and look in the mirror. I need to be strong. The woman who broke in the cell needs to disappear. Even if just in public, I strengthen my resolve and harden my eyes. I'm as ready as I'll ever be. Striding out of the bathroom, I stuff my sleeping shirt and old underwear in the side pocket of my gym bag and carry it downstairs. Oh, now there's my girl, Reese says with a huge smile, pulling me into a hug. I force myself to allow it and breathe in his scent, to try and combat the flight mode trying to activate in my head. I shove memories of alternative Reese aside and think of combat training, joking around, safety, and the future we had planned. I'm finally able to raise my arms and hug him back. We stand there just breathing each other in. This is my Reese. This one won't hurt me. This one is safe, I tell myself, trying my best to accept my thoughts as fact. We pull away reluctantly. He has so many emotions swimming in his eyes. He looks like he wants to say something, but can't get it out. Where did you find my jacket? I thought I lost that for good, I ask, steering us into safer territory. I had a stash of clothes you left behind at mine when you stayed over. I just never returned them. It was easier to sleep on the nights. We couldn't crash together if I could still scent you. He rubs the back of his neck sheepishly. Duh, but it worked out because you at least have some of your clothes. I nod with a smile, my heart swelling a little with this little secret being brought to light. A loud crash and snarl outside brings us out of our momentary happy place and we scramble out the front door. I pause, seeing Garrett pinning the king against the tree I had paced under the day before. Oh shit, Darius says, coming up behind us. Eve, you gotta stay back. His dragon's out. Garrett will kill him. I look at my snarling mate pinning his brother and know he was right. Well, about the king anyway. I approach from the side, avoiding Darius' grabby hands so Garrett will see me coming. He gives me a warning growl when I am within reach. I punch the arm still at his side. Don't you bloody growl at me. Put your brother down and tell me what the problem is, I demand. Eve, his distorted voice warns, dragon eyes swinging in my direction. Garrett, I warn back. Don't make me repeat myself. He grumbles to himself and reluctantly withdraws his hand that was choking his brother. He tugs me in front of him, shoving his nose to my neck to calm himself. I reach an arm up and stroke his hair as I stare at the king who has dared to upset my dragon. He sagged back against the tree. What did you say to piss him off? I inquire, voice stern. I don't think it's a good idea for Garrett to leave the territory, Eve. He's needed here, the king says, rubbing his neck and watching his brother warily. Garrett pulls me tighter to him with a growl and my other hand strokes his arm soothingly. Why is he needed here? You're the Dragon King, and you have 2 other brothers to take over for you if needed. I pause, realization dawning. You don't want your savage attack dog taken away. Your scary brother, that you threaten everyone with, to make them toe the line. Looks like you might have to step up and actually do your job, instead of using him, the king sighs. I wasn't supposed to be king. Garrett was. He's first in line, he explains. Our father had to hand the title to me, his second son, when Garrett hadn't found his mate and the beast started to ride him. I hide my surprise at this new information. I'll process that later. You hold the title now. Regardless, you will never be a true king if you rely on others and try to rule by fear. He's not dead, just out of the territory. He can still advise you and visit. Think of the king you can truly aspire to be and take the necessary steps. He reluctantly nods, curiously taking in the towering man behind me, currently using me as a security blanket. I would not deprive my brother of his mate. You will be good for him, just don't be strangers. Take good care of him, will you? At my own nod, he strides away. I pat Garrett's arm. You good now? I ask him, feeling his nod into my neck. I turn in his arms, relieved to see his eyes back to normal. Let's get on the road then. Yeah. Garrett takes my hand and leads me to the shiny gray pickup. Darius and Reese throw the bags in the back. Time to get this show on the road. Chapter 35 Eve. We drive half the day, stopping at Grant's pack for the night. It is my idea to stop. I wanted to thank him and his pack for their help, and for supporting my mates in finding me. Grant has been a long time friend of my father's and a fantastic ally. At his border, his wolves intercept us by a few words from Darius and a quick conversation through their link, have them waving us through. Grant and his Luna, Monique, are waiting for us on the steps of the pack house. As Garrett helps me out of the truck, Monique rushes to me and drags me into a bone-crushing hug, making me tense and freeze in place. Oh my dear girl, you are a sight for sore eyes. I'm so glad to see you. I pat her back awkwardly, begging Grant to intervene with my eyes. No doubt she's tired, my love, and she needs to breathe. He pulls her off me gently. Oh yes, of course. Let's get you all inside and get some hot food into you. She starts dragging me inside the building, her hand firmly on my arm. Grant rolls his eyes at his excited mate and follows after us. She steers us into the main hall and takes us up to the head table, where plates sit waiting. She maneuvers us between the rows of tables, where the rest of the pack sits in attendance. The pack sits silently, wide-eyed as we find our seating, Garrett gaining the most looks. Dragons generally don't leave their territory. I bow to the pack and thank the men who aided us and offer apologies to their families for worrying them. When their men went into enemy territory, I convey my condolences on the loss of their loved ones, slain at the Mitless dance. I finish by thanking Grant for hosting us and take my seat. Grant motions to the pack to continue their meal. I start eating the delicious stew in front of me, ignoring the conversation between Grant, Darius, and Reese as they update each other on their investigations. Garrett eats his meal one-handed, the other hand playing with my ponytail behind my seat out of everyone's sight. The man beside me a far cry from the raging beast I brought to heel hours ago. The pack, those that recognize him, seem fascinated by his display of normalcy as they sneak glances at us and murmur quietly amongst themselves. A young girl approaches the table, maybe 12 or 13 years old. She gives a little bow. Alpha, may I address Head Warrior Eve? Grant looks at me, and at my nod, he agrees. A smile lights up her whole face. Grab a chair, pup, and come round by me. Tell me what's on your mind, I say. I've always got time for the young ones, especially since I spent so much time training them. I scoot my chair over towards Grant to make space, only for Garrett to scoot it back in his direction, making space on Grant's side instead. Reese chuckles as I shoot a glance at Garrett, who is refocused on his meal, hand back in my hair innocently. The young girl drags a chair around the table and parks it next to her alpha. I am so excited to meet you, head warrior Eve. My name is Rena. I want to be a warrior like you when I grow up, but Dad says girls can't be. But you did it. Do you think I can too? I give her a genuine smile, while mentally berating the narrow-mindedness of pack life. I hear the pack quiet, straining to hear my reply. Sweet pup, you can be anything you want to be. Any girl or woman should have the right to choose her path. The old ways are archaic. They are a joke. Humans are ahead of us for the most part, when it comes to the equality of the sexes. And yet, here we sit, stuck in the ways of old, with women expected to be soft and meek, kept only for housekeeping and breeding as our purpose. Grant turns to face me. Eve, he says respectfully, the old ways work well. Why would we change them? I can tell he genuinely wants to know. Women are stronger than you give us credit for. Even the strongest of you would beg for mercy if you were the ones pushing babies out. I chuckle. We are resilient, stubborn, mentally strong, and without mercy. If we are wronged, you men hide us in corners yet. Imagine if you had an army, filled with pissed-off trained women going against the enemy. I know who I would be betting on as the victor. I smirk as a few of the more assertive women of the pack call out in agreement. Stop filling their heads with nonsense, one of Grant's warriors demands sharply, earning growls from all three of my mates. He swallows hard but soldiers on. Moron. You are, of course, the exception to the rule, head warrior, an oddity as such with strong genes, the likes I doubt will be seen elsewhere, although, even you will have to relinquish your grasp on your title ones. You move to Alpha Darius as his Luna. You become the mother of the pack, and you will bear him pups to continue his line. So, your argument is moot, he says pompously. I narrow my eyes at the arrogant man. As my blood boils, I stand up from my seat. Garrett releases my hair and moves out of my way as I walk over to the man. I believe you have mistaken me for a turtle. I pout, one that is stuck on its back with legs parted. There are a few chuckles. Even the warrior grins. You have already written me off to be nothing more than a glorified baby factory. I'm sure your alpha would prefer that. He laughs. A woman who knows her place is a good one worth keeping. Clearly, you are familiar with keeping men happy, if that dragon's desire to be close to you is anything to go by. But then again, Alpha Darius doesn't seem to mind his close proximity. Maybe, we should all have a turn being friendly with you while you are here. Always had my suspicion you slept your way up the ranks. He leers. I stand close beside him and smile. The idiot stupidly runs his hand up my leg, thinking I am taking him up on the offer. My skin crawls against the sensation, and I fight to not rip out his throat. Placing my palm on his head, I stroke down his hair, before fisting it and yanking it back harshly. That dragon is my mate. Have you not been introduced to Prince Garrett of Crimson Bells? Surely you have heard of his reputation. His hand freezes on my leg as his eyes dart to Garrett, whose dragon eyes are blazing and his claws and fangs are descending. Should I invite him over, so you can shake his hand, maybe kiss his highness's feet? I slam the man's head to the table before yanking him back up. I lean into his ear and whisper, I shall be a warrior, a Luna and Alpha, and anything else I goddamn please, and there is nothing you or anyone else can do about it. No man confines me or defines me. A true mate is a partner, a supporter. I let my energy peek out at him and prod at the low warrior energy. He's trying to project out to intimidate me. He gasps, his head bows, neck exposed as he impulsively submits to me. Darius is not my alpha. I am alpha, I hiss. I pull my energy back in, having suitably silenced the idiot. Maybe we should go around in the morning. A battle of the sexes, I offer, as I turn from him smiling, all friendly-like and batting my eyelashes at him. That won't be necessary, head warrior, he grits out. There is nothing to say a woman cannot train. There is nothing in our laws that forbids it, I say, walking back to my table and speaking to the pack. It is the arrogance of men, stamping their beliefs into what they believe are the weaker acts. This is not my pack. nor my place to rally a riot, but Grant, you are missing opportunities to strengthen your pack and be a force to be reckoned with. Women are the backbones of the pack. Without them, you are lost. They should be treated fairly, and those that wish to be more should be given the opportunity to prove themselves. Luna Monique bounces in her seat excitedly. I absolutely agree, Eve. Men underestimate our cunning and abilities. There are a few packs that already allow women to train. It's a shame we are not one of them, she says with a nod. Grant sits dumbfounded for a moment while he gathers his thoughts. He has always been a good alpha, a man who likes facts and looks for solutions to problems. I drop back into my seat, only to be dragged into Garrett's lap and his nose burrows into the crook of my neck. My hand goes up to stroke his hair, to help him calm down. His growls subside. Imagine an army of Eves. Reese says, we have had women training and lightning ridge right through our history. While most will not pursue a ranked career, the ones we train are fierce and cunning. Out of curiosity, would there be any females here that would like to train? Grant asks his pack carefully. Rena's hand shoots up instantly, as do a few others. The Luna's hand sneaks up too, laughing softly as Grant raises an eyebrow at her. Slowly more hands are raised. Well over half the women in attendance. Grant laughs in surprise. Well, Eve, where would you recommend they start? Fitness, strength, and basic defense training for starters. At the very least, they need to be able to defend and escape. Those that want to stick with it after that can go on to normal training. Grant nods thoughtfully. I'll see what we can do. He grins. If only all alphas were as forward-thinking and open-minded. My eyes start to Darius. He winks and nods at me. He got the memo. Good. I won't need to repeat myself on his turf.
Chapter 36 Darius aka Hulk. Never in my life did I think I would have such a strong and able mate. She's right though, as alphas, we seek our mate to produce an heir and keep us and our packs happy. Some Lunas step forward into the politics side, but a lot are seen and not heard at meetings. Eve has made it clear she will be so much more. Watching her handle Grant's opinionated warrior without hesitation showed me how she won't back down from her beliefs, won't be bullied, and will face challenges head-on, despite what she's been through. All three of us were ready to destroy the poor excuse of a warrior when he laid his hand on her, ready to leap to her defense, but she had his head smashed into the table and submitted to her before we could even stand from our chairs. The idea of an army of Eves intrigues the hell out of me. They could do some serious damage. A few packs allow women to join the ranks, but they stay in the lower ranks, only committing till they find their mate. They tend to drop out then. To have the babies, they are expected to continue their mate's line. I'm embarrassed to say, my pack doesn't have women in the ranks. No doubt something Eve will chew me out for once she discovers it. I'll need to talk to her once we are on the road again tomorrow. I stand and carry my chair over to the far side of Garrett. Reese plops down on Eve's now vacated seat, and we both place a hand on one of her legs each while glaring at the man who dared touch what is ours. The seasoned warrior is squirming uncomfortably in his seat, now that he realizes there are three of us wanting his head. I see wolves looking at the four of us confused. Grant clears his throat. My apologies, everyone. My manners are lacking. Let me introduce you all to our guests. Prince Garrett of the Crimson Bells Dragon Clan, Alpha Darius of the Clearwater Lake Pack, Head Warrior Second, Reese from Lightning Ridge Pack, and their mate Eve, Head Warrior of Lightning Ridge, daughter of their late Alpha. I guess now also Luna and Princess. Did I miss any titles? Eve shrugs. Lord knows, I'm sure that's more than enough, she mutters, crossing her arms, ignoring the gasps and excited chatter from the pack. Three mates, Eve. You lucky girl. Luna Monique gushed. I've never heard of three mates. The powers that be must have known two of us weren't going to be enough to handle her. Reese snorts, as Eve gives a cute little yawn and blinks innocently at him. I nudge her arm. Kitten, finish your dinner so we can get you off to bed. You're starting to get tired and we have another long drive tomorrow. I tell her, She frowns but accepts the bowl from Reese when he hands it to her. She eats half before declaring herself full. I sigh. She's still not eating anywhere near what she should be. She asks who cooked the stew, and seeing a few hands shoot up, thanks them for the beautiful meal and asks if she can trouble them for the recipe before she goes in the morning. The ladies, on cloud 9, preen under her praise and agree to have a copy of it for her before she goes. That's our girl, polite and regal, winning fans wherever she goes. I get to my feet and indicate to Grant that we are ready to be shown a room for the night. Carrot stands with Eve still in his arms. She wiggles a bit. Carrot, I can walk, you know. I know, he nods, not putting her down. She looks at me frustrated. This is most undignified and undermines what I just said about women being strong. She huffs. If he puts you down, he will go clobber that man who touched you. Safer to keep his hands busy. I tell her. I think his intestines would make an interesting scarf. Don't you? Carrot grumbles. She rolls her eyes and harumph at us but starts wiggling, allowing Garrett to carry her from the room. We go upstairs and Grant swings open a door, revealing neutral decor and a lovely handcrafted Super King for poster bed. Did you all want the same room or separate ones? No offense, but I'm not sure where you guys are at, Grant asks. Puppy pile please. Eve surprises us by saying, I slept real good last night. No nightmares. We swell with pride, knowing we made Eve feel safe. I hope you all feet. Grant chuckles, before saying goodnight and leaving us to it. I close and lock the door behind him. Eve wiggles out of Garrett's firm hold and immediately yanks off her cargo pants, jacket, and shirt, leaving her in a matching black bikini briefs and sports bra. Then she yanks back the blankets and dives into the bed, sighing with relief. Tired baby? Reese asks. She nods, doing another one of those cute yawns. We quickly strip down to our boxers and pile in with her, laughing as she immediately rolls onto Reese, assuming the position she was in last night, tangling her legs with Garrett as he wraps an arm around her waist. She reaches over and interlinks her fingers with mine. I smile at her and my other hand goes up to stroke her hair. She sighs in contentment, her eyelids falling to half-mast. Thanks, guys, for letting me handle that idiot tonight. I appreciate you letting me prove myself, rather than ripping him to pieces like I was a damsel in distress. She gives a little laugh. It was kind of fun. I felt more like me for a moment. I give her hand a squeeze. Reese told me not to. I admit, I really wanted to teach him a lesson. I think my claws may have wrecked the arms of my chair. I was right though. Reese throws in proudly. She had it handled. I was about to launch myself at the prick, but then you started manhandling him. I couldn't decide whether to be angry at him or laugh, as it made me horny as hell. I love seeing you kick bum, Garrett says laughing. She blushes and ducks her face into Reese's neck as Reese strokes her back reassuringly. Her breathing starts to slow, and we know she's done for the night. Bidding each other good night, we snuggle up tighter and drift off. I wake up to movement in my arms. Sometime during the night, Eve has climbed over Reese and is now tucked under my arm with her head on my chest and a leg is thrown over my waist. The sight and sensation have Darius Jr. standing to attention. I try my best to pretend it's not attached to me and rub small circles on her lower back as I commit every detail of her to memory. I'm not sure how long I lie there, marveling at the feel of her skin on mine, her serene expression, and her beautiful features before she stirs and her eyelashes flutter against her cheeks. Her beautiful doe eyes open and focus on me as she gives me a sleepy smile. Sorry, got to heart in the sushi roll between them. They had already stolen the blankets from you, so you seemed the cooler option, she explains. I nuzzle the top of her head. You never have to explain why you're in my arms, Eve. I'll be grateful anytime you find your way into them. She smiles softly and starts to climb over me. I grab her hips and pull her down to meet my own. Little Darius throbs in approval at the weight of her against it. Where are you going, kitten? It's still early. She wiggles against me, making my eyes close, and a groan of approval escapes my lips. Hulk, I need to pee. Let me go. Her wiggling intensifies. My body shudders at the sensation of her moving above me. She tugs at my hands on her waist. A swift sudden jab from Reese has me involuntarily releasing her, and she hurdles off and into the ensuite. I jab Reese back. Sake, I mutter, ignoring his laugh. I lie there waiting for her to join us back in bed, surprised when she comes out and starts shimmying into her clothes. Baby, it's still dark outside. Come back to bed. Reese coaxes, his voice husky with sleep. Looking embarrassed, she smooths her pants on her thighs. I'm going to sneak down to the kitchen. I'm actually quite hungry. I was out of bed like a shot. Her words are music to my ears. That girl needs more meat on her bones. I shove my jeans and shirt on, not bothering to button them up, and take her by her hand to lead her out. I lead her quietly down the steps and we scent our way to the kitchen. After a bit of fumbling, we find the lights and start checking out the fridges and pantry. Oh, Fruit Loops, she joyfully exclaims, grabbing the box down. I grab out 2 bowls and milk as she pants back over to the bench, making up our cereal. We wander over to the living room. As soon as I sit on a couch, she sits on my lap and begins to eat her cereal with gusto. Good kitten, I ask, tucking her hair behind her ear so I can see her face unhindered. She smiles and nods happily. I haven't had Fruit Loops for years. Tastes just like I remember. Eat up, Hulk. She nudges my bowl. Are you ever going to call me by my name, Eve? I laugh. Why Hulk and not Darius? Have you actually seen yourself? She says, eyes wide and waving her spoon at me. You are built like the Incredible Hulk. Dude, you're like a freight train. So, I remind you of a mindless, angry, green man? I joke. Oh, you remind me of an incredibly strong, capable man who can protect his pack and mate. Eve says sincerely. I place my bowl on the side table and gently grasp her chin. You trust me to protect you. You accept me as your mate, I ask in awe. Well, it's a bit hard not to, since you already marked me, she jokes. Then seeing my serious expression, her eyes soften. Yeah, I do. I didn't think I could, especially so fast after. You know, I thought I would be terrified and angry at you both forever, at first, but your sense remind me you weren't there. You didn't do those things to me. You didn't hurt me. She chokes up a bit. I take her bowl from her and place it aside, pulling her close to me. This is the first time Eve's even remotely opened up to any of us about what happened. She clears her throat and continues. You haven't once done something bad to me. You show kindness and patience, even though the mate bond rides you the hardest. With you having marked me, you tore the place apart to find someone you didn't really know. You marked me to follow me into the next world when you thought it was over. She pulls back and looks me deep in my eyes. I feel like I can see her soul and she can see mine. As her eyes swim with emotions, she gently cups my cheeks. How can I turn my back on you after all you have done? You give me reasons to show me that I matter to you. How can I not accept you? Darius, I'm trying my hardest to find me again and be someone worthy to be your mate. And that was it. At that moment, seeing the sincerity in her eyes, my heart swells and I move without thought. My lips swoop down and claim hers, my arms wrapping around her waist, pulling her closer. I pause as she tenses, only for a moment, in case she wants to pull away, but instead her lips move against mine, her muscles relaxing, then I'm lost, marveling at the way she fits perfectly in my arms. Our lips part and tongues clash, deepening the kiss. I groan into her mouth, drowning in her intoxicating scent and taste. Don't taint my couch with your SI time. I'm sure I gave you a room for a reason, Grant mutters as he passed us on his way to the kitchen. Eve pulls away blushing and ducking into my neck, while I growl at Grant and smooth Eve's hair down, kissing the top of her head. We rearranged ourselves back to our original positions and finish off our cereal. Grant comes back out with 3 mugs of coffee. You two are up early, he comments, passing us a mug each. My fault, I was hungry, Eve explains. Grant nods, sipping his coffee. How are you doing, Eve? Really? No bullshitting either, he asks her. Grant has known her family for years and watched her grow up. She explained in the car yesterday. He was kind of like an uncle figure to her. She sighs, shoulders slumping a little, and takes a fortifying sip of her own coffee. I'm better than I thought I would be. I have my moments, of course. The guys have been great though. Some parts, like my family and the pack, don't seem real yet. I know they are gone. I know the pack, what's left of them, is in an uproar, but it's not affecting me yet. I'm sure it will smack me on my bum once I'm home and face the music. Come before the storm, I guess. She shrugs. Just don't take too much on at once, Grant advises. Part of you will want to bury yourself in work, but part of you will need to have the time to process. Make sure you give yourself that time. Listen to your mates without being so stubborn and pretending you're fine. If they say to take a break, or you're done for the day, then that's what you do. Eve opens her mouth to protest, but he shuts it down. I mean it, Eve, you have been through a lot. Something you shouldn't even have been able to survive. Your father was my best friend and a great alpha. Our pack and I are here for you, whenever and however you need us. Eve nods reluctantly. Under his intense stare, Grant smiles at her, happy he got her to listen. Sun's starting to come up. You want to not race through the link, so we may as well hit the road early, Eve says, changing the subject and looking up at me. Sure thing, kitten, I sigh. Way snakehead, rise and northeast. I blast through the link. Oh www. Reese groans back. He's awake, I say laughing. Then I lean into her ear. Oh, and kitten, you already are worthy of being my mate.
Chapter 37 Eve. We sit idling at the crossroad, while Hulk waits for me to decide whether to head to his pack for rest or my own pack to get the lay of the land. I chew on my bottom lip. I know the guys want me to rest, but I am biting at the bit to see my pack. I look at Hulk and he sighs, putting the pickup into gear and turning towards my pack, already knowing my answer. We follow the long road through the forest until it opens up. It looks wrong with the massive pack house gone, the earth still scorched from the fire. What remains of my pack stands in the clearing, heads bowed as we pull up in front of them. The scouts have linked ahead, alerting the pack of our arrival. It is eerily quiet as Garrett helps me down to stand before them. Please raise your hats, all of you, I say softly. Their eyes start to meet mine, some relieved, some swimming in sadness, some haunted. I am so sorry for your losses, for our losses. Our pack has suffered beyond comprehension. It will never be the same, but I am so glad to be with you once more, so very glad to be home to shoulder the burden with you. I step into the pack lines and am engulfed in arms. The pack welcomes me back, showering me with warmth and tears. After a while, I step back, motioning my father's Beta, Delta, and Gamma over to me. Walk with me, gentlemen. We have much to discuss. They follow me to my brother's house. I have to take a moment and a steadying breath when I swing open the door, as Caleb and Cassie sense engulf me. I straighten my shoulders and strengthen my resolve before ushering them and my mates into my brother's office. Once we are seated, I look at my father's men, weighing them on their ability to soldier on. Nodding in approval, I begin. Beta Charles, have our dead all been laid to rest and the other packs received their dead too? Yes, apart from Silver River, they did not claim back their dead nor acknowledge our messages. Charles says calmly, there is a rumor that the Alpha is Mia. Marcus hasn't returned there either. Their Alpha is dead. He would never have agreed with what Marcus did. I suspect he was killed well before the attack was made. I state, where are their dead and the bodies of the vampires? We buried them in a mass grave on the training grounds. Charles responds, I nod in approval. That would certainly incite us to train harder. How is everyone coping with their losses? Any that we need to support better, as well as can be expected. Eve, we all struggle. It's fear of the unknown. Some are already packing up for the move to Alpha Darius pack that we all know is coming. With you being his mate. I'm Prince Garrett's mate too. Would you all have me move our pack to their castle while I'm at it? Maybe we could traipse back and forth in shared custody. I muse. Charles's eyes widen. You are mated to the maroon beast, he exclaims. I walk over to Garrett and stroke his golden mane of hair. He's quite civilized actually, I say, smiling as Garrett snatches my hand and kisses my palm. The three men immediately get down on one knee. My apologies, Your Highness. I did not recognize you. Charles rushes out bowing his head. Garrett waves them off. Please don't kneel to me. I am not my brother. I never could stomach that formal crap. Garrett assures them. I imagine I look quite different from when you last saw me. Charles chuckles in response. Yes, quite different. I remember you throwing open the doors while we were seated for dinner, during the last renewal of the alliance. You threw a head at the king, while you dripped blood on the carpet. Charles chuckles. Ah yes, good times, Garrett says, smirking. Tell the pack there is no move happening. We stay, we rebuild. Darius and I will expand into each other's territory, and build a new pack house on the border. Those who wish to move can if they wish. I imagine a few will want a fresh start. Charles nods in agreement and looks over at Darius. When did you want us to pledge to you, Alpha? You can pledge to us together. Says dragging out everything. Hulk muses. I'm sorry, I don't understand Alpha, Charles says confused. Garrett nudges me forward. Show them, Angel. Show them what you have kept hidden so long. I look at my father's men, and beg my father's forgiveness in my head for going against his wishes. I slowly unfurl my alpha power, letting it fill the room, careful to withhold it from my mates. I don't want to embarrass them again. My father's men gape at me as my power washes over them, forcing them to submit. I withdraw it quickly. How is that possible? The Delta, Micah, asks. I was the firstborn. Dad dressed me as a boy and Caleb later as a girl, until we were old enough to swap over. I explain. But alphas always have boys first. The Gamma Trison muses. Guess I didn't get the memo. I shrug. So the pledge will go to myself and my mates together. This will be an equal partnership, the start of a new pack, with new ways. But no pack can function without a Luna to be the mother of the pack, Charles points out. Have you met Eve? Reese laughs. She's amazing. She can be both. Micah looks at me doubtfully. I mean no disrespect, Eve, he begins. But I was there in the caves. I saw you. You can't possibly be able to lead after that. Not so soon anyway. I stiffen, knowing he has seen me at my most vulnerable. I also can't possibly be a head warrior. I definitely can't be an alpha, and I most certainly can't be capable of functioning after months of being torn apart by the enemy. I snap at him, yet here I stand. Baby, take a breath. Your wolf is showing. Reese cautions. I close my eyes and will myself to calm down. I understand your concerns, gentlemen, but that is why the pledge will be to my mates as well. We will function as a unit. They will step up in moments when I falter. Since you seem so concerned that I will fail to do my duty, maybe you should pack your things now, Micah, and pledge to another alpha. I wouldn't want you pledging to an alpha you don't believe in. Eve, I would have had the same reservations if it was your brother standing before me. What you survived, it's going to have an effect, whether you like it or not. This is a genuine concern, and has nothing to do with you being female. We all know you're a badass. We know you can lead and command respect. It's just whether you need more time first. Micah carefully explains. I will pledge to you here and now gladly. I'm just genuinely worried about you overloading yourself when you should be recovering. We care about you, Eve. I sigh, deflating, suddenly tired. It's not going to be perfect or easy, but there is a war coming, one we need to be ready for. I will do my best to be what the pack needs. We all will. You're going to need to get your weight up and your training back up to speed, Eve. Fast. A lot of people are not going to be happy about a female leading a pack. Even with joint leadership, they will want to test you and challenge you. I strongly advise we keep Eve's true rank under wraps for now. 2. She's fighting feet to tackle the challenges that will come. Sorry, Eve, but you need to delay announcing you are an alpha, Tristan says thoughtfully, and my mate's not in agreement. I growl in irritation. This conversation would be a lot different if I had balls between my legs instead of on my chest.
Chapter 38 Reese. I have watched Eve grow in leaps and bounds. She has worked closely with architects on the new pack house design, which is now being built. She has visited each family who lost loved ones and consoled them. Darius introduced her to his pack and had her sworn in as Luna to establish the pack bond with his wolves too. He also accepted Garrett into his pack so he could also link with everyone. A very historic moment. Eve is eating and gaining weight well. She has resumed her training and gained some of her muscle bone. She visits her family's graves at the end of each day and talks to them about the pack's progress. She's still a bit pissy that she can't let her alpha side out yet, but understands that it isn't forever. She is so much better with me now, almost like how she was before. We laugh and joke and go everywhere together. I steal little kisses and she lets me. Each night she snuggles in my arms and sleeps. Sometimes, when she is overwhelmed and memories become too much, we find her in the gym, beating the crap out of a punching bag. She's even broken a couple. She always goes barefisted, which is frustrating, and she is often left with bloody skin to the bone knuckles. A couple of times, she has overdone it and we have had to pull her away before she breaks her hands. Those times she ends up crying as she fights us off, until she gives into our reassurances and lets us comfort her. Her nightmares aren't as frequent these days, but when they hit they are devastating. She gets embarrassed once she's back in her right mind and angry that her abusers still affect her. We meet daily with the Tobias, Deltas, and Gammas of our packs. With Grant and the King on video call, we discuss the latest information found between us on the Vampire King's plans. We know the Dark Fire are involved, also a few wolf packs. There's also a rogue army, the witches in the dark magic circles, and of course the Vampire King and his minions, working under the radar of the Vampire Council. We also found the bloodwork results done on Eve. Her doctor managed to get us to pin her down long enough, under the guise of check-up bloodwork, to run his own tests. The results were surprising, to say the least. She is everything in one. What that means she can do, we don't know yet. We are going to drop the bomb on her soon. We are just picking our moment and telling her who her dad actually is. We are currently sitting in for our first meeting of the day, discussing a meeting with the heads of the races. Darius will need to extend the invitations, since I can't declare myself as alpha and they would ignore a Luna's summons. Eve says, tapping her fingers with agitation, extend it to the councils or heads of Light Phi, warlocks, dragons, the wares excluding the ones we know are traitors, and the Lycans. Your one to the Vampire Council will need to be carefully worded so as to not get the king's attention. The Lycans are an uppity lot. I don't even know if they will come to a meeting called by lowly wares. Charles grumbles. That's why you inform them that there is a real threat to the power balance. That will affect their own. Do you really think the wolves and rogues will allow them to hold their power over us if they win the war? Only those on their side will remain in a solid position. The rest of us will be lucky to remain at all. Eve counters. We can but try. Darius says, some of these races we haven't interacted with for a long time. They may not come, but we will give it our best shot. Convince them. Tell them the dragons are already coming. They will come too, if for nothing more than to be nosy. Eve says confidently, they will know it's big if the dragons are coming out of their territory. Darius smirks at her. Clever girl. Eve shrugs. It's just common sense, estimating cause and effect. I think we should tell her what we know. It's past time. She needs to know the truth. Garrett links. This could set her back. Darius cautions. I throw caution to the wind. Eve, we need to tell you something we found out about you in the caves. She pales. No, baby, nothing to do with what happened. About a blood test they did, that we have double-checked ourselves. She arches a brow and looks at me curiously. They tested your blood to see if they could turn you and breed you. See if you were compatible with Cyrus, and they found out that you aren't just were. Of course, I know her. My parents were proud of their pure lines, and hybrids don't exist anymore. She grumbles. Darius pulls this sheet of paper from his desk and hands it to her. She scans it and looks at us in horror. This can't be right. This is being hybrid. I can't also be Lycan, dragon, vamp, fae, and witch. Do I look like any of those? Can I do anything they can do? This isn't even possible. We ran it twice, baby. It's the real deal. You shouldn't exist, but you do. You're a unicorn in the suits world. I tell her, your mom carried the lichen, and 5 genes. Your father the vamp, dragon, and witch. You come from a line of true mates of mixed races. How can dad not carry the genes too? She asks. I sigh. She doesn't miss a beat, does she? I take her hand and hold it. Bum time. Darius quickly dismisses everyone that's not her mate from the room. I wait for the door to close as they leave. Alpha Reuben isn't your father. Your dad is Cyrus, one of the vampire princes, the one who killed your parents. I caught part of what is said to Alpha. He was also your mother's mate. You would have had to dad's, but Cyrus is your birth father. She yanks her hand violently out of my grasp, tumbling her chair over as she stands. She looks like she's going to be sick. What kind of sick shit? Reese, this isn't fine. You need to stop, she growls. I just stare at her in understanding. She glances at the others. They meet her eyes and ready themselves for the fallout. She reads the truth in our eyes and her face crumbles. She shakes her head violently, backing away from us. No, his brother hit? My God, he was going to. My own family. She rushes out to the bathroom and we hear her vomiting. Garrett shoots off after her. We sit back in our seats, giving them a moment when we hear Eve softly crying. Eve doesn't like an audience when she's upset. Thinks it makes her look weak. We hear soft murmurs between them. Then Garrett roars, and Eve's cries intensify. I'm out of my seat like a shot and barge into the bathroom. Garrett is holding her tightly as Eve cries, his scales rippling up and out of his skin and submerging. His eyes are his dragons, as he struggles to control himself and comfort our mate. Garrett, what's going on? I asked, wrapping my arms around both of them. His dragon eyes look at me, furious and shining with unshed tears. Rape, he growls through the link. Her uncle was the one who raped her repeatedly. Cyrus was going to as well. Her own father allowed anyone to have her, but his brother was the worst. Her own family violated her. My own eyes flash to black as my beast rides me. Darius strides in, wrapping all of us up in a large embrace. We knew she had been raped from the examination the doctors did. Eve never spoke of it, and we never knew who had done it. You got out, Eve. Remember that. You got out. And if my guess is right, that man who attacked you, Garrett fed him his own snake before he killed him. He can never touch you again, Darius tells her. Garrett's eyes bleed back to human as the memory surfaces. Eve pulls away, rinsing her mouth out and wiping her face. That's right. He was the only vamp down there. I smelled her scent on him, stronger at his groin, and my beast so red. I'm relieved to see a wry grin appear on Eve's face. You fed him his own snake, she asks gleefully. Ripped it off, balls and all. Made him choke on it, Garrett confirms. She tiptoes up and kisses Garrett gently on his lips. Good. Thank you, she whispers against his lips. Anytime, he whispers back. All right, I'm good. Let's go make these calls, Eve says, striding out of the room like she didn't just have a meltdown. She's not good, but we allow her to pretend. We join her back in the office. Darius takes out his contact book. The first call to the War Council goes well. The witches of the Light Circle jump on board too. The 5 take a little more convincing but are keen to attend, once they hear the dragons are attending. The Vampire Council is a delicate conversation of hidden meanings, to get the point across about the dangerous nature of the problem. The Lycans, however, are in council with their king at the time the call comes through. They are not interested, not even with the pull of the dragons' attendance, stating that, if the dragons were attending, they should be able to handle it. Darius tries to explain the seriousness of what we are up against, but the council cut him off constantly. Eve's patience wears out. She growls and thumps the table, muttering something about Plan B. She clears her throat. Do you like sitting in your pretty castle, making laws and having control of your kingdom, while the underdogs do all the hard work for you? Your Majesty, she asks sweetly. There is sudden silence on the other end. I suggest if you want to keep it, you get your bum down here, because if this ward doesn't throw you from your golden throne, then I will, she snarls. All sweetness is gone. Identify yourself, a council member snaps. We will have your head for your treasonous statement. Eve laughs. Well, I guess you will have to come and retrieve my head then, won't you? Eve laughs and cuts the call. They will come, she says to the rest of us, who are staring at her like stunned mullets. Garrett, update your brother would you? I'm off to training. I'll come too, I say, following her out. As we trudge to the gym, I throw an arm over her shoulders, pretending not to notice the faint flinch. Baby, was that wise to piss off the Lycans? Got their attention, didn't it? Never heard them back away from a challenge before. This will guarantee the array sure thing. She grins. I guess I better up my training, in case that diddlehead lichen Kina accepts my offer. I swear our girl is either fearless or has a death wish. I just hope the lichens have calmed down when they're right into weeks' time.
Chapter 39 Eve. Kitten. They are all seated. Are you coming to watch us stir up the hornet's nest? Darius calls out from the gym door. I grab my water bottle and chug it, before toweling myself off. Go on ahead. I'll just clean up and head over. I grin. I head off for the changing rooms and rush through a shower. Then I realize I only have my sweaty gym gear and a clutting outfit in my old gym bag in my locker. At least with me not being a dress girl, it's pants, leather ones, and a scoop neck halter. I shrug. It's not like I give a rat's bum what the uppers think of my clothes. I wriggle into them, tuck on my boots, and brush out my hair. It's as presentable as this body is going to get. I collect the binder for Darius from his office and wander off to the hall where the meeting is taking place. I follow the sounds of raised voices. Sounds like things are going well. I note sarcastically. I sneak in quietly, but the door slams accidentally when I release it. As the heads swivel in my direction, I mentally pat myself on the back for my stuff. Way to go, dumbass. Are you lost, young lady? One of the work council asks me. No, I'm not, old man. I dismiss him and stride down to where a powerful shifted lichen is pinning Hulk by the throat to a table. Bloody cheat shifting. I growl as I take aim at the hairy giant and throw the hefty binder in my arms frisbee style at the lichen's head, snapping it to the side. I ignore his growl and shove him off my mate, a feat I wouldn't have been able to do if he had been expecting little ol' me to attack. Get your goddamn hands off my mate. I growl at him. Eve, we were just talking about you, Darius says, rubbing his throat. His Majesty came himself to meet the she-wolf who dares to threaten his throne. My eyes narrow at the lichen. So, he threatens one of his other subjects. How honorable. Shifting to assert his dominance over someone that's not me. I scoff. Well, to be fair, he requested I hand you over, which I respectfully declined. Darius winks. The lichen is standing stock still, scenting the air with his head snake-eyed. Jesus, what's his issue? I had a shower. His eyes jump to mine. You, mate? He asks, voice deep and raspy in this form. Yes, I am Darius' mate, I'd affirm. Did he not understand when I told him to get off my mate? Does he require sock puppets to better understand? He leans closer, grabbing my shoulders and sniffing me directly. A current of energy runs through me and tingles erupt from where he touches. My jaw clenches. No, Fu King. Way, this has got to be a bad joke. You are mine, he growls, teeth descending to my neck. Oh, Fu King, no. I shove my hand into his mouth, shoving it to the back of his throat, choking him. I ignore how his sharp teeth shred my knuckles. Nope, bad dog. Where are your manners? I have 3 mates and I do not want a 4th. And no marking without permission. I scold him. His eyes are full of confusion, as I stand there with my feast in his mouth while he gags. I withdraw my feast and wipe his slobber and my blood on my top. Right, enough of this. Change back. You're here now, so you can listen to what we need to tell you all. I mean it. Shift your bum back and sit down. I plonk my bum down in Garrett's lap in motion for Darius to begin, ignoring the lichen that's still trying to get his bearings, as well as the shocked faces of those attending the gathering. Darius looks over to the Vampire Council's table. You have a Mad King, who is plotting to overthrow the dragons as the powerhouses and peacekeepers. Those of us mated with Eve plus Alpha Grant's pack and the Dragon King himself were present in the recovery of information that was found in a cave they were using on dragon territory. Your king has already found willing allies in the Darkfy, the Dark Witch Circle, some of the wolf packs, their rogues, and of course among themselves. Are you aware of the uprising of your king? This is preposterous. One of the Vampire Council stammers out. Our king would never do such a thing. My eyes catch on one of the other vampire's eyes. His eyes flash brightly at me and for a moment, I feel like I'm drowning in them before I shake it off. Weird, creepy vampires. I pull Garrett's arm in tighter around me. Your king is definitely doing such a thing. In the binders in front of you, you will find copies of the intel gathered, photos, maps, plans, and pledges from the different kingdoms for soldiers to fight against us. I suggest we bring in some food, while you all get your study pants on and familiarize yourselves with it before we start our own plans. Darius suggests. Eve, Did you forget to bring my binder? Nope, I brought it. I threw it at that dumbass head. Over there. It went that way. I point at the lichen still staring at me. One of the five grins and retrieves it, handing it to Darius. One of the liken's councilmen growls at me. I flip him the bird and the king snarls at the man. Darius calls through the pack link for our members to start bringing the food in. While some of the leaders start going through their binders immediately, others get up to help themselves to the food arriving and others just stare at me curiously. Women are not generally present when the councils are called, and the Lichen King had called me his mate. I am doing a great job of not bringing attention to myself. I can see the lichen chucking on a pair of shorts. Someone has tossed him out of the corner of my eye. His tan skin showing now. Must have finally got his head on straight. I totally wasn't side-eyeing his six-pack, pecs, biceps. Bugger me, the king is built. Is he really yours too? Reese asks, noticing my attention straying. I shrug. Baby, I know he didn't make the best first impression, but if he is your mate, well then, that's what he is. I scowl at him. It would also guarantee the lichens align with us. Hulk adds in. They have to align to survive regardless. Jesus guys, 4 of you. How would that even work? I don't even have that many orifices. Garrett chokes on his drink. I shrug unapologetically. Reese stares at me intently. Jesus Reese. Fouquet. Look, give him a rabies shot or whatever he needs to chill out and I'll talk to him. After the meeting, that's all I'm agreeing to. If he tries to mark me again, I'll go all Garrett on his bum and rip his baby maker off. Reese grins and nods, heading for the food table while Garrett and Darius laugh away. Yeah, laugh it up boys. Just remember, if he comes on board that's less of me to go around. I stick my tongue out at them. Reese returns and hands me a plate, with a slice of strawberry cheesecake and a fork. Drool. I peck his cheek in thanks, before digging in. The first piece is a creamy, dreamy, releasing party in my mouth. My butt does an excited little wiggle of joy. Garrett immediately grabs my hips. Maybe you should save the cheesecake for later, Angel, before your lap dance. Makes me embarrass myself in front of all these people. He whispers in my ear, before sucking on my earlobe and getting it a quick nip. I freeze instantly. He did not. Wash your mouth out with soap. I splutter. One does not save cheesecake. You bloody devour it and enjoy every second. Do not even think of coming between me and this cheesecake. I'll stab you with my fork. I threaten, waving my weapon of choice at him. Garrett looks at me bewildered as I jump off his lap and sit cross-legged on the floor in front of Reese. He at least understands my special relationship with cheesecake. Reese strokes my hair soothingly, while I glare at my dragon. Save it for later, my ass. Darius looks at me demolishing my cheesecake, chuckling at my excited bum wiggles, before clearing his throat. As you can all see as you go through the binders, the reports and evidence are damning. Weapons manufacturing, warriors pledged to battle, and assassination plans for kings, or queens and their heirs. All orders come under the radar from the Vampire King and through his sons. With the heads and their lines gone, the kingdoms will slump into chaos as they try to appoint a new line. We have a duty to stop these attempts, protect our heads, so we can have order. There is a murmur of agreement. I lean my head on Reese's lap, relaxing with the hair stroking, as the councils pledge to nominate proxies as their go-betweens, not only assisting us to create a team for planning and strategizing, but providing them with a direct line of intel. The Lichen King announces he will be staying on site. His council will rule in his absence. I glare at him, while he smirks back. $5 say I know why he's staying, but then I get sidetracked by his very nice, very bare chest. I forget why I was glaring at him to begin with. He is tattoos too young, and is currently staring at me with lusty bed eyes. I gulp. He's going to be hard work to rein in and get behaving, as well as my own hormones. Excuse me for going off topic for a moment. One of the war council calls out, getting to his feet. He's one of the elder ones, sporting barely their tufts of hair and a belly, to rival a third trimester pregnant woman. Now, according to the initial report filed with us, you found this enemy base while searching for your mate, who was taken after the battle at Silver Ridge. Correct. Darius nods. And after 4 months, you were able to retrieve her and found this wealth of information, which is splendid on both accounts. However, I can't help but notice, Alpha Darius, that there are 3 of you claiming her as your mate. 4 now, of course, with our Lichen King, a number of which is something that is simply unheard of. Not only that, but there are different species in the mix, too, of royalty. That neat lines continued. Yet crossbreeding is no longer practiced and all species have kept their lines pure. He holds his hand up, asking them to hold on when my mates growl at him. I freeze. I am so tense it's ridiculous. My mind is racing. In all the uproar, how did we forget that crossbreeding is a big no-go? Do I even want kids? Why is the sowing the garden, but there's seed and me popping gremlins for them out of my lady garden suddenly so important right this minute? Don't we have bigger issues, since they aren't even allowed in my lady garden, with its current out-of-order sign? Relax, he pacifies my mates. I'm on your side. I would like to motion an amendment of the guidelines, that if the royal mates are of different species, the lines should be allowed to continue if they are compatible and it no longer is taboo. The Lycan Council seconds the motion immediately and the Dragon King thirds it because, well, if they didn't, it would be goodbye royal lines. My mates give a combined sigh of relief. That's great that I have the choice, but I'll think about that shit later. Like years later, I sigh. Surely, they must realize their unspoken taboo is already broken. There was no way they could ever fully police it, and it was a dumb taboo to begin with. My leg starts to jiggle. The taboo needs to go completely, not just for royals, but if I state how it's already broken, I expose what my mates don't want known yet. I want all mates to be able to have their happy ever after, their right to choose, not just me. I chew at my thumbnail. Why does my moral compass need to be such a headstrong bitch? Can't I just sit here and save it for another day? Pop it in the Fouquet it bucket for now. Of course, I can't. Mental facepalm. I'm already leaping to my feet and pacing. I glance at my mates nervously, then glance at the different councils. Okay, mouth, get ready for me to insert my foot. I apologize for speaking out of turn, and I thank your councilman for raising the subject and allowing us to have the choice to have children. He gives me a gracious nod, bald head reflecting the overhead lights. However, I think you are mistaken in the way you amend this taboo. This guideline is already voided. There is no way there are no hybrids in our world. We all have our own versions of rogues in our different species. You cannot stop their crossbreeding. Are you confident every birth has a full genealogy done of their blood? That you spot every pair that mates of different species? There hasn't been any sign of a hybrid in years. So clearly, we are one of the Phi Council bracks. I shake my head. Well, I tried to reason without spilling the beans. There is one in this room right under your noses. I know there's more. Who knows how many are really out there? I shrug. I sincerely doubt that. Where is your proof? A voice calls out from the witch's corner. I open my mouth to answer, only to have a hand clamped over my mouth from behind, and Darius steps in front of me, eyes blazing in warning, his wolf rising. What if they turn on you? He hisses through the link. I'm a royal mate for 2 lines. They can't touch me now. I snap back. This needs to be said. I know we said we wouldn't bring it to light yet, but to be fair, they brought it up, not me. Why now? This can be done another day. It's too much risk. Do you? Garrett growls. Because my moral compass is a pro-choice activist. Pain in my ass, no filter whore, and I can't put her back in the damn box when her knickers get in a twist. I growl back. Now move. This is my body, my choice. Reese removes his hand from my mouth but remains close. Darius growls at me, the alpha in him growling at me, challenging his authority. The mate in him stepping aside. Garrett sighs at me and takes my hand instead. The room is quiet around us. My name is Aviva Celine Senata, head warrior, the firstborn child of Alpha Reuben and Luna Sabine Senata of Lightning Ridge Pack, but the biological daughter of Cyrus Patronov, Sabine's other mate, granddaughter to the Vampire King. The room swirls with cries and denials. My biological father carries the genes of a vampire, witch, and dragon. My mother carried the genes of war, Lycan, and Phi. I carry a piece of all of you. If I can do that, how many are out there carrying just a few of the lines? Use your brains. Why do you think I have so many mates? And on that note, the council's fair lost their minds as their voices raised and the arguments began.
Chapter 40. Devlin. What the hell just happened? I have never been so intrigued in my life. First, she threatens my throne. Then she hits me and shoves me. Denies me, marking her by shoving her fist down my throat. Before berating me like a bad dog. Then she ignores me but starts to IFUK me before dropping a bombshell on the combined councils. She is feisty and stubborn. She doesn't listen to her mates, and despite her revelation of being a mix of the races, I am absolutely besotted. In all my centuries of wading through this boring existence, I feel alive. She is beautiful. With her long hair, olive skin, curves, and flashing eyes, she is watching the council squabble over the impossibility of her claims, while her mates pace and growl beside her. Calm your tits, she snaps at one of the vampire councilmen. I don't want your kingdom's shitty throne. I am letting you know my lineage, not declaring war to take over myself. Watch your tone. You are lucky to be in here at all, woman. One of the witches snarls at her and I growl in his direction. Doesn't the idiot realize, as my mate, she will be the queen? It should only be the higher-ups in here. The men. She bristles and clenches her fists. Her mates are quick to pull her aside and talk to her before she can throw a punch or whatever else it was she was contemplating. What attributes of the other breeds do you carry? One of the Fae calls out. I thought I was all wolf, till my blood said otherwise. She replies with a shrug, seeming calmer. You have an unprecedented 4 mates. Do you think you will receive one for each race you carry? One of my council asks. Her shoulders stiffen and she scrubs at her face with frustration. Jesus, I hope not, she grumbles, tucking herself into her dragon prince's chest to hide her face from the idea. The dragon king calls for order, then puts forward the suggestion that the amendment for the royal lines goes through. The full amendment is reserved until an investigation is done to see how far across the board the hybrids exist. They agree and he reminds all councils of the importance of keeping all information discussed today out of the hands of the enemy, before suggesting everyone takes an hour break to recenter themselves. As the room clears, I realize my mate is escaping into the crowd, while her mates stand there linking each other. She's clearly pissed off they are discussing things without including her. I grin and swipe a platter of cheesecake and a fork from the tables as I head off after her, following her delicious scent of rosemary and daphne. I find her slumped against a willow tree, running her hands through her hair. Deep in thought, I approach with caution. Her eyes narrow at me as she spots me. I hold out the cheesecake as a peace offering. She looks at it, then at me. Least you learn fast. She mumbles, accepting the plate and motioning for me to sit. I sit opposite her cross-legged as she attacks her dessert. She studies me in between bites, weighing my worth before her eyes start following the lines of my tattoos over my body. She places her now empty plate aside and looks at me with her arms crossed. Your Highness, she begins. Devlin, I correct. Your Highness, she continues. Why did you attack my mate when it was me you were angry with? Your mate ignored a direct order from his king. I responded as I would to anyone that had disobeyed. I explained calmly. If I hadn't have been your mate, I suppose you would have attacked me next, she mused. Well, you did threaten the throne and your king, I reason. Did it ever occur to His Highness, while sitting on his pedestal, that sometimes he's not always right and people have a just reason for declining if he bothered to hear them out? She queries. As the king, people are welcome to make suggestions, but not outright disobey me. My word is final in my kingdom, I state. Good luck with that, she mutters under her breath. Snickering, I'm reminded of how she yelled at me to shift and sit and I had. This little hurricane has already proven my statement false when it comes to her. I smile. Yes, I can see already. You will challenge me every step of the way. I chuckle. Better get out while you still can. I don't do orders and I will disobey, Eve says in brutal honesty. I wouldn't expect anything less. I admire your strength and spirit and I would not wish to dampen it, I reply just as honestly. Guess you have some thinking to do then, Your Highness. I have zero plans of leaving my home and moving to your kingdom. So you have quite the dilemma to solve. She gets to her feet and collects her plate, as my brows furrow at what she has said. Thanks for the cheesecake. She inclines her head respectfully before wandering over to where her mates are waiting for her at a respectful distance. The huge alpha takes the plate from her and pecks her cheek. The dragon gives her a bear hug before she leaps on the back of the third lighter-haired mate and they head off. I sigh. She is right. This is quite the dilemma. I haven't even thought of living arrangements. Nor had I thought of her straight out denying to come with me. I am just excited to find her. I thought I didn't have a mate, after 700 odd years without finding one. Yet here she is, turning the councils on their ear and ripping their rules and manhoods to shreds. She is perfect. For now, I will just stay on site as the Lycan liaison for the war ahead. Get her more comfortable with me, and get to know her. Living arrangements can be sorted later, once we have a better understanding of each other, as well as her other mates, and then hopefully, we can all be more open to negotiation. I get to my feet and head back into the conference hall. I imagine the first of the planning will begin shortly. We have a lot of catching up to do, with the enemy already many steps ahead. I am surprised to find Eve not sitting with her mates when I enter, but I take my seat with my counsel reluctantly. Our mate has decided not to participate further, as she is headed off to train her warriors. Darius announces to the room. You lot have your work cut out for you, bringing that firecracker to heel. One of the Fae laughs. I would rather kiss her feet than have her sit at ours. Darius replies with a growl. Now moving on. Does anyone have any suggestions on where we begin? The next 2 hours are spent getting nowhere fast. The councilmen are not warriors or battle strategists and no one can agree. We are all beyond frustrated. Garrett, the Dragon King, calls out to his brother. If your lovely mate has finished her training session, could you please request the pleasure of her return? He glares at the witch's table as they protest. She is head warrior, a qualified strategist, and master of arms, which is more than I can say for the rest of you. Garrett grins as his eyes glaze over to Link. She's coming. She said she will bring Darius's head warrior too, as soon as she finishes kicking his bum. There are a few chuckles at the idea of the feisty woman beating up the huge man. A few minutes later Eve strides in, wearing nothing but a sports bra and shorts, toweling off her face, with the huge battered warrior limping in behind her. She helps him to a seat before sitting in the dragon's lap and looking at him expectantly. Garrett points to his brother. Eve, what would be the first steps you would take in all of this? The Dragon King asks. She furrows her brow in thought. The royal lines need to have protection in place to ward off the assassination plans. The weapons manufacturing plants need to be found and destroyed. They will have moles planted for intel gathering. They need to be ferreted out. The pledged warriors need to be gathered and trained so they can work together seamlessly. Your elected representatives need to be here post-haste. For the strategizing of the war, I also suggest you meet your race's clans, packs, and circles to ask who will pledge to the cause. The ones with the dragging heels and the excuses will be the ones to watch. The bruised man beside her nods in agreement. The more you can slow down the weapons manufacturing and find your leaks, the more you fouquet with their plans. Warrior training needs to begin as soon as possible. It will help everyone to have training against other species, not just their own. Then we can form mixed units to combat the enemy better. You lot protect your royal lines and get the leaks plugged. Keep your ears to the ground. We can handle the rest once the reps arrive, he says, expanding on her words. She smiles at him, then motions with her head for them to leave, giving her dragon a quick peck, before leaping up and heading off again. The beaten warrior groans as he pushes himself up to stand. Baby? The light-haired warmate calls out to her, getting to his feet. I'll fill in. I don't think Max is up to another round just yet. He laughs. She flashes a beautiful grin at him as he hurries towards her. Max flops back in his seat relieved, resting his head on the table. Darius is quick to summarize and send everyone on their way, racing out soon after with the Dragon Prince. I follow him as well, eager to see my mate again.
Chapter 41. Garrett. Holy shit balls. My angel is a beast. She and Reese started off with hand-to-hand combat, and even though Reese has the muscle to wipe the floor with her, she keeps her footing, taking each hit like a pro. Reese is good at blocking her moves and taking the hits she lands, but she is super fast, landing more than he does. Neither holds back, both bleeding and bruised. I'm surprised. I would have thought Reese would at least hold back. But Darius tells me they have trained together from the very start, and she would be pissed if he started playing nice now because they are mates. I wince as Reese takes a solid fist to his face, his nose crunching. Reese shakes it off, getting back in position. He quickly shoves his nose back into place and wipes the blood away. You warmed up now, sweetie pie? She asks him innocently. All right, you little demon. Let's get serious then, since you're done playing. He grins at her. The Leaking King leans over to me. She's joking, right? I shake my head and laugh. Charles, on your marks. She calls out to the beta. Then she gets this feral grin on her face as she refocuses on Reese. Ready up. Charles calls and they take their stances. Fight. I have never seen two people move so quickly. Neither gives an inch and they are brutal and without mercy. I thought they were fast before, but that was nothing. Ducking, blocking, spinning, jumping. Then all of a sudden Eve's legs come into play. She scissor kicks his face, before dropping and punching his knee out. She gives him a swift kick to the temple before she spins behind him, leaps, and wraps her legs around his neck, throwing herself backward and taking him with her. She unlatches at the last second and springs free so he doesn't crush her. She's already back in her stance. As he's hitting the ground, my mate is badass and so foo * king hot. Well played, Reese rasps, as he pops his knee back and jumps up. Weapons, Charles calls. Both turn to catch the weapons being thrown to them. Dual curved swords. Then they throw themselves at each other. The metal clashes as they spin and weave, kicking and stabbing. It's like a fluid dance. Reese gets a slice to her upper arm and grins at her. Torso right lower. She grins back. He glances down and sees the blood seeping from the wound she's inflicted. He growls at her and they continue to beat the crap out of each other. The training grounds are filling up as more come out to watch the fight. The Leakin beside me tenses each time Reese lands a hit. She kicks his hand, sending one of his swords flying while punching his ribs with one of her own sword handles. Then both her weapons go around his neck position to lop off his head. He freezes instantly, dropping his other sword, and yields to her. She grins and laughs, dropping her own weapons before launching herself at him, wrapping her luscious legs around his waist and arms around his neck. Their eyes sparkle with happiness, chests heaving. She waves at me and blows Darius a kiss. We are gonna get cleaned up. See you at dinner, she links as Reese carries her off the training grounds to the gym showers. I look over at the Leakin, who is watching Eve's departure, and clap my hand on his shoulder. Guess we should go get a drink and get to know each other, I offer. He nods, swallowing hard. She's amazing. Foo * King gorgeous. And ours? Yeah, she is. I grin, leading him over to the mess hall. He quickly glances back at her, but they are already inside the building, so he follows after me. Darius is waiting by the door for us both. We head in, making a beeline for the bar and ordering ourselves a round of beers, before claiming a booth. Ground rules, Darius says. That girl has been through hell and back. Do not try to mark her or Foo * K her. She will tell us when she's ready. You will need patience. Second, her needs come first, always. Third, welcome on board the crazy train. He extends his hand to shake the king's. Devlin, the king says, extending his own hand. Rule number 4. I but and you hurt her, I destroy you. Slowly and painfully, I extend my own hand. Sounds fair. He laughs, accepting my handshake. Have you seen the reports around the Lightning Ridge attack? Darius asks. Devlin shakes his head, scowling. The council must not have deemed it important enough to bring it to my attention, something I shall bring to theirs shortly. I'll have a copy made up for you, as well as the report on the rescue and the medical teams. Report. I'll pull Eve's history for you too, so you can get to know and understand her a bit too, Darius offers. I'd appreciate it, Devlin agrees. What's not in the files is her night terrors and her PTSD. She has physical scarring, as you no doubt saw. Devlin looks at Darius blankly. No actually, I was too busy ogling her and thanking my lucky stars I'd found her, he admits. I chuckle because that's what she does to us too. She's so perfect. It's hard to notice any imperfections. She's reduced the mighty king to a perverted teen. How long have you been waiting for her? I ask, thinking of the longevity of the Leakin lifespan. 700 plus, he admits. I nearly choke on my drink. Thank God Lycans don't need a mate to anchor their beast side, or Devlin would be nothing but dust on the wind. What made you wait so long? Anyone else would have taken a chosen mate well before now, I say in amazement. Couldn't bring myself to do it. Part of me knew she would be worth the wait, but over time I began to think I just didn't have one, or she had died before I could meet her. But now, seeing her in the flesh, I go back to my prior assumption. She's worth the wait. That she is. I clink my bottle to his and drink. Darius repositions himself in his seat, catching my eye and sucking in air, before rearranging himself again and flushing. He grips the table edge tightly and I watch it splinter. You all right? I ask, concerned at his suddenly flustered state. His eyes meet mine, his beast peeking through as he struggles for control. Bloody hell. I think she's breaking her fast, he clenches out through the new link. I can feel their lust. Excuse me for a bit. There's something I need to take care of, he tells Devlin, swiftly leaving the table and heading out the door. Go have a cold shower or self-care. Don't go to them. They need this, I caution him. He gives a curt nod at the door before shoving it open and hurrying away. I chuckle. The poor bastard will be getting hit both ways, with both Eve and Reese sporting his mark. Devlin looks at me curiously. Alpha shit to deal with. I shrug. He must really love his work if that tent he was pitching was anything to go by. Devlin chuckles.
Chapter 42 Eve. We have ambled out of our showers in our towels, body ache starting to kick in, as our healing powers close our wounds and work on our bruises. Fouquet, that was a good session. I need to train with you more often, I say, slumping onto the bench in front of my locker. Reese grabs out the liniment gel from his locker and sits down beside me. Snatching the large tube off him, I squeeze some out and begin working on his arms. It was, as always, he agrees, leaning forward and kissing my forehead. I smile at him, just like old times, beat the shit out of each other, then help patch each other up. Something familiar and normal from my old life. I motion for him to turn and start releasing the knots in his back, while he groans in pleasure. Each little groan does something to my insides, and reminds me of the sounds we used to make in the shower. The touch of his skin and his scent overloads my senses. I push my thighs together and try to think of wrinkly grandmas and abused animals needing to be rescued, hoping to push my arousal away. Reese spins suddenly, taking the gel off me and turning me so my back is to him and I straddle the bench. I groan as he digs into my knots. Jesus, that feels good. After working my back, his magic fingers slide down my arms, kneading the muscles as I slump back against him, boneless. He nuzzles my face with his. Jesus, Eve, you need to stop making those pleasure sounds with your mouth. He whispers in my ear. It's making things happen below. I can't help it. It feels so good. I groan, feeling him twitch against my lower back. I let out a louder moan of pleasure as he pushes harder at my knots. He freezes, trying to gather his wits before he wraps his arms around my front, nose to my neck, breathing me in. I reach up my hands, sliding them over the back of his neck and twining my fingers in his damp hair. His hips rock into my lower back, letting me feel how rock hard he is. The scent of my arousal perfumes the air. He growls as his restraint crumbles. Fouquet, Eve, you stop me if I go too far. Or you don't like it, or you can tell me to stop now. I turn to face him and place his hand over my racing heart. My pulse is thudding in my ears. My lower region is embarrassingly wet. My need is growing. He looks me in the eyes and lets me see his lust, his need, his honesty, and his love. Are you sure, baby? He asks, trying to gather the last of his resolve. I press my lips to his, before sucking on his lower lip. He groans, pulling me to him as I sweep my tongue into his mouth. His own leaps forward to meet mine, tangling and reacquainting themselves. One hand fists my hair and his other arm wraps around my waist, pulling me over his lap and securing me to him as he pillages my mouth. My legs circle his waist of their own accord, as my hips rock against his. We pull back for air, his lips leaving butterfly kisses along my jaw and neck. His hand leaves my hair to unhook the towel tuck, before he gently tugs the towel away. His hands slide down to cup my breasts, thumb circling and brushing my nipples as his mouth crashes back on mine. The feel of my skin directly on his makes me whimper with need. My skin hunger, drowning me in the feel of him. Fouquet Reese, I lift my ass, yanking his towel away. I resettle so his length slides over my cat lips, coating him in my lubricant. My eyes roll and I whimper as the head of his snake bumps my clit. Jesus, you're so wet for me, Reese rasps. His hands cup my butt cheeks and his forehead presses against mine as he struggles for control. So I take it from him, lifting myself and angling my hips. I slip the head of him in. He hisses as he tries not to move, giving me time to adjust, giving me a chance to back out. Reese is rather a size giant in the endowment category. I move a little and push down, gaining a few inches inside me. Feeling him stretch me to the limit, I move slowly with what I have allowed in. My muscles start to relax enough so I can start accepting more. As I begin to open to him, slowly, inch by inch, I fight to take him in. He's nearly there, but I can't feed anymore. His arms scoop under my knees and he surges the last few inches home. Fouquet, I forgot how tight you are. Reese pants. Are you okay? I nod, biting my lip. He gives a few shallow thrusts to ease my muscles before all but withdrawing. Then he surges back in. I cry out. He's so hard inside me. I can feel the ridges of his hardened veins rubbing me as he moves. He does this a few times before he starts to set a brutal pace. His hands are on my hips, slanting me down as he thrusts up. Jesus, baby, I'm not going to last long. It's been so long since I've been buried in you. The noises coming from my throat are pure animalistic need. His are low feral growls, his beast peeking from his eyes. His lips reclaim mine as he tries to slow his pace, a hand moving to hold me closer across my upper back, his other hand snaking between us to pinch and roll my clit. I can feel my release beginning to build, the tight knot forming and whipping tighter. My muscles begin to clench him as he moves. That's it, baby. Let go. Release for me, Reese demands. And Jesus, do I release. Hard and violent. Cries of pleasure fall from my mouth. Reese fists my hair, watching my face as I fall apart for him. So fucking beautiful. You are mine, he declares possessively, speeding up his thrusts now with urgency, his wolf shining in his eyes. He steals glances at my neck, his fez descending in his mouth. He shuts his eyes and turns his head to the side, trying to resist his urge to mark me. It's harder for him this time because he knows I am his and he is mine. It's only his sense of chivalry standing in the way. Reese is my forever. He is my mate. by turning his head to resist temptation. He has bared his neck to me, leaving me fighting against the same instincts as him. Only, I don't have the same reason to hold back. Reese wants to but doesn't think I'm ready. My fangs descend and I lunge, piercing his skin and sinking deep. He cries out in surprise, his hips stuttering as he swells inside me, riding the line of pleasure and pain before he roars out his pleasure. Coming in warm spurts deep inside me, his snake swelling impossibly bigger. I retract my teeth and lick his wound, only to have him turn and bite down on my own neck. Pain shocks me as he slices through muscle, biting down deep. Then I feel the joining of our souls, and am overwhelmed with a release so powerful. I see stars. Our mate link clicks into place. I feel his joy, his love pouring through the bond to me. Our bond is the purest thing I have ever felt. I dazedly look at his eyes swimming with emotion and cup his cheek. Now I am yours. Now I am home, I tell him, baring my soul to him. You always were my home. He smiles softly and kisses me gently. I go to move off him, as we are probably already running late for dinner by now. But Reese holds my hips still. He's still hard, harder than when we started. I love you but I won't survive round 2, and we are late. I scold him. Yeah, we will probably need to get a late dinner, he says looking amused. I nodded when you marked me. Pure instinct, not planned. Promise. I think we're going to be stuck here a while. You did what? I say in disbelief. Well, that's new. Dib's not telling the guys that we will be late because your snake is stuck. I laugh. Tell them to keep us some dinner though. Reese chuckles and lies back on the bench, pulling me with him. He grabs his towel and props it under his head, and then pulls mine up and over us, to cover our essential bits as much as possible. We lie there basking in the emotional buzz coming from each other, while Reese traces soothing circles on my back. I let my eyelids flutter closed, deciding a power nap is in order.
Chapter 43 Darius. I breathe a sigh of relief as the emotions slow down to a contented hum through our bond, before using the shower head to wash away my release from the shower wall. I think we need to work on building a few walls in our bond for moments like this. Imagine if I'd been in the middle of an important meeting at the time. But I am happy for them. Reese has always loved her, and the distance between them when she came back was really difficult for him to handle. Hey, can you guys keep some dinner aside for Eve and me? Reese's sleepy voice comes through the link. You sound tired, Garrett teases. How's our girl? She's asleep. Are you guys back at the house? Garrett asks the rest of us. I'm here, I answer Garrett. Reese comes back. We are in the changing room, still on the bench by the lockers. You might want to put a closed for maintenance sign on the door, as we are pretty vulnerable here right now. Why are you letting her sleep on the bench? Just carry her home, Garrett says, starting to sound pissy. It's not by choice. She made it and marked me, and I knotted her when she bit me, not on purpose. So now we are stuck. She's naked and asleep, and someone can walk in at any moment. Reese replies sheepishly. Garrett growls through the link at him. I answer, okay, I'll grab you guys some clothes and get the pack to put dinner aside. Garrett, you want to head over and guard the door? You're closer, I asked. Already at the gym now. Devlin's got the door and I'm just heading for the changing room. Garrett responds. I cut the link now that I know Garrett's on site. Though I'm surprised, he brought the king with him, and I start gathering some comfy clothes for Eve. I grab some yoga pants and an oversized hoodie that she likes to relax in, as well as undergarments, then Reese shorts. I hurry out the door. While I get that it was unplanned and all, neither Garrett nor I am impressed at the compromising position she's been left in. But I also understand how hard it is to say no to Eve. If I was in Reese's shoes, honestly, I would have done the same and had them piss it at me instead. Devlin nods at me when I approach. Come on in, I tell him. We're going to need all mates to sort this out. I chuckle, locking the door behind us. Parrot just said to guard the door. I don't actually know what's going on, he admits. Our girl decided to mate and mark Reese. He accidentally knotted her. She's asleep and he's stuck, I tell him, grinning. The king cracks up laughing. I have to admit, of all the things that could have been going on here, that wasn't even on my radar. We shove open the door to the locker room where Garrett is pacing, his dragon eyes flashing as he whisper yells at Reese. Reese lies there rolling his eyes at the dragon, arms protectively around Eve. Is it going down yet? I ask Reese quietly. He shakes his head. I sigh. Eve's still out cold, damp hair tousled over her face, legs draped over Reese's hips and hanging over each side of the bench. At least he was able to cover most of her with a towel. I get Garrett and Devlin on each side of her, and they carefully raise her up, Garrett supporting her head as I pop the hoodie on her to keep her warm. They carefully lower her back onto Reese's chest, and I sweep her hair away from her face. How long does a knot take to go down? Garrett asks. About half an hour give or take, Devlin says. She will be asleep a while. I've heard a second mate mark takes a lot out of them. We've been here about 20-ish minutes, so hopefully not long now. Reese says, look, guys, I'm really sorry. I know this isn't ideal and not the right place for this, but shit, I wouldn't ever say no to her, especially since this is the first time she's wanted to be intimate. I tried to hold off marking her, but then she mocked me first and I couldn't hold off. Then the knot formed and you know the rest. I would have done the same, I admit. It's done now. At least you're both safe and that's what's important. It's normal during mucking for knots to form with true mates. Just keep in mind now that she has completed the mating, her heat won't be far off. Devlin cautions. We have a few weeks at most before it hits. Shit, I didn't think of that. Reese says guiltily. You didn't think at all? Garrett growls. We all roll our eyes. Garrett takes being overprotective to a whole new level. We sit in silence for a while. Well, we do. Garrett continues to pace. Guys, I think it's starting to loosen. Reese finally says. I give a sigh of relief. I go and warm up a cloth and motion for the guys to lift her like before. Okay, carefully hook under her knees and gently try and pull her off. I instruct them. They do as I ask and carefully lift her up and off him. She makes a mew of protest and stirs. Garrett tucks her nose into his neck and makes his purring sound. Reese grabs his shorts from the bench and shoves them on, while I carefully part her legs and wipe her clean. There is no sexual intent. This is pure caring for our mate's needs. We carefully slide her underwear on and her pants, while Garrett keeps her settled. Finally covered, Garrett sweeps her up bridal style and we head for the door. Back home, Garrett gets her settled in the bedroom, while I call the mess hall to send some food over for us all since we have now all missed dinner. Reese scurries off to the shower, attempting to avoid Garrett who's still pissy at him, and I crack beers open for the rest of us while we wait for our meals. This is a nice place, Devlin says, looking around the living areas. Thanks, it's just temporary. We are building between Eve's and my own packs. Huge master bedroom. She's ordering a giant custom-made bed too, I explain. Do you think the councilman was right? Devlin asks. Do you think she has a mate for each race she holds within her? Jesus, I hope not for her sake, I reply. She doesn't have enough orifices, was what she said. Kara chuckles, making Devlin drop his jaw and his eyebrows shoot up to his hairline. Yeah, she doesn't have a filter. She won't vomit the first thing to go through her head. Always seems to time it when one of us is drinking, so we either choke or spray it everywhere. Reese patters out in his boxers, drying his hair. He flops down beside me, flogging my beer and drinking half of it. God, I feel buggered. That second mark has sucked my energy levels, he says, handing my beer back and resting his head on the back of the couch. Eve makes an appearance. She stumbles down the stairs before staggering towards the couch opposite us, crawling onto the nearest lap and cuddling up, much to Devlin's delight. I hand my beer back to Reese and go and make her coffee. Eve startles and hunches her shoulders up to her ears when the milk frother starts. Devlin gently covers one ear and puts her other into his shoulder to help muffle the noise, taking his hand away once I turn the machine off. I carry her coffee over and wrap her hands around the mug, making sure she has it properly before I let go. She brings it up to her nose as she always does, sniffing it and humming happily as she takes a few sips. She's quick to finish it off and holds out her empty mug for her mandatory second coffee. I nudge Reese. It's his turn. He groans but takes the mug and heads off. Eve buries her head in Devlin's neck as she does with us, before abruptly pulling back and looking up at him, blushing. Whoa, sorry man, didn't see you there, she says surprised, before sniffing him again and blushing harder. You smell really good, she admits. Devlin smiles gently at her. What do I smell like, sweetheart? He asks intrigued. She thinks about it, sniffing a few times to isolate the smell. Like leather and caramel, lads, she decides finally. You smell like rosemary and Daphne to me, he tells her. Jasmine to me, Gareth throws in. Coconut and orange blossom, Reese adds from the kitchen. Chocolate and raspberries, I finish off. I literally want to lick you every time I catch your scent. Weird how I smell different to you all. P.S. I wouldn't be opposed to a lick or two depending on my mood. She winks at me. I'll keep that in mind. I smirk at her. There's a knock at the door. I got it, Reese says, handing Eve her coffee as he walks past. There is the sound of muffled talking. Then the door closes. Reese is laughing loudly. Hey guys, the kitchen thought they would surprise us with pizza, he exclaims, entering the room carrying the trays. Pizza, Eve calls happily, doing an excited bum wiggle that makes Devlin's eyes bulge. Well shit, I grab the nearest cushion and place it in my lap, watching as Garrett does the same.
Chapter 44 Eve. Men are weird, especially my mates. While I indulge in a gooey mouth party of gourmet pizza, my mates either sit staring at me or are excusing themselves every 5 minutes to go who knows where. The Lichen King shoos me off his lap within 2 minutes of dinner starting and then stands leaning on the other side of the kitchen island. The other 3 have pillows in their laps with their plates balanced on top. The plates aren't hot, so maybe they just like the raised height. They clearly need to go for a run. They are tense and twitchy in their seats like they have ants in their pants. I finish up my meal, rinse off my plate and my hands and wipe my face with a napkin. I notice the king has scurried around to the other side of the island. I tentatively smell my hoodie. Do I smell bad? Right. I'm off to check on the border patrol, I announce. Just let Max do it, kitten, Darius says over his shoulder to me. Hulk, it's kind of my job and Max did the day check-ins, I say, rolling my eyes. If you're so worried, come with me? Yeah, all right. Give me 10 minutes. I'll finish eating and clean up, he responds gruffly. Sheesh, what's up his ass? I huff with annoyance. If he had just eaten when I did, I wouldn't be being held up. I go upstairs and get changed to queue time. I chuck on some socks and boots, then brush my hair out before throwing it into a messy bun. I stomp back down the stairs. They seem more relaxed now, talking and laughing quietly, while they actually eat their pizza. Garrett glances up as I walk back in, growling lowly. No, he states straight-faced, for Fouquet's sake. Here we go again. But it's muggy out, I protest. No, he replies, crossing his arms, while Reese snickers into his hand. I warned you, only in the house or I'll burn the rest. I scowl at him, bloody possessive ass. Fine then. I flick the button and pull the zip down. Shucking out of the offending booty shorts, he has declared war on. I biff them in his direction. Happy now, I say exasperatedly as I stride for the door, giving them a good view of my sheer lacy thongdom. The primal growl tears through the silence from all my mates. Before my wrist is tugged, spinning me around, I'm bodily thrown over Garrett's shoulder as he runs with me back upstairs. I plant my elbow on his shoulder and prop my head up with my hand. Bored already, this is not his first step back in time, into caveman mode, nor will it be his last. Reese waves at me grinning and I give him the middle finger. Back in our room, Garrett throws me on the bed, chucking another pair of yoga pants at me, before yanking my remaining fur booty shorts from the closet and exiting the room with them. I snort and pull open my bottom drawer, patting my hidden booty shorts reassuringly, before closing the drawer, putting on the yoga pants, and heading back down. He nods approvingly as I descend this time, while I roll my eyes. "Can we go now?" I ask Darius. "Please?" Before he chucks me off to a nunnery. Darius laughs but holds out his hand to me, and finally, we are able to leave. Trudging towards the border, Darius bumps my shoulder with his. "Don't be too angry at him, kitten. You don't see the way some of the men around here look at you." "We do." I look up at him surprised. He kisses my forehead and strokes my cheek. "You are every man's wet dream. Would you rather he tries to minimize the problem by covering you up, or would you prefer, we have a pack of only women left because he kills all the men? You and Reese don't carry on the way he does." I grumble. "Only because we know he's going to act. If we didn't have Garrett, it would be one of us instead." He shrugs. We continue onto the border and I check in with the men, before we head off to the next checkpoint. "Do I smell?" I ask Darius. He looks at me questioningly. His royal high-bum was acting like I had cooties or something during dinner. He throws his head back laughing. "I love how innocent and oblivious you are sometimes." He hugs me to him. "You and pizza should be outlawed. The noises you make, the faces you pull, the way your tongue slides over your lips, the way you lick your fingers clean, that does more for us than any porn ever could." Devlin was trying to hide his raging boner from you, kitten. My mouth forms an awe of surprise. Pizza porn. Who knew that was a thing? I'll try to be less pornish when I eat pizza or eat out of sight from now on. I pledge. Just don't eat pizza around other men either. It would end in a bloodbath. He adds. Duly noted. I salute him in acknowledgement. We continue on in relaxed silence, checking in with each checkpoint as we go. Another nice quiet night. Rogues sighted. Blares through the link. Checkpoint 9. My body is in motion immediately. We have to race back past the house to get to 9. Reese grabbed my gear. I link ahead. I'm coming in fast. Reese is waiting as I run towards him, and throws me my swords as he races to join me. I pluck them from the air and carry on. Garrett and Devlin are already ahead. He calls out as we race on, glancing back at Hulk, who's a little behind me. I nod and pull away, speeding up. I've always been a good sprinter. I reach the checkpoint, feeding my brain with what I see. Garrett's destroying 3 rogues, as is the king in his lichen form. The 4 running the checkpoint are attacking 1 each. It's an easy win for us. Too easy. I look up at the trees and see the glowing eyes. Knew it was too easy. Wraiths in the trees, I warn, swiping the head off the nearest rogue attacking a warrior. Keeping my eyes on the beings above us, I head to the next rogue. I freeze as I see them suddenly move. I race towards Devlin, adrenaline pumping through me. Devlin, move. Now. I yell. He tears himself free of the 2 remaining rogues, flinging the third's head away. I slice and remove the remaining 2. Everyone back away to the clearing, I order. We reverse carefully, the glittering eyes following our movements. The remaining rogues are stalking us in wolf form. One of our warriors' blood is flowing steadily. The scent of it permeates the air, letting us know he's wounded, probably the first on the scene. I can hear more of our own getting closer. The wraiths snake their heads as they hear them too. Suddenly they move as one, dropping from the trees and launching themselves at us. I shove the injured warrior behind us, and meet the first wraith with one of my swords. I noticed most have surged towards my right. My instinct was right. They are going after the Lichen King. Protect the king, I roar, and we circle Devlin with our backs to him, slashing at the enemy. More warriors join us, and we swiftly mow down the wraiths with ease. As our numbers grow, full perimeter checking now, I bark through the link, listening as our checkpoints give the all clear one by one. Satisfied, I relax my shoulders and turn to the injured warrior, Harry. Hamish something starting with H. Get to the med bay. You did well sounding the alarm, I say. He inclines his head and one of the others helps him hobble away. I look at Garrett. Call the kingdoms. See if we were the only ones hit. Devlin. Call the allied packs. Darius. Reese. We have a leak to find. Someone told the enemy that the king remained behind. Call our packs to meet in the park. Darius has his thinking face on. His jaw is clenched. He looks up at me. One of the vampire council. Stay behind as master of arms and council proxy. He tells me. What a coincidence, I say sarcastically. scrubbing at my face. Right, let's go and have a chat with him. We leave the warriors to haul the bodies, and Garrett and Devlin bark orders on their phones. Darius leads Reese and me to the pack house. On the second floor, he pounds on the door at the end. A sleep-tussled vampire answers the door, eyes widening at Darius' massive chest in his face. It's the same vampire who had captured my eyes with his. In the hall, Hulk doesn't give him the chance to speak, grabbing him by the throat and shaking him like a rag doll, while my mate growls and snarls, before throwing the vampire across the room. I stare at my furious mate, whose chest is heaving as he tries to restrain his beast. I leer at him like a dirty perv. Angry Hulk is hot. He glances at me and snakes an eyebrow. Really? No? He asks in disbelief. I shrug, while I bite my lip, then realize he's distracted. Oops. I clear my throat. Sorry, my bad. As you were? I puff out my chest and swagger my arms. Hulk angry, Hulk smash. I say in a deep voice. I lean against the wall and motion him forward. Continue on. He shakes his head at me, now grinning, and returns his eyes to what is starting to become a very pissed off vampire. What is the meaning of this intrusion? He demands, getting to his feet. I want to know if your people are planning any more attacks tonight. Darius snarls, immediately back in Hulk mode. Swoon. My people? What attacks? The vampire asks, bewildered. Who did you tell that the Lycan King remained behind? Darius counter questions. I haven't spoken to anyone since the council departed. I was taken to my room, had my dinner here, caught up on a book I'm reading, and went to bed. What is it that you think I have done? The frustrated vampire asks. The assassination attempts have started. They went after the Lycan King, and of course, since Eve here is such a bloodthirsty bitch, and went racing off to fight it, put her at risk too, making me one very angry and pissed off mate. I walk over to my cranky, gorgeous mate and wrap my arms around his torso. Not a scratch on me, big man. Take a breath. I sue, tiptoeing up and pressing a kiss to his neck. His arms snake around my waist as he glares at the vampire. Start talking, he growls. I can assure you, I had no part in the attack. The vampire snaps. Prove it, Darius counters. I wasn't planning on doing this yet. The vampire grumbles. He motions to me, turn her to face me, watch her eyes. Darius raises an eyebrow, but moves me aside to face the man in question. Look at me. Me Emmer. The vampire calls to me. My eyes meet his. His eyes flash and I'm drowning again in them. I shake myself free with effort. I look at Hulk questioningly. What does me Emmer mean? I'd ask him. Darius draws me back to his large arms. It means a me love kitten. He is yours. He is your vampire side's mate. Your eyes flash in recognition of his call. I tense in his arms. I cannot be mated to a vampire. My mind flashes to memories of my fen tormentor from the cells. His vampire smell, his disgusting touch, his twisted mind. I shudder and twist away, back to where Reese stands guarding the door. I'm going home, I state. Kitten, we need to talk about this, Hulk says gently, following me. No, we don't. I'm going home. I need to have a shower and clean myself up. My hair is way overdue for a conditioning treatment. Then I have a mold to find, training to be done, and planning. Lots and lots of planning. I say word vomiting excuses as I race down the stairs, going back to the house and away from the vampire claiming to be my mate. I need Garrett. I want to wrap myself around my overprotective mate and make him tell me everything is going to be okay, that I am safe, that I am not the mate of a damn vampire. Throwing open the door, my eyes latch first on Devlin sitting on the couch talking on his phone, then on the pacing giant yelling into his. Garrett pauses and takes in my appearance. Seeing my panicked eyes, he immediately hangs up his phone and rushes to me. Then I'm safe, wrapped in his strong arms, and I can break. Garrett strokes my hair and starts his rumble purr. Hey. He tips my head up and searches my eyes. Angel, what is this all about? I have a vampire mate. I can't. I won't. I choke. He coos to me, picks me up, and I wrap my legs around his hips. I bury my head in his neck. I soon hear the sound of the shower turning on as he gets things ready, carefully maneuvering us, while I cling to him like a monkey. Let's get you cleaned up, Angel, and into bed. We can deal with the vampire tomorrow. He sits me by the sink and helps me undress. I pull his shorts down too and motion for him to get in first. We both still have blood on us from the earlier fight. We scrub ourselves down in rings, before I allow myself to rest my forehead on his chest, and my tension washes away with the water in his presence. He cuddles me closer. I feel his erection press between us. Ignore it, he murmurs, being the perfect gentleman. I don't ignore it, I press against it harder. I need to get closer to him. I would climb inside him if I could. The urge to mate him fuels me, the bond pulling me under after being pushed aside for so long. I want to wrap my soul around him. I want to bathe in his essence and surround myself in the safety of his scent, his arms, and his protective nature. I want to mark him and claim him. I need him to be mine. I look up into his beautiful eyes and he gently strokes my cheek, looking at me with complete adoration. I want to mate you now. If you don't want to, you have 5 seconds to get out. I warn him. He sucks in a shaky breath. Evi, in or out, I clarify, opening the shower door for him, just in case. He looks at me, trying to get a beat on my emotions, seemingly content with what he sees. He swings the door shut. I'm all in, my angel.
Chapter 45 Garrett. Eve gives a sigh of relief. I cup her cheeks and lean down, gently touching my lips to hers. The first 2 kisses are featherlight. Then I gently suck on her bottom lip as I trace my hands down her body. I place little butterfly kisses on her jaw and down her neck as my hands make their way down to her pert bum. I hope she's ready for what's coming, what she gave me permission to unleash. I smirk at the soft sighs of contentment she makes at my touch. I grab her bum and lift her up against the shower wall, her legs around my hips, smashing my lips to hers, dominating her mouth, and plunging my tongue in. I move a hand to fist in her hair, keeping her head to the angle I want it. She makes a surprised noise at the back of her throat at the sudden change of pace, before she battles my tongue with her own. I capture her tongue and suck on it, then release it once I deem it's been conquered. My mouth bites, kisses and sucks its way down her neck, leaving bruises as I go. I will mark her as mine in any and every way I can, everywhere I can. My mouth continues its journey, tongue gliding over her soft skin as I reach her perky proud breasts. I duck my head and capture a hard dusky nipple in my mouth, rolling it and nipping at it as I roll my hips against hers. Her hands tangle in my hair and she gives it a tug. I let out a small groan of pleasure, releasing her nipple to attack the other breast. My hand snakes down between us and I drag a finger through her slick folds, pausing at her entrance. I slip a third of my forefinger inside her. I move it slowly, coaxing the muscles to relax enough to allow me to get a little deeper each time until it's fully inside. I withdraw and begin the process again with a second finger. Reese wasn't kidding about her being tight. She's going to strangle me to death when I finally get to bury my snake. Finally, gaining the room I need for my fingers, I curl them inside her and lift my head from her breast to watch her eyes dilate and her breath shorten as I begin to finger *K her. Slow at first, gaining speed with each thrust and putting pressure on the fingertips that graze her G-spot. My hips rub my rock-hard snake against her clit. Little whimpers begin to fall from her mouth. Her hips move in time with my fingers as she chases the release she's seeking. Her eyes are closed, head slightly tilted back as she gives into the sensations riding her. Her cat begins to clench around me. Her eyes fly open as she peeks and I grab her chin, covering her mouth with my lips, swallowing the sounds of her pleasure. I withdraw my fingers slowly from the tight liquid heat, humming in delight at the little ripple of aftershocks that has her clenching. I suck my fingers into my mouth, licking them clean as I groan at the exquisite taste of her. I need more. I want her to release on my tongue. I turn the shower off and carry her out, grabbing a towel as I move. I sit on the chair by the bed and quickly give us a brief dry down, before I place her on the bed, propping her against the pillows so she's upright enough to watch. I settle myself between her legs, spreading her wide. I allow my beast side to come forward just enough, my sight sharpening as my eyes go dragging. I gaze at the feast in front of me, inhale the scent of her arousal and lick my lips. I watch her eyes widen as my tongue lengthens and splits into a forked tongue. I see the moment realization hits her, what she set free. She visibly gulps at my wide smile. I move fast, diving towards the heavenly scent coming from her dripping cat, locking her thighs down with my arms. As the base of my tongue attacks her clit and the rest slithers into her welcoming tight hole, I flick the fork repeatedly against her G-spot as I maul her nether regions. She writhes in pleasure, loud *NS falling from her lips as she tries to escape my grip with her senses on overload. She comes again hard and fast, screaming her pleasure. I can't help the feeling of smugness that fills me. Boy, I hope the others heard that. Again, I instruct her, as my tongue begins to move again. 2 more releases later she cries uncle, Much to my displeasure, I love watching her fall apart in my arms, her essence coating my tongue. It's going to become my favorite thing to see and do. I withdraw my tongue and slowly lick her clean, loving the little shivers of pleasure that travel over her and her MO*NS as I lap at her nectar, my tongue returning to normal. I pull her up and turn her so she's on her hands and knees, trailing my hands all over her. She's all smooth soft skin and hard lean muscled perfection. I lean forward, kissing my way up her back, grasping her hair to turn her head and devour her mouth. She whimpers and rocks back into me. She's ready. I begin rubbing against her to coat my hard shaft in her lubricant, then position myself at her entrance. My hands glide into position, one at her hip, one on her shoulder. Despite the earlier stretching from Reese taking his turn and my fingers having worked her to loosen and self-lube from release Ming 4 times, she makes me fight my way to get every inch inside her. Her muscles squeeze me, making my eyes roll back in my head. I'm careful to watch for her cues, pausing as she needs to adjust. Finally fully seated, I rest my forehead on her back and kiss her, before tightening my grip on her. K, it feels incredible to be buried inside her. I take a breath to level myself out. I could easily embarrass myself here and release like a teen on his first time. As grounded as I can get myself, I tense, before I suddenly start to jackhammer her without warning, our loud sounds of pleasure filling the room. As my hips mercifully pound into her, my hands keep her from backing away or slowing the pace. Gariti, oh God, I can't. She MO*NS. Yes, you can. I haul her up against me, her back up against my front, hand wrapping around the front of her neck, pinning her in place as my other hand travels to her breast, to fondle and squeeze. My unrelenting thrusts go even faster. Release for me, Eve. I give her neck a squeeze, pinch a nipple and bite her earlobe, throwing her over the edge. Her muscles clench my snake like a vice, and it takes everything I have not to give in to my own pleasure as I slow my pace. I groan as I fight my body, listening to her screams and whimpers fill the room. I won't last much longer, so I withdraw and turn her to face me, making her straddle my lap and surge back into her. I claim her lips in a brutal kiss, exploring every inch of the inside of her mouth as I pound into her. I'm getting close now, and I feel my snake separate into 2 heads and engorge, anchoring myself inside her, in the way all reptiles do. Her eyes widen in surprise at the foreign sensation, as it overloads her senses, throwing her over the edge again. I leave her lips and make my way down to where I will mark her, tilting her head to the side and bearing my own to her at the same time. She strikes when I do, her blood filling my mouth. A searing pain hits me as her canines make their way to the bone. Then the pleasure hits and we yell our joy to the heavens as the bond twines our souls and snaps in place. Her pleasure and love rush through to me, her promises of forever. After centuries of waiting, she is at long last mine. The anchor settles on my dragon side, relaxing me. I wrap my arms around her, never wanting to let her go as her release finishes milking me dry and she goes boneless in my arms. The third mark sucked away her energy. I tip her head up and gently kiss her bruised lips as my snake heads merge back to one. I love you, I tell her honestly. From the moment I saw you and knew you were mine, maybe even before then, I will always love and cherish you. Her eyelashes flutter open. I love you too, she murmurs back. My jaw drops open, not at her words of love, which make my heart flutter, but at the crystal blue dragon eyes staring sleepily at me from her face. I am shocked to the core. Her eyes flutter closed again and she sags against me, passed out. I gently pull out of her and lay her down. I carefully clean her with a cloth and cover her with a blanket, slipping on my boxers and shoving my hair out of my face. I gaze at her worriedly. Guys, you might want to get up here, I call nervously through the link. Why can dragons not too? Darius laughs.
Chapter 46 Reese. Garrett doesn't get nervous ever. The fact that he is now has Darius and me racing up the steps to the bedroom. Devlin is right behind us. The room is perfumed with the smell of SX and Eve is fast asleep, tucked under the bed covers. Garrett is freaking out, scales erupting over his arms, legs, and face, tugging at his long hair. I approach Eve cautiously, scenting her. I can't smell any excess blood or salty tears. Her breathing is even. I lift the blanket, noting all the love bites fluttering her body from the possessive dragon, and grin. Garrett, what's wrong? Darius breaks the silence. Garrett's lip curls into a silent snarl as he struggles to rein himself in. Urge. He hits his head with his fists. I think something happened when I marked her. Her eyes. He looks at us terrified. I lean over Eve and gently pull back an eyelid. What the fruquet? Darius and Devlin lean in quickly to look. How is that possible? I ask. I don't know. Garrett growls. They were normal. We marked each other and then they were like that. Alrighty, calm down. Devlin says, holding his hands up. We know she has dragon blood. Maybe mating a dragon has flipped the switch and brought her dragon into play. You guys need to remember she is many species in one. There are probably going to be some signs of them. I'm surprised there isn't already. She does have a few quirks already. Darius divulges. I raise my eyebrow at him and he shrugs. He's her mate too. Pay for everyone to be on the same page here. What quirks? Devlin presses. She has something stronger than an alpha aura. Strong enough that she was able to make Darius and I kneeled to her one day when she was pitching a feat. And we submitted to her. She keeps it under wraps for the most part. Only seen it twice so far. Affects her packmates too. Darius explains. As she said at the meeting earlier, she's the firstborn. She's a true alpha, too. So whether it only works on those directly connected with her, we don't know yet. No wonder she has from mates then. With that kind of power key to her, Devlin mutters. 5. Darius said, she met her vampire counterpart just before. Freaked her out and she took off. It was the vamp proxy. Garrett glares at him. Did it hurt her? But Darius shakes his head. No. Reese and I stayed and spoke to him. The vampire realized at the meeting. He said he didn't lay claim after seeing how she reacted to Devlin and he knew she had been the vampire's prisoner. He said he was just going to let her get to know him and his her in. But because we accused him of being a mole, it was the easiest way to prove it wasn't him. No mate would willingly put the other in harm's way or go against them. She was very upset when she came home. Garrett sighs. I'm not sure she's going to accept him anytime soon. I guess the theory is true then. A mate for each part of her. I ask. It's starting to look like it. Darius frowns. But if that's the case, why does she have two wolf mates? Easy. Garrett answers. She's supposed to have a wolf mate. Neither Reese nor Eve acknowledged each other as a mate. Mother Nature got impatient. He smirks. What? I'm just the default mate. Darius grumbles. Garrett just shrugs. No one really knows why. The rules just don't seem to apply to Eve. We will just have to wait and see. Devlin grins. But Darius, you might want to have Eve take another look at the design for the house. You guys are getting built and maybe order a bigger bed. Shit, you're right, I say, flopping on the bed end. We are up to 4, no, 5 of us, plus Eve and what, maybe 2 more at least. Possibly 3. Dark and light fire are classed as different species. Devlin corrects. Oh great, she's going to love that, I say sarcastically. Dib's not telling her. I nominate Garrett. What do we know about this vampire? Garrett asks, ignoring me. His name is Luca Constantina, 9+ centuries old. He's been in the council for the last 3 centuries and he's a master of weapons. Claims to be from the alternative royal line. Was one of the king's assassins in his earlier days. Seems pretty level-headed and decent though. Darius admits. Eve stirs in her sleep, her face contorting and a distressed sound comes from her. Garrett strides over and checks her. The gentle touch to her forehead has her flinching. He swiftly lifts the blanket, climbing in with her and trying to tuck her nose into his neck, so his sin can help her pull out of the nightmare. We can see starting to rudder. She shies away, lashing out. Fouquet, Darius exclaims, as we both stripped our boxers and dive in, trying to surround her with our combined scent. Her terror is smashing through the bond. She's thrashing and screaming now. Garrett's purring noise falls on deaf ears. He stares at her, eyes furrowed in concentration as he tries to reach her through the new, stronger link. He shakes his head. He can't reach her. I focus on my own line with her. Eve, I thunder through the link. Quit acting like a bloody crybaby and wake the Fouquet up. Since when do you allow the bad guys to win? Are you turning into a cat? I growl at her. Race. Her voice sounds small and hesitant as her mind stirs from her deep sleep. Nothing like a bit of tough love to get her attention. Baby, it's a bad dream. You need to wake up. It's not real. I feel a relief flood the bond as she starts to forcefully rouse herself. Becoming more self-aware, I grab her shoulder and shake it, helping her find her way out. She groans and flings an arm over her face. Darius leans over me and strokes her hair. You all right now, kitten? He asks gently. She nods, still hiding behind her forearm. I can feel her embarrassment through the link as she gets her bearings. She's still exhausted too. The May march should have had her under for most of the night if I hadn't forcefully woken her. Devlin dims the lights, and Garrett slowly pulls her arm away from her face, letting out a sigh of relief at her normal brown eyes peering sleepily up at him. Sorry I woke you guys, she mumbles. You didn't. We were still up, he quickly reassures her, pressing a kiss to the palm of her hand. She turns her head and scowls at me. I am not turning into a cat. Got your attention though, didn't I? I grin, kissing her forehead. Your bum? She grumbles, rolling and tucking her head into my neck. You know you love my bum? I chuckle. Yeah, I do, she admits grudgingly. Thanks for getting me out. Anytime, baby, I tell her, holding her tight. You want to try this sleep thing again, or do you want to get up? I can make coffee. I don't have the energy to get up even with coffee. I don't want to sleep yet either. Can we just put tea on and snuggle? She asks, yawning. Course we can, babe. I reply. Darius is already fumbling for the remote. Any requests? He asks, flicking on Netflix. She looks over at him and grins as he groans. Seriously, again, I can't believe I made it to a Trekkie geek. He face bombs but puts on Star Trek: The Next Generation. Darius is actually starting to enjoy our Trek nights. He just won't admit it to her. Ignore him. Devlin smirks. You officially just flew up the ranks of the coolest mate. No shit, you like Trek too. She chortles, holding her hand up for a high five. Mega brownie points. Get your bum on the bed and join us. He high fives her and leaps in on Garrett's side without hesitation. Before she can realize what she said, I sit up and get Eve to sit between my legs, leaning back on me to make space for the extra body on the bed. She sleeps on me most nights anyway. Thankfully, she's too tired to realize she's still naked. We settle in, Garrett surprisingly falling asleep fast. Eve makes it to 1.5 episodes before her head starts bobbing tiredly. I carefully scoot us back down into a lying position, and Darius helps me turn her onto her front, so she's comfortable. Once we are in our usual positions, I reach over Garrett and tug the Lycan King's hand, guiding it to rest on Eve's back. He flashes me a smile of thanks, then closes his eyes. I close my own, letting the theme music of Star Trek lull me off to sleep.
Chapter 47 Eve. What the actual Fouquet? I'm literally going to kick his bum. This is being possessive. How am I supposed to train today? How is anyone going to take me seriously? Every inch of me is covered in hickeys. I growl as I take in my ravished appearance in the mirror. Then I remember how I got those marks, the sensation of his lips and teeth on my skin. I shiver as I remember the sensation of him fucking the daylights out of me. And that tongue of his was sheer magic. Okay, maybe I won't kick his bum after all. I jump, startled, as the bathroom door is thrown open. Darius stalks towards me with the darkened eyes of the predator he is. He is still wearing only his boxers, his muscles rippling as he moves, stopping a hair's breadth away, his nostrils flaring as he scents me. Eve, he says huskily, running a finger up my arm. It's very difficult to sleep with the smell of your arousal flooding my senses, so very early in the morning. I shiver under his intense stare, as he runs his fingers over the marks Garrett has left. It's also very difficult to walk away, when you are so very, very naked. I swallow hard. Well shit, that was a loaded statement if ever I heard one. The heat of his gaze scorches my skin and I feel myself dampen. He grins at me knowingly. He backs me against the basin, holding my hips, before rubbing his thickness against me through his satin boxers and groaning. I am supposed to be training the warriors in 20 minutes, but this walking mountain of temptation looks ready to throw those plans out the window. Darius buries his nose in my hair. I'm supposed to be training soon. I smirk, loving the idea of having him panting for me all day. Reese, he yells, can you take the training group this morning? Our mate is about to become indisposed. Reese's laughter floats towards us. Deal, but next time I'm watching or joining, he sings out. And now you're not training soon, Darius says, his lips brushing against my ear. Well, in that case, what kind of mate would I be to not take advantage of my sudden free time? I monkey climb my mountain of a mate, looping my legs around his hips and grinding against him. He sucks in a harsh breath and gazes into my eyes. He seems nervous now, his eyes burning with lust but also uncertainty. I cup his cheek and slowly lower my lips to his, keeping my eyes locked on his. He moans into my mouth, his hand moving to grasp the back of my head as he deepens the kiss. His tongue strokes against mine as he plunders my mouth. He carries me back out of the bathroom and into the now empty bedroom. He carefully maneuvers us onto the bed, not once removing his lips from mine. I find myself sitting in his lap, his powerful arms wrapped around me as he drinks from my lips like they are the elixir of life. I pull my lips from him, sucking in much-needed air as he does the same. His skin against mine sends tingles across my skin. I scoot down his body and lick his hard abs. The guys all had abs, but Darius has abs, and by God, I have wanted to lick them for a while. My tongue glides over the hard ridges and I hum happily that I can cross it off my list of things I wanted to do in this lifetime. Darius drags me back up to his mouth, and I grumble at being pulled away from my guilty pleasure, but he is quick to kiss my pout away. His hands roam my body, pulling moans of desire from me. Grab the headboard, he orders. I sit upright, blinking at him confused. The headboard is out of reach. His hands slide down my hips and then he is lifting me, his massive biceps flexing, as he plants my cat on his face, immediately mauling me. Mews fall from my mouth as I grab the now within easy reach headboard to steady myself. Holy shit, that was a sudden change in gears. He plays me like a piano, knowing the keys and sequences to touch me, as I feel the ball of tension gathering tighter in my lower abdomen. Oh my God, Darius, I beck him, hanging on the edge of my release. He sucks violently on my clit, and I fly over into blissful waves, shuddering and chanting his name. That's a kitten. Release all over my face. Fouquet, you taste amazing. He licks me all up, then lifts me again onto his abdomen, kissing me deeply, so I can taste my pleasure on his lips and tongue. He slaps my bum suddenly and I yelp in surprise. I want you facing the wall, eyes on the mirror, he demands. Oh my, there is the dominant alpha coming into play. I scramble off his slap and brace my hands against the wall, face turned to the mirror. My eyes watch him as he prowls toward me. I have no idea how this is supposed to work. He is way taller than me. He stands behind me, shucking off his boxers. My eyes widen. Darius is big, like that's not going to fit. Big. I'd felt it when I'd slept on him, and I'd kind of seen it with the circle jerk I'd watched the boys have. But that was before the reality of it going in me had entered my mind. I feel myself tense. Darius pushes my hair to the side, his teeth grazing the spot where he had marked me. His arms come around me to cup and fondle my breasts, before one arm wanders down to part my folds and teases my clit. That's it, kitten. Just relax and feel, he murmurs, as I lean back against him, letting the sensations of his touch take me over. He coaxes me to release, and as I come, he withdraws his hands and lifts under my knees, drawing me up to his height. My arms wrap around the back of his neck, as he turns us toward the mirror. I see myself, legs pulled wide, cat on display, Darius' strong arms holding me up, and his lusty gaze meeting mine in the mirror. I feel him slide through my folds and probe at my entrance, the giant snake positioned to tear me in two. He allows his arms to relax a little so I can start my descent onto my doom. His head slowly stretches my opening, and my eyes widen as it continues to ease me wider. His strength ensures the slowness of my impaling. I groan as I am stretched impossibly wide, and finally the head of the giant is in. We both breathe heavily, pausing a moment as I accept his size and he struggles with my tightness on him. He closes his eyes briefly, then looks at me questioningly. I hesitantly nod. Again, he begins the slow descent. He bites his lip and presses his forehead to my shoulder as he struggles for control. Noises begin to pour from my mouth as he slides deeper. Whimpers and moans. The burn of the stretch hurts, but in a good way. I look down to where we are joined, to see how much further he has to go and gasp. I feel so full, and yet he isn't even halfway. He withdraws a little and moves forward again slowly, gaining more ground, before repeating the move. I watch more of him disappear inside me, my muscles tensing around him as the sight of his joint arouses me further. Finally, he bottoms out. I feel beautiful. I half expect him to poke out my belly button. I've never been penetrated so deeply. He slides me up his length, then lowers me back a few times, as my muscles stretch to accommodate his movements better. My eyes roll back in my head, as I fight off the release already approaching. He begins to quicken his movements, his arms holding me where he wants me, while his hips piston even faster. The sight of him moving in and out of me, the possessive look in his eyes, and the sensation of him ramming my cervix, overwhelms me, and my release takes me over violently. I scream my pleasure, while he erupts into curses. Fouquet, his strangled voice rasps out. You're choking my snake. He lifts me off him, turns me, and with a quick lift, he shoved himself back inside. My legs wrap around his waist and my arms around his neck. His mouth takes possession of mine, as he Fouquets me hard and fast. I can feel my pleasure coiling tighter and tighter, as it reaches its peak. I pull away from his lips, my canines descending. I bite into him hard as I release, and he rebites into his original mark, sending me off the edge again. He shudders, while a milk is released from him. He gracefully lowers us to his knees, kneeling on the floor as our chests heave. I place my forehead on his and see the joy in his eyes. You are mine, I tell him. Always, as you are mine. He holds me close as we wait for his nut to go down. Then he carefully withdraws, making an unexpected no and fall from my lips. At the sensation of him moving inside me, I blush and he grins, kissing me passionately. Let's grab a shower, kitten. I nod and unsteadily get to my feet. I take a step and my jelly legs buckle. Fucking monster snake. He catches me chuckling. But it's her monster snake. No earwigging on my thoughts. I admonish him. He laughs and scoots me up, carrying me to the shower and propping me against the wall. Once the warm water is beating down on us, I start to feel my strength returning. At least I won't pass out this time. Since you had already marked me, I remark. Have to admit though, I'm feeling pretty tired already, but on the upside, I'm still standing. I shoot him the middle finger as I attempt to stand upright, then sigh and continue to be propped between Hulk and the wall while he chuckles. Darius reaches for the shower gel, and soaps me up and rinses me off, before quickly washing himself. He helps me shakily out of the shower, and dries me off as I hold his shoulders for support, and he sneaks me little kisses. He helps me to the edge of the bed, and then rummages through my drawers for clothes. He starts laughing, and pulls out a pair of booty shorts Garrett missed. Oh, naughty kitten, look at all the naughty shorts you have hidden. They are hidden all over the place. I smirk. He will never find them all. Only around the house though, okay, he tells me, handing me a matching black bra and G-string. When I nod, he hands me a pair of booty shorts and a crop top. I arch an eyebrow. What? He shrugs. I'm allowed to prevent my mate. Oh, Garrett's going to kill you. I chortle, throwing on the clothing. Only if you try and leave the house in it, he replies. He checks on a pair of jeans and leads me downstairs yawning. His second mark trying to drag him under. Garrett and Devlin are on an intense phone call at the breakfast bar when we enter. Devlin growling out orders, and Garrett pacing and growling like a caged beast. I thought he was supposed to be more human now he was anchored. I link Darius as I watch my dragon slowly lose his cool. He's always had a temper. It's part of the dragon's nature and he was feral for a long time. Part will remain as a habit. He's still more grounded, not crazy anymore. Hasn't smashed anything yet, so his ways of anger are not as bad. Darius shrugs. I plunk my bum next to Devlin. Who are you getting pissy at so early? I'd ask him, swiping his coffee and taking a sip, immediately gagging at the sugar content and shoving the cup back at him. Sheesh, is there any coffee with your sugar? The Light Fi had an attack last night. 2 of the princes were killed and the king isn't suspected to live. The idiots want to stay put, he grumbles, taking a mouthful from his hot sugar water. Who is that? A beautiful voice asks through the speaker on the phone. My mate and head warrior. Eve is coordinating the army, Devlin says proudly. A little girl, the voice scoffs. What use will she be in a fight? Try me, Tinkerbell. See how long your wings stay attached. I scowl. Fight don't have wings, the voice sniffs huffily. All right, girl. What do you suggest we do here? Well, that's a fucking crime. What's the point of a fairy if they don't have wings? I grump. That's my childhood ruined. How many heirs are left? I ask. 4. He bites out. And we are 5, not fairies. Send 1 to us, 1 to Grant's pack, and 1 to the dragons. 1 stays behind with the king. Better chance of survival if you all aren't in one place. Try to dress less royal and slot in with us commoners. You expect us to leave the safety of our realm and trust shifters to keep us safe. He snorts. Looks like the safety of your realm's working really well for you so far, isn't it? You know what? You're right. Stay there and die. I ignore his spluttering and look at Garrett, who is no longer pacing and grinning at me instead. Handsome, mind grabbing me a coffee? Des has too much sugar. Garrett immediately turns and starts organizing a fresh cup. Little girl, do you know who I am? The Phi seethes, finally finding his voice. Nope, don't care either. You have my recommendations. Now kindly fouquet off, so I can drink my coffee in peace. I end the call before he can respond and grab the coffee mug Garrett hands over to me. I take a big sniff and a sip, sighing in appreciation. Devlin goes to speak, but I place a finger to his lips and continue sipping my drink. Coffee should be enjoyed and savored in peace. I throw the last of my coffee in my mouth and walk over to rinse my cup. I look up at Devlin but find him looking behind me with a grin. I roll my eyes. I'm still in the house and Darius dressed me, but okay, grumpy pants. I'll go find something more nun-like in a sec. I address the looming presence behind me, bending over slowly and placing my cup in the bottom rack of the dishwasher, grinning at the heat suddenly pressed against my bum. Maybe just around the house, Garrett rumbles. Chapter 48 Eve. It's been a week of planning, training, and hardly any sleep. I've been careful to stay out of reach of the vampire proxy and avoid eye contact. He has also given me a polite wide berth, ensuring he always sits a good distance away from me, and only speaking to me when I've needed him to. It surprised me that he has kept such a respectful distance, and I've been able to pretend I don't have a vampire for my mate. Still doesn't stop me from dragging Garrett with me to every encounter though. I need the safety net of my protective dragon. The vampire unnerves me. Devlin, despite our rocky introduction, is like a kindred spirit. When we aren't binge-watching Trekkie episodes, we are sneaking out for cheesecakes, cracking jokes, and goofing around. He kissed me the other day after a sparring session. I too like him a lot. I'm not ready to claim him yet though. It's only been just over a week, and despite what my heart is trying to force-feed me and the tingling in my canines to mark him, I'm enjoying getting to know him. He's pretty cool when he's not being the whole Lycan King to everyone else, and I refuse to have the mating bond rush me. Since mating my first 3 mates, I've had them jump me in the most random places. The pantry, the stairs, Garrett even laid me out on his bike. Insatiable buggers. I've never had so much sex in my life. To think there will soon be another in the mix, and others as we find them. I pray for the well-being of my cat. I am so glad I was able to step away from my fears and allow myself to just feel, instead of think. That's become my new motto around my original 3 mates. If it feels right, go with it. I feel much better and they do too, not having the mating bond riding us to complete it, although it seems to have raised their libidos, and now that they're mated, they seem to think they now have a free pass with me. I'm not complaining though. They are good at reading my body's cues and interpreting my feelings through our bond. Makes for great sex without the awkward flashbacks. We're currently in the war room, updating the giant map with the latest intel. I sigh as I realize a weapons plant has been found on vamp territory by spies. I reluctantly turn towards Luca and scowl as his eyes flash. Meeting mine, I force myself to blink hard before I fall in. You need to get one of your teams to take out a plant, I say as I shove the papers at him, breathing a sigh of relief. As he averts his gaze to look over the door lease ends, he gives a nod, before going to the phone on the side desk to make a call. Baby. Reese pops his head around the door. We got a lead on a mole. Fancy getting your dancing shoes out to go to Hell's Gate? Fouquet, yeah. I fist pump. I haven't been there for ages. It's an underground soup club on human turf, and a great place to let loose. It's close to Lycan turf too, so makes for an interesting time out with all sorts of soups popping in. For work, Eve, Reese reminds me. Entering the room properly, I pout. All work and no play. Maybe you can let loose once we achieve what we're going there for. He amends, giving in. I give a whoop and launch myself at him. He catches me easily, as I wrap my arms and legs around him, and smother his face in kisses while he laughs. Class dismissed. I holler to the room filled with men behind me, ignoring the catcalls and sniggers when Garrett comes up behind me, sandwiching me between them. The rest of the men trickle out of the room. I bask in the protective circle of 2 of my mates. So, who's going? I ask Reese. Us 3, Darius and Dev. Dev's got a few people already. They're holding the fort and we will need a few of ours. Go get ready and Link, you want to come? Conservative clothes angel, Garrett says in my ear. Sure thing, Badman. I laugh, wiggling to be let down. I'm a dragon, not a bat. He grumbles. You have wings, potato, potarto. I laugh. As he shakes his head at me, I scurry away to raid my wardrobe. I pull out the dress I'd ordered online not long after we mated from its hiding place at the back and head off for a quick shower. Something tells me it might come in handy. I may not be a girly girl, but I can act the part when I need to. An hour later, I'm heading down to the front door, full-length trench coat and boots on, hair down, and mostly natural makeup with the exception of darkened, smoky eyes. The guys are waiting at the entrance. Garrett gives me a nod of approval at my covered body, while I wink at Reese's knowing smirk. He's not even remotely fooled. On the right to the club, Darius shows us a picture of the target. His name is Sebastian Haywood. He's a wolf from the Running Sands pack. He thinks he's here to turn Alpha Warwick from tribal mists to the vamp's cause. We need him taken alive and find out what he knows. Huck tells us his Alpha noticed he kept disappearing and bugged his phone. Warwick contacted us when he reached out to him. Once we reach the club, I look around at the booths on the edges of the dance floor. Till I spot Warwick upstairs talking. I look at my men, who are waiting for the van of warriors to arrive as backup. Warwick comes downstairs spotting Devlin, and the rest of the men spread out around the club. I walk over to Warwick. "How's it going?" I ask as he orders a drink. He looks up with surprise and gives me a hug. "Long time no see." He smiles at me. "I hadn't seen you since I took over the pack 8 years ago?" "Something like that." I shrug. "It's not going great." He's suspicious. He says thoughtfully, "You any good at acting like an airhead?" I snake my head to the side. "Oh, I can hold my breath for like ages. Will that give it enough air?" I giggle like an imbecile. "Perfect. Come and give me a hand." He's upstairs in the VIP area waiting for me. I glance over my shoulder and note our men have disappeared. I can't see Garrett, so I shuck off my trench coat and throw it to Dev looking by the bar and grin as his jaw drops at what I'm wearing underneath. Warwick shakes his head at me. "Still trouble?" He smirks. "Always." I grin. He offers me his arm and escorts me upstairs to the VIP. "Eve," Garrett warns through my link. "Not now, handsome. Distractions are dangerous." He growls softly but stays quiet. I know I'll be hearing all about it later though. Warwick leads me to a black velvet booth, where a large blonde man sprawls, sipping on a beer. Warwick stops in front of him. "Now where were we?" Warwick asks him, seemingly bored. The man straightens himself up, taking me in. "Worry," I pout. "You said we were going out for fun. You're working again, aren't you?" I eye up the blonde. "This is business, isn't it? Not pleasure." "It could be both," the blonde offers. I grin and twirl my hair around my finger as I pretend to admire him. "Okay," I say agreeably and plonk myself in his lap. "Please tell me you're fun." "Worry just works all day, every day." I shudder. "Oh, I can be very fun," he replies, running a finger down my bare arm, while I hold back a shudder of disgust. "Good. Hurry up, Worry, and get your chat over with." "I want to dance." I whine. "What's the official offer if I commit?" Warwick asks Blondie. "Lightning Ridge turf and the 3 surrounding territories," Blondie puts forward, "in return for you adding your warriors to our army." "Lightning Ridge? That's going to be a hard pack to take out," Warwick muses. "Nah man, the vamps already took out half. They're going to move again soon and take out the head warrior." "Didn't they already do that and fail?" Warwick laughs. "Only 'cause that dumb bitch Adele didn't warn them the base had been found," Blondie grumbles. "Who's Adele?" I snake my head to the side stupidly. "The king's PA," he explains to me, before looking back at Warwick. "But that warrior chick will be heading straight to the castle when they get her. No half-ass job this time around. They have big plans for her." My hand is inching towards my thigh holster. I imagine she'll be an easy catch. Severely damaged goods, I hear. Not like this fine woman in my lap. His hand glides down the exposed skin on my back. His brows furrow as he feels my scars. I palm a blade from my holster. "I guess I am damaged." I shrug, repositioning myself to straddle his thighs and resting my hands on his chest. "Bet you don't let it stop you though. Is she a good little whore for you, Warwick?" "Do you want me to be a good little whore?" I breathe against his lips, one of my hands moving down to his thigh. He nods, eyes hooded with lust. "Good thing I'm not a whore then, because you disgust me." I coo, sliding the knife into his femoral artery and shoving a second into his shoulder, pinning him to the booth. "I wouldn't move. If I were you, or you'll bleed out before your wolf even has time to think of healing," I say, losing my airhead persona. Blondie sits frouncing, as I ease off him and stand up. "Sebastian, my apologies. This is Eve, head warrior of Lightning Ridge. You know, the severely damaged goods. I'm a good friend of her dad's." I would say it's been a pleasure, but it really hasn't. I smirk as his face pales and he swallows hard. Come get him. I blare through my links. I laugh as I am surrounded by Garrett's arms, and tugged back into his chest in mere seconds. Handsome, which king has a P, a named Adele? I ask Garrett, apparently. She's working for the dark side. Garrett tenses, tightening his grip on me. I wiggle and turn around to look at him. I need to go, he growls, as his scales erupt up his arms. He looks at me conflicted. Darius pats his shoulder. We got her. Go. Garrett growls in frustration, before hugging me tightly and kissing his mark on my shoulder. Stay safe. Behave and put some damn clothes on, he says, scowling. Then he's gone, taking off down the stairs. I throw my hands up in frustration. Who is Adele? The dragon's PA. Darius grumbles. Oh shit. Wouldn't want to be her right now, I muse. My handsome dragon will be out of control. Right, milady. I believe I promise you drinks and dancing. Rhys offers me his hand. I twine my fingers in his, and leave Darius and Warwick with Blondie. Thomas, one of my original warriors and longtime party buddy, already has the shots lined up on the bar. Rhys chuckles when he realizes the backup I selected is not just capable of kicking ass, but also part of our fun squad. I hereby delegate Max and Vince as sober drivers, Rhys declares, handing me a shot and grabbing himself one. Thomas, Quentin, and Maverick grab theirs too. 3, 2, 1, go, Rhys crows. We slam down shot after shot. I place my final one upside down after finishing. Rhys shakes his head at me in pity. Out of practice, baby. Showing his row is already finished. The other 3 boo me and I give them the finger. Rhys just laughs and pulls me onto the dance floor. Time to have some fun.
Chapter 49 Devlin. 2 of Darius's men escort Sebastian out discreetly and we shake Warwick's hand. Thanking him, we head back down to the bar, crack open a beer each and keep watch on our girl dancing the night away with Rhys. They stop occasionally to grab fresh drinks. I notice after a few hours, her eyes have a slight glaze and her feet have a slight wobble at the heel. I chuckle. She deserves to let loose and I am not going to stand in her way. I have also noticed as time goes on, an increase in the number of female wolves and lichens in the club. Darius seems to think it's funny as they come up in revealing clothing and make conversation, each hoping to be recognized as my mate, or at least be taken for a quick fouquet so they can brag. Normally my bodyguards would keep them at bay, but I didn't bring any tonight. The latest trio, despite our obvious disinterest, are a bit more ballsy, touching my arm when they speak, which I swiftly pull away. One even pretends to stumble into me and is swiftly pushed back. Eve chooses that moment to barrel through the gathering and flop on a bar stool. Oh, hams, she calls out to the barman, who smirks and pours her a bourbon on the rocks without being told to and hands it to her. I'm going to get your manager to give you a raise. She laughs. He rolls his eyes at her. I am the manager, he reminds her. She boops his nose. So no excuses then. She grins. Fuck, she's cute. The brunette lichen steps closer to me, taking my attention from Eve. So you prefer brunettes? She purrs, leaning into me. I step back. No, I like that brunette. I correct. She scoffs at me. Honey, there is nothing she can do that I couldn't do better. I would ride you into the sunset, till you didn't know which way was up. I would fouquet your brains out. Never going to happen. I growl at her. Patience wearing out. You seem to forget your place, approaching your king like you would a commoner. Eve standing now, apparently not too drunk to hear me being propositioned, judging by the glare directed at the persistent lichen. And I would bash your brains out if you so much as tried it, she says, smiling sweetly at the lichen she has deemed competition. Darius makes a tutting noise. Kitten. Fun night, remember. No more violence. She juts her bottom lip at him and ducks behind me. Party pooper, she grumbles. Eve suddenly leaps onto my back and licks up the side of my neck. I licked it, so it's mine. She giggles tipsily. I grin at her as she sticks her tongue out at the lichen. The lichen splutters angrily. Yes, little one, I'm yours. I agree, pecking her cheek. You're a lowly wolf. Get your disgusting filthy paws off my king. He needs to have a lichen at his side. You are nothing and have no claim. She growls. I growl back. Does this woman have a death wish? Challenging my queen? Rhys appears and growls in unison with Darius. Eve growls back louder. He's mine. Eve roars and my knees suddenly buckle as her fangs bite deeply into my neck. The pleasure rushes through me as she claims me. Holy shit. I land heavily on my knees. Eve still riding my back. Call security. A she-wolf just assaulted the king and forcibly claimed him. The lichen shrieks. I pull my mate over to my front as she lets go of me. She grins at me as I chuckle and wipe the blood from her lips with my thumb. Never a dull moment with you. Is there, sweetheart? I say, hugging her to me. I licked you. So you're mine. She shrugs, booping me on the nose and blinking her big eyes innocently at me. And then you bit me. So I stayed that way, I add. She nods and admires her mark on me. So on a scale of 1 to 10, how pissed off are you? She asks, uncertainly biting her lip. 0. The only thing I'm pissed about is that I just came in my pants publicly, instead of inside you. I laugh. I had planned something a bit more private and romantic. Oops. She blushes. We could head off and fix that, she suggests. She's suddenly yanked out of my arms and I'm roaring. The 2 security men freeze. If you don't unhand my mate, I will rip you to shreds, I growl. I don't understand. The lichen female wails like she is the victim in all this. Eve is my mate. We just hadn't gotten as far as claiming, until you challenged and forced her to make her claim. I growl, barely restraining myself. You tried to make her feel inferior. You challenged your future queen. The woman shrinks back. Eve shrugs herself loose of the men holding her and wraps herself around me. Told you he was mine. She chortles, still feeling her buzz despite the drama around her. My new link to her showing me how bad her hangover will be tomorrow. Hams. I need the big drink. The barman throws her the bottle. She uncorks it and has a good guzzle. The lichen watches her carefully as Eve's eyes continue to glare at her. She recorks the bottle and licks the side. I licked it so it's mine. Just so there's no further confusion. She leans over and kisses Darius. Then Reese. Before returning her glare to the lichen. Them too. Now do you understand, or do you need sock puppets? She slurs and huffs angrily. How you thought you had a right to claim the king of the lichens is beyond me. Probably never lifted a finger to work in your life either. She mutters. Before stomping off with her bottle and heading to the warriors playing pool in the corner. My gaze swings back to the lichen and I infuse my full power into my voice. So she has to obey. You will be stripped of any titles you hold. You will not be allowed at any gatherings, public or private. You ignored my warnings. Me, your king. You questioned my mate's claim and forced her to publicly mark me by challenging her. You are not welcome in the castle and you will work in the stables until your queen deems you worthy of forgiveness. How dare you put yourself above that woman? You should be kissing her feet for everything she is doing for us and everyone else. Get out of my sight. I seethe. The woman scurries away and heads to the exit. James pops us fresh beers and the 3 of us sit back down, refocusing on our woman. She seems totally unfazed. Laughing with the guys. We watch her snatch the pool cue from Thomas and look for what shot she will attempt. Shit. Darius bolts out of his seat and races over, pulling the bottom of her dress down as she starts to bend over. She shrieks in surprise. Then thumps his arm for scaring her. While we laugh, one of the guys offers her his jacket, which she ties around her waist and shoos Darius away now that she's safe to bend. We let her enjoy herself until she has clearly had enough to drink and she totters back to James at the bar, demanding water while she rests her forehead on the counter. I settle our bill, while she rehydrates. I think it's home time, sweetheart, I say, offering my hand. She props her head up in her hand and looks at me blearily. Why do you have so many hands? She slurs. I chuckle. She's wasted. I pick her up instead. Her warriors are lined up at the door waiting. As we walk past, well, more leaning against the door, as they aren't much better than her. I climb into our car with Eve in my lap and settle in for the ride back to base. The other car has to pull over several times for Eve's friends to throw up. Thankfully, Eve doesn't follow suit. She does mumble something about wanting to get off the merry-go-round at one point, making us laugh. Once back at the house, we rouse her enough to drink more water, and then in the bedroom, we strip her out of her dress and tuck her into bed. Reese makes sure there's Advil and water on the side table before we climb in. My phone starts blaring, dragging me out of my deep sleep. My hand thumps around trying to find it. Eve rolls over onto me and reaches for it, finding it before me and throwing it at the wall, silencing it forever, before she collapses on my chest groaning. I stroke her back. How's the head? I ask quietly. Shh, too loud. She mumbles. I place the Advil in her hand and grab the water, helping her sip it. She snuggles back down and goes back to sleep. I stare at the clock on the wall, watching it move for 2 hours as I stroke her back and hair. She jerks upright suddenly, her gorgeous breasts on full display. Fuck, I need to get to Garrett. He's losing his shit. She groans. Great. Just what she needs to deal with while she has a hangover. A pissed off dragon. She climbs over me and staggers off to the bathroom, flicking on the shower. How are you feeling? I ask her, standing in the bathroom doorway. Like something took a shit in my mouth and then sent its children to play the drums in my brain. She grumps. She brushes her teeth and jumps in for a quick shower, looking slightly livelier when she comes back out. She quickly dresses warmly and hunts down her phone, putting it on speaker as she ties up her hair. The Dragon King's voice booms through. About damn time. What did you do this time, dipshit? She chastises him, snatching the phone up and taking it off speaker. I raise my eyebrows. I thought I was the only lucky one she didn't acknowledge as a royal, or deem worthy of respect the first time I spoke with her. Apparently, she doesn't respect anyone's authority. I did not ignore your calls. I point to the smashed phone. She winces and mouths sorry. No. We left them downstairs. We had a night off and got our drinking on. She winces again and holds the phone away from her ear. If you yell at me one more time, I'll leave him to redecorate your palace. Apology accepted. Why did you tell him that? Oh, I'm going to punch your lights out myself. You Fu King idiot. I'll see if one of the Fae will portal me in. But I'm having a coffee first. So you will have to suck it up till then. Does she know yet? I'm having 2 coffees then. She hangs up on him, growling, and dials a new number. Hey handsome. Can you eat his throne too and stomp his cars? Wonderful. I'll see you in an hour to help. Love you. She plonks the phone down on the dresser. Reese. Darius. Wake up time. She hollers. They groan as they scramble out of bed to go after our mate striding for the door. The next hour and a half are filled with 3 cups of coffee, breakfast delivered, and showers for the rest of us. Eve's happily playing Angry Birds on her phone, telling us to take our time in our showers. Finally caffeinated, fed, showered, and presentable, we sit with her at the breakfast bar. She stares at us with her big innocent eyes, as she casually finishes off a greasy burger. After finishing and wiping those beautiful lips of hers, she enlightens us. So, the Fook tart of a king apparently has his PA as his secret mistress and fancies himself in love. Claims he can bring her back to the fold. His wife doesn't know. He won't let Garrett interrogate her for information, and apparently, the oracle is missing, so she can't help fill in the gaps. So, Garrett's destroying the palace while he waits for us. She tells us smoothly, Hulk, can you see if the Fae on site would mind doing us a portal? She seems calm on the surface, but we can feel the bubbling anger through the bonds. She straps her thigh holster on while Darius makes a call and returns with a perplexed Fae. I'm not your travel agent, the fair man snaps. Portal to the dragon's castle now, or there won't be a castle left. Our mate snaps back, as she shoves her knives into her holster. The Fae huffs, but waves his hand and creates the portal anyway. Eve runs through without hesitation and we lunge after her, unsure what we are going to find on the other side. Only, the portal closes before we reach it. We turn back to the Fae, only to see him disappear into another portal. FUK.
Chapter 50 Eve. This is not the dragon castle. The portal closed behind me as soon as I came through. My mates are nowhere in sight. My surroundings are foreign. Light pours in from a hole above me, illuminating the plants surrounding me and the golden birds that sing from higher branches. It could have been deemed beautiful, if not for the hanging vines that move of their own accord toward me. I removed knives from my thigh holster, holding one firmly in each hand. One vine moves suddenly, hurtling towards me. I stab with one hand and slash with the other. It withdraws just as quickly, its tentacles left to writhe on the ground. I watch as the vines raise themselves up, their ends moving like a dancing snake. I feel as though they are sizing me up, looking for weaknesses, even though I can see no eyes. One on the left shoots toward me in movement, on the right alerts me of another. I duck and roll away, as they retreat again in silent contemplation. I have never seen plants move, let alone think. I wish I knew where the hell I was. The vines seem to have come to a decision and lunge for me together. There is no way to avoid so many, so I slash at those I can, until the vines overwhelm me and hold me still, raising me into the air. The position of my arms raised above my head brings back very unpleasant memories. I growl in frustration and fear, feeling their cool skin sliding over my own. I call forth my wolf. The sudden change in my size and shape loosens a few vines. I tear at the vines with my teeth, until a vine wraps around my muzzle. I huff in anger as I change back. Smaller vines lower down and cover my breasts and lower regions, growing and weaving as they move, before flowers suddenly come forward, completing the covering. What? You want me to be modest before you kill me? Stupid plants, I grumble. Another vine begins to wriggle through my hair in response. So, you are the little girl who thought she could bark orders at royalty. A musical voice rings out. Hang on, I know that voice. Tinker Bell, is that you? The vines ahead of me part, and a tall elegant man steps out and looks up with a scowl at where I am suspended by the dominating vines. The vines begin to lower me down and retreat as my feet touch solid ground. The Phi scowl is replaced with a look I can't decipher. You need to follow me. No, he orders. creating a portal. I cross my arms. I'd rather not. He groans, shoving his long, blood-red hair back from his forehead. Please, this was not expected. We must show the others. I huff but follow him. I'd rather take him on than the creepy vines. The portal opens into a throne room, where a green-haired man and a purple-haired woman sit on gold majestic thrones. 5 other thrones sit empty. I have retrieved our little rebel, but unfortunately Fairy has recognized her, and we need to find her match, Tinker Bell says as he strides to an empty throne and sits. I am so confused right now. All 3 pairs of eyes stare at me intently. They are all so ethereally beautiful. Fairy has found its queen, the woman says excitedly, her voice like tinkling bells. Cool. Can I go home now? Or can we fight? Or maybe you can start making sense, I ask awkwardly. The female laughs and gets to her feet, walking towards me. You had been clothed and crowned by Fairy itself. It has recognized you as its queen. Now we just need to find out who your other half is. She taps her lip in contemplation, before extending her hand, with a tattoo of a budding vine toward me. Take my hand, she requests. I hesitantly extend my hand to hers. She holds it for a moment and pouts prettily at me. That's a shame. I bet we would have found great pleasure in each other's bodies. She releases my hand and wanders back to her seat, while my jaw drops at her casual comment. The man who had retrieved me steps forward and offers his hand. I sigh but take the offered hand. He frowns at his wrist before retreating. These guys are so weird. The green-haired man steps forward and takes my hand in his. He stares at me. She's not mine. She must be his, he says. The other 2 groan. Where is he? Tinker Bell asks. In the war room. The one in front of me responds. I shall retrieve him. He bows to me and exits through a portal. Silence filled the room. So, you kidnapped me, the head warrior in this battle, and I'm guessing you are light Fi. So you are meant to be our allies. You did this because you didn't like how I spoke to you on the phone. So, if the vines hadn't dressed me, you were going to do what? And why does it matter that the vines have dressed me? I was naked. They fixed it. No big deal. I would vomit. We were just going to put you in your place. Maybe smack you around a little torture, till you realize you are beneath us, the woman says. And you're the light Fi? Bloody hell. Maybe the dark Fi is the better option, I grumble. It doesn't matter now as you have been recognized as our ruler, so we won't be doing any of that. Tinker Bell dismisses it with a wave of his hand. Now we just need to find out who you will be handfasted to, so we can announce you as the king's successor. I already have 4 mates, well 5 including the leech. Look, we can find out who has been chosen to rule. They can rule in my stead and handfast someone else. I really need this to hurry up though. I'm supposed to be at the dragon's castle right now. I explain to the crazy royals. The portal opens as the green-haired man returns, with an icy blonde-haired man in armor, bickering as they go. I don't have time for this, Cassius. I'm supposed to be readying our pledged troops to go to the training grounds. The head warrior is expecting them. The newcomer growls. No, Lysario. She's already here, Cassius replies, motioning to me. The new man looks me over, taking in my state of dress. She's not ours, Cassius informs him, before heading back to his throne. The newcomer steps toward me with obvious curiosity and extends his hand. I hesitate to extend my own. Something tells me this will be the one. He reaches for my hand instead, and I gasp as his tattooed vine comes to life, wrapping around both our hands. I try to tug my hand free and his thorns protrude and lock my hand in his, drawing blood. I look up at his ice blue eyes. Make it stop, I order. His eyes move to mine and he cups my cheek. You are my Enamkara, my soulmate. Fairy stops when it's ready. It is its own consciousness. It is handfasting us and recognizing us as the royal pair, he explains gently. I'd rather it didn't, I say nervously. I already have to pack to run. I guess the lichen race to an hour to win. I have 5 mates already and my dance card is kinda full. You seem very nice and all and you're very pretty, but I'd like to just go to the dragon castle and ring my mate in, who's currently destroying it before I look at other things. You think I'm pretty? He laughs softly. I groan. Seriously. That's all he got out of my ramble. My apologies, my Enamkara, but once handfasted it cannot be undone. His creepy tattoo vine releases me from the thorn's grip and moves back to its owner's hand. On my own wrist sits a tattoo of a vine with flowers in full bloom. Right, it's finished. Now can I please go to the dragon castle? If you lot are done abducting me. The blonde nods. Cassius, see that the troops make their way to the training grounds. I will take our queen to the dragons. Keep her safe, Lysario. Cassius replies and nods. My new fine mate opens a portal and takes my hand, leading me through, hopefully to the dragon's realm this time. The second time is a charm, right? Chapter 51 Eve. Lysario pushes me out of harm's way as the dragon's tail whips towards us, oblivious as it tears the throne room to shreds. The tip catches him and sends him flying into the wall. This is my first time seeing Garrett in his dragon form, and he's gorgeous. He is black with a red belly and red wing membranes. He is also fucking massive. I duck as the tail swishes past again, before leaping and running up his back to plump myself at his neck. Nice job, handsome. You haven't saved me much though, I say as I admire the damage. He stops at the sound of my voice, and immediately begins his purring noise. His giant head pivots to me, amber eyes glowing as he leans in to gently nuzzle and scent me. Gentle for a dragon that is. I have to grab a nose horn, so I don't come off his back. His form shrinks down, until he's just Garrett again, and I jump off his back. A very hot and naked Garrett. He clucks his tongue at me, as I perv at him before he laughs. We have a job to do and you are late. We can fouquet later, he says with his usual rip shit and bust attitude. Where were you? I motioned to Lysario getting to his feet. Got abducted by the Light Fi, got crowned their queen, and found another mate. You know, the usual shit. I shrug, going to him and hugging him. He rests his head on top of mine and glares at the Fi. You abducted my mate, he growls lowly. Actually no, that was my brother Irinda. I was in the war room, readying our troops to head to your training grounds. I had no idea until Cassius dragged me to the throne room. So you are a warrior? Garrett asks. Lysario nods. And did any of your kin hurt her? Lysario shakes his head. Not that I am aware of. Measure each other's snakes later. Where's the king at? I ask impatiently. Garrett frowns at me. I wasn't measuring snakes. You were gearing up for it, I reply. The king has taken his hoard to the safe room. It's impenetrable to even dragons. He huffs angrily. Well, he called me to help him, so he must want to see me. Show me where he's at and behave. I'll see what I can do, I offer. He takes my hand and leads me out of the destroyed room, and Lysario trails behind us. There is a lot of rubble and distraction. He's clearly started from the king's safe room, all the way to the throne room in his rampage. He leads us through the path of destruction. I stop occasionally to admire his decorating skills, before we continue through the maze of hallways. I love what you've done with the place, I gush, taking in the giant hole in the wall. Very modern and open plan. Lysario chuckles as Garrett rolls his eyes at me. We descend some stairs and come to a door made of graphene. I motion Garrett back. King Dumbum, I'm here as requested. Now what? The door pops open and the disheveled king comes into view. I shove him back in and motion for Lysario to follow us in. Inside, I discover more like the inside of a full-blown house than a room. I sit on a plush couch opposite a sniveling, crying woman. She sits with crumpled up tissues beside her. Her mascara is smeared over her face and her hair is disheveled. And you must be our little turncoat, Adele, I say, glaring angrily at her. This woman has a lot to answer for, interrupting my sleep in hangover, having to use a portal, which got me abducted, as well as all the shit she's been feeding the enemy. Adele looks up at me and gasps. I touch my face. Have I got ein juice on me? Your dragon side is awake, the king says, sitting next to Adele. Your eyes are showing. I glance at Garrett, who shrugs and grins. We are talking later, I grumble at him. And you are wearing the Light Fi crown, the king continues, perplexed. Blame the vines and royal Fi. I'm up to mate number 6. Would you believe? I sigh and sit back on the couch. Enough about me. Explain this clusterfuck. She's with the enemy, but you're protecting her regardless. I eye up Adele. You must give great head, or have a magic cat for him to protect you like this. Adele growls at me. I growl back louder. Adele is my true mate. The king intercedes. Garrett's eyes shoot up to his hairline. Hamish, you told us all that Davina was your true mate. Why would you mate another instead of waiting? Garrett growls, scales rippling up his arms. I motion him over to me. taking his hand as he sits and the scales recede. Father was sick. You were spiraling. He needed one of us mated to take the throne. Gregory and Francis were too irresponsible for him to consider them. I hadn't found my mate and I saw what it was doing to you. I didn't want that. I didn't want to be king either. But what choice did father have but to play on my fears of going feral? He convinced me to take a chosen mate. Once I selected Davina. He had us appointed king and queen. I found Adele 12 years ago. We have kept our relationship secret. I had an understanding which cast a spell, so I could be with Adele, without Davina feeling the pain of betrayal. When we were together intimately, we were discreet. Davina has no idea. His voice is hoarse with emotion. Davina and I have been together a long time. She is my best friend, but Adele is my true mate. I love her more than anything. I can't let Garrett have her, regardless of whatever she's done. That's the million-dollar question, isn't it? Exactly what have you done, Adele? I muse, eyeballing her. Adele swallows hard. It was mainly just winning interference, not passing on information and leads, sending trackers to the wrong areas. The times your mates called was when my mate was with me, so he heard what you said when you ran. I couldn't cover it up. It was bad luck he walked in. When you first rang about them being on our territory, she sniffles. Okay, next question. Why? I ask bluntly. Hamish never wanted to be king. We want to be together, but with Davina sworn in as queen, we can never truly be free, nor entwine our souls. I don't have an anchor and Davina is only a partial anchor, just enough. The vampires promised if I did my part, they would see to it Hamish was dethroned. As a common man, he could denounce his claim on Davina and take me as his mate. They promised to spare our lives. You don't understand the torture of having your true mate right there and never being able to claim him. Adele erupts into sobs. A tiny part of me feels sorry for her. It's a shit position for her to be in. But there were other ways. Her role in this delayed my mates finding me. That part will not be so forgiving. Are you still feeding them intel? I ask at last. I stopped when I heard Garrett found you. That you were his, she says, shaking her head. I was going to get Hamish to approach Garrett and see if he would take his rightful place as king, now that he was anchored. But Hamish said Garrett had left the territory. I was just waiting for him to rear his head again so I could proceed. And how does the missing oracle feed into this? I muse. Adele's eyes go wide. I don't know, she stammers. My eyes narrow as I taste the lie. I stand up and she runs. I am on her in a second, pinning her to the wall. Vines shoot out of my clothing, assisting in restraining her. Garrett's presence comes up behind me. We are mated now. See if you have control over her dragon, he whispers in my ear. I nod and unfurl my power, letting it infuse my voice. Adele, where is the oracle? Her eyes bug out and she breaks out in a sweat. In the dungeon wall. I buried her in the wall. She bites out. Why? I demand, trying not to be unnerved by the white and aqua scales rippling up my arms. She had a vision, a prophecy. I couldn't have it getting out. Adele cries. Why not? I growl. Because then they would all protect you, the fated ruler of all races, and the vampires would stop at nothing to take you down. Garrett would be destroyed if you died and Hamish would have to stay on the throne. I release her, letting her sink to the ground in tears as I lean back into Garrett's arms. Can't say I saw that bombshell coming. I look at the ceiling and curse the powers that be. We need to find that oracle. She needs to come up with a new prophecy. I don't want the job, I say to Garrett. I don't think it works like that, Angel, Garrett whispers back, kissing the side of my head. Well, that's a head job and I have. If you want me to lead warriors to battle, I'm your girl. If you want me to be responsible for all the soup races. Shit, what are they thinking? I can't even keep a houseplant alive. It's gonna be alright. You got this. Garrett tucks me under his arm. Yeah, we will just see about that. I don't get this. I don't even want this. I respectfully decline. The fates can kiss my ass. The end. Please leave a like, comment, and subscribe. This helps others discover the story too. Hit the bell icon for the latest updates, and stay tuned for more thrilling books.